G'day there, Snacks.
Yeah, I thought you were conscious.
How you doing? What's news?
All the stuff. Learning lots of stuff.
What have you been learning about? That's a good start.
Some different cultural things. I've been kind of like on this mystery of the Sanshin Dui
What's
people.
that?
I don't know. They don't know where they came from, but they're like a Bronze Age culture. Their shit looks a lot like Aztec Mayan stuff too, but it's in China. It's interesting stuff. You can bronze math. Don't ask me to spell it right. SAN. It's like
Bronze Age, SAN. Whereabouts in the world?
XIDY. It's like
XIDY.
southern western China. Yeah, southwestern China.
Okay, right. Tell me about them.
It's just a bunch of artifacts have been found. They apparently are not releasing the genetic information from any of the settlement that they might have gotten. So that's kind of a mystery. They seem to be connected to a group of like cities that had like kind of gone through, I guess maybe the Gobi desert area. I'm not exactly sure. I know there's like a couple just desert pockets like above it.
Right.
And apparently they were once populated and like had well springs or something like that. So, but they've since dried up, and yeah, it's just like this leg of, I don't know. It's like it's a real vagrant, type of race or something like that. But what I'm kind of intrigued by is not just the large bronze masks that they had, but also that they made like metal trees.
Right. Okay.
And I just heard that last night. The Maya were also supposed to have had golden trees that they made. And
Golden. How do they make a golden tree?
like a couple meter tall sculptural in the Sanshin Dui area. It's bronze trees about I think a couple meters high. And they're like these, not like a oak tree or pine tree. These are like weeping trees that have very little foliage on them and only like a little like a blossom at the end of it. And
Right.
this actually kind of looks a little bit like the pictograms that are in the Sumerian Tree of Life and this other thing. So yeah, some kind of sacred plant. Yeah, like could have been a medicinal plant or a ceremonial psychoactive plant. I'm not really sure.
Right.
But yeah, it seems that they had that tree is consistent. I think it's pretty interesting. And that besides, yeah, like I guess I'm just coming to like I guess to where I really do think that I'm getting a picture, I guess, of like what this ancient Atlantean world must have been a little bit like, I guess. Like mostly this kind of Mayan Incan thing going on.
Yes, I don't know much about those cultures, I must admit. I would really like to know more about them, but I know next to nothing.
It's like apparently we don't really know much either because it's so like it's just dangerous to like trek it into the middle of the jungle. But that's where we like the archaeologists will find larger and larger stone pieces for foundations, or just like even those like those Olmec, those giant heads.
Yeah.
That like they're heavy as shit, dude, and that they're coming from like 50 miles away. Now either they were there the whole time and they're just chunks of rock that were there and then just like spot carved them there, or or they could have moved them. There's just like no.
There's no good answers with that stuff, is there? That's what's so fascinating about it. You're like, it could have been this, it could have been that.
Well,
we're guessing at this. I love
right,
it.
but like remember your bicycle, man, or your motorbike, right? like it's just tough to push wheels through. Like I don't know what kind of system
Yeah.
you need, you know, but there's that, and then they've been finding like these. I didn't even believe it when it started talking about it, but like the way that they built down there, because like walking on roads was kind of like they didn't have roads. You'd have to clear for trees. Then there's snakes
Mm.
everywhere, jaguars, all kinds of shit. You know, you could die like a million ways down there. Um, so some of these cities had basically underground irrigation, and it was covered over too by like these uh, kind of like hallways that stretch on for like tens of miles. Like there'll just be a hallway you can walk down, and there's like water rushing underneath your feet, and then there's like blocks, I guess, that like have been placed there. So there's like rushing water. It's the craziest story ever, but wow, that's apparently like a real thing. So they had the ability to basically create roads out of water in a place where they
That's
really.
very cool.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah. I think ancient cultures that really mastered water got really clever. Like they also think that about what's it called now? Angkor Wat, which I think just means big city or big square or something. But it must have been just enormous. It's
Right.
just I really want to go there.
But they might have had like a similar thing there too, like in some of these areas
Exactly.
in the Amazon River Basin that are just basically like these large squares that are like ditches, I guess, or to fill for catch rainwater and stuff like that. So that's a little bit how like Angkor Wat's like the layout is designed.
So apparently,
Yeah.
the thing I heard on this podcast, I like listening to them as I go to sleep, which was really cool about that was said they think it would have had to have been tended to a lot, like it would have taken a lot of upkeep, and so the problem would become in a time of downturn or like political instability or something. If people don't clear out those things and flush them out and stuff, there'll be just a festering. So could have become just a cursed city with all these like swamps filled with mosquitoes and stuff and no clean water. If like because it takes so much to keep like digging out the canals and cleaning them, and so I think that's interesting because what it suggests is cultures were just unimaginably advanced. I just think they didn't have the tools, so they were doing amazing stuff, but maybe with wooden sticks, and we just don't know because it was wood, so it's broken down by now.
Well,
Got
I
no
mean,
idea.
like we don't really know with South America too much because like so much of their metallurgy would have just been taken, just like and burnt, just like all their history.
Do you
And
think though?
yeah, yeah,
How do you beat
like
somebody with better
like literally.
metallurgy though? Right?
Well,
You're
they
the
had
culture that doesn't have it, and you meet the people that do, and rather than just trading with them, you're inferior, but you beat them. That doesn't make
well,
sense.
I'm just saying, like the closer you get to the center of the Amazon, the bigger the stuff gets,
Fair
and
enough.
that doesn't make sense. Like the higher the technology gets, and then
Mm.
it's as if like everything only descends down. That being like yeah, like even like if you look at the Mayan glyphs and stuff, like that's their
Mm.
alphabet. Their alphabet will have like it's like psychedelic, dude. It's like psychedelic pictograms. Like
Yeah. Cool.
they have shit like that's just like unbelievable level. Like they must have been so stoned on shit, dude. Like I just can't even
They would have.
like. Oh, it's like different, man. Yeah.
Yeah. You know that one of the things that blows my mind is that there were temple prostitutes. Temple prostitutes was like just a known term in multiple different parts of the world. I'm like, what? Isn't that weird? Where you would have like women who are bequeathed to the temple and then used for political gain, kind of as like like wow.
Uh, yeah. Get some money for the church.
Yeah, and I think probably also like wine and dine, foreign dignitaries so they don't crush us in war and rather like start trading with us or something maybe. I don't know.
Huh. Yeah, that's pretty. That's pretty weird. Um, but yeah, like it just seems like man had this certain style about how he did shit, really, and then he moved from there. You know what I mean? Like they just kind of whatever technology that they did have, they kind of move it and kind of start a new one.
Mm.
And I think oh, it's just yeah, anywhere for like the Maoris to like some of these Chinese cultures to like Argentina, Peru, like they all bear resemblance. And there's certain things you could follow, like even like earrings, like men with earrings. Like what provokes that to happen? Excuse me.
Yes, what makes that people suddenly? I think maybe just some things are easy to do. I don't know. Like it's like we end up going, but some are weird. Like not just earrings, but have you seen those people that keep putting clay in their mouth until they've got a really massive bottom lip?
Yeah, they change plates out and stuff like that.
Yeah, and they end up with
Yeah,
these big like wabu wabu wabu, like they can't quite speak. It's really weird.
it's really messed up. I cannot imagine why that is. But then there's like certain other things like I think it's like to basically protect the women from having to like be sex objects.
You're right.
I think so, because like also there's another area like where that happened too. I can't remember. They're like they're Caucasian northern island of Japan peoples from like way back. They're animistic. I forget the name of they're called the Sky People. I fucking forget the name. But anyway, like they're women, they'll tattoo mustaches on them, so that from far away, like some other dudes are like, "Oh, we jack those women." From far away, they'd be like, "Oh, no, those are just dudes. They obviously have mustaches on." They'll tattoo facial hair. I don't know why. I mean, no. That is the why. Strange things that are done to, I guess, protect the women folk somehow. I don't know.
It is bizarre. It's like the weird ways in which those things get decided.
But they don't all follow that, Like they don't all have like like you don't see that or do you still see that in South America? I don't think you do. I don't even think it got there, But pyramids did, and not just pyramids, but like the idea that they built they cleared the forest to build observatories so they could see the sky, and
if you do a normie mindset for a moment about like, or no, even you don't even need to have a normie mindset for this. Do you ever think there could be conceivably, like even if it's imaginary through technology or like shamanism or something, to completely access exactly how things were back then? Like I'm trying to think of like, Assassin's Creed's got this idea that if you can pick up some DNA, then you can sequence that DNA to learn that entire life story of that person. And then you can live that life. And that's what the Assassin's Creed games are. You're living the life of a person around this era. And imagine these ancient cultures. Can you imagine of any way, even if it was just going to be for a movie, where you could live or experience or know as them what life was like?
Yeah, that'd be an incredible game. For sure.
Like, VR headset or like, I don't know, Akashic Records. If the Akashic Records were real, you could possibly do this, and that is like leave your body.
I'm not really sure how or if I do access the Akashic record ever or can, but yeah, there's a lot of things I just get instinctually.
Yeah,
but like some of the instinct is just like if you study these people long enough and you kind of like know like that there's ritual behind this, there's like a little of this. I guess I sort of am play-dohing my brain to kind of fit in that paradigm, I guess.
Play-dohing your brain in what way?
Yeah, just kind of like smushing it, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I don't think like this. Think like these old people would have thought,
Right.
That didn't have and try to throw away, I guess, a little bit of the assumptions that archaeology has, because they're only saying it to protect their jobs, because they don't know a lot of these answers. That they'll just tell you like they might. It's not good to not have answers and to try to ask for money too. I think that's why archaeology kind of suffers. It's not. It's a great industry for like declaring something in a way, or if you can make the find that makes the case that you can spread politics and gain influence and stuff like that. It's more useful for that for us rather than actually like delving into the the true roots here. I think we kid ourselves a little bit, you know. They're digging around and go back tepe with fucking paintbrushes for 30 years, and the guy that started the thing didn't even know that if he dug down 30 feet, that he hit dung, he'd hit fires, he hit all these like things, you know, and they just didn't do that out of practice, out of like, well, sort of like almost like a designed ineffectivity, you know, that archaeology is supposed to have because it's so concerned with, you know, every little, you know, piece of dust might be important. Yeah, I don't know. Like,
yeah, I'm with you now.
I guess last the close here is like, yeah, in anthropology in the Americas, like they confused a bunch of different arrowheads and said like, oh no, these are all different tribes. We found these arrowheads this size, but then they realized that that's not how it works. In reality, if you have a flint arrowhead, like flint's not something necessarily you're going to find a lot of. So they just keep knopping it off. They just knock off another bit to, you know, when the arrow would get like chipped.
It's the same arrowhead at a different age.
Right. So the equatable thing would be like as if anthropologists came here 3,000 years later and we're like, we find these different type pencils. They're different sizes. You know what I mean? But we don't realize that there's a pencil sharpener. You know, kind of thing.
Yeah, that's really well said.
Yeah, so like I think just out of convention, like it's not isn't yeah. So I don't think it's like limited to like just our earth science stuff, but just anthropology in general, and really just like knowledge seeking. You know, if you have certain presumptions that are incorrect, you know, you're going to affect people for, you know, 20, 30, 50, 100 years, you know, or more. Yeah. I'm just filling a pot with water, so I just thought I'd take a pause.
No, it's a very I very much agree. It's this sort of like how much can you learn and how much can you destroy? I've been thinking about that a lot because I had like, you know, I've been going to all these places all around the world. We kept going to these amazing sites, fucking everywhere, and then we got to the British Museum in London. And there's all the shit that was missing. You know, they were like, oh, there used to be these giant statues here of like winged horses, winged lion men. And fucking British have got a lot of it. 100% of it.
Yeah. That's it's a real mess. It's a real mess. And then like these things in the rainforest are just sinking too, you know, so a lot of these things, like there's a whole city probably covered in like halfway up in the earth, you know, that needs to be or you know. It's crazy. There's even other stuff I'm waiting for somebody to do just like a whole, it's like a giant mountain of it seems to be artificial rock. I don't even know what's going on with that. The hummingbird pyramids are called. And they're in South America. Yeah, so like how it's hard to and then the whole thing with Viracocha and this idea of like there's a white man god basically in South America.
Oh,
you know?
Really?
Yeah, so like that's the guy like in Teotihuacan, like that's the same face. It's the same guy. It's the guy that holds like two things. He holds like two staffs. It's just you'll see it all over the place, and sometimes or many times they'll have fangs also. So I don't know. It's just like this. Yeah, like the same character, just basically like told through different cultures, I guess. You know, but they're still into it. Yeah, I don't know how any of that goes, man. But like, really, it like a lot of this almost there are similarities between like this like Middle Eastern like yeah, it's like the stories of it are sort of it's almost like Viracocha is like the Old Testament God. It's somewhat like that or whatever. People have made those comparisons. I'm just not sure where humanity started, really. I guess that's the thing. Like, to me, cradle of civilization could have been South America, it could have been China. I guess it could have been Egypt too, like they say. But if that's what they say, I'm willing to stick with the other two as being more likely. But Maybe that's
Yeah,
just
well, I
my
think it's
reverse bias.
just inherently, it's always that thing that which is, I think, the point you're making. Every time you try to guess that, what's inherent with that guess is that you're making assumptions, and then it's like, well, which assumptions should you trust?
So like, I guess part of the assumption is like, they got like this is that book, The Kon-Tiki, with like Thor Heyerdahl, and he like made some kind of raft out of reeds and just like shoved it off of, uh, somewhere off of Africa, and it catches the current, and then it winds up in the Caribbean. Just like Columbus took that. So it's just a highway of water under there, and like, if these people were strong enough to like dig in the snake filled, puma filled fucking jungle to make like 15-mile long like irrigation, like, I don't know what they could have, or what kind of, like, were they the first, or did they come later? Like, it just seems not only that, but like the whole thing with the cyclopean stones, like all those
Cyclopean stones.
what do they call them, cyclopean stones? There's like a famous wall. They're just like these rocks that don't fit together. And they're like, oh well, you'd have to like fit each one
Oh,
exactly.
yeah, those weird piece ones.
Yeah, like they used to make stuff like that. Like, and this guy has like some kind of very alternative theory. I guess there's like a fringe of archaeologists thinking that these people were able to. I don't even never heard of this, and I looked it up, and I was like, "There's no such thing as an acid mine," but apparently, yeah. Story being that there was some kind of acid that they could like mine, whether it was in solid form or I don't know what, but like then they could like basically weld granites together. And this is like an idea that some people have, because or soften the rocks up somehow, because there's like scoop marks out of these rocks a lot of times. And I mean, we just don't think of them being able to like cast rock, but I mean, that might even be possible. I'm just not sure what kind of tech that they had, you know?
Yeah.
If you're on that much ayahuasca, like even if you just took us two and a gaggle of women or whatever, and we say like, we'll just populate this area, we're just going to have access to psychedelics all the time, and then like how many hundreds of years we'd be pretty fucking way out there by then, right?
Yeah.
We'd have like figured out all kinds of things about nature, and that this bird does this shit. You know what I mean? We'd be on. You know what I'm saying? Like that amount of into like over generations, right? You get enough like information to live on, and then ultimately, so the Spaniards could come and burn all your shit. It's like, yeah, I don't know, man. I wish that didn't happen. But there may be another library somewhere in the Amazon, and I guess that's the only hope, because if the highest culture of that area was just destroyed, and like they had temples like built to where like every damn place where like light was going on, every place that light would shine, it would tell you like what time it was, what season it was. Like the amount of drugs that were necessary to create that is crazy. Like it's do you think that like just psychedelics access parts of what we call genius? Like,
yes, yeah. I think there's good evidence for that, actually. Like not just psychedelics, but like one of my favorite stories on this front is a guy who's like Czech or something, and he's run over in a motorcycle accident, and he's been known for being really shit at English, like really bumbling in interviews, and doesn't like speaking for himself. And he has a stack, and somebody else runs his head over with a bike, and he just gets shaken around a little bit, and he comes back speaking really nice English, like they said he sounded almost English, like a little bit funny, but almost English, and had forgotten who he was. And then as he remembered who he was, he went back to speaking English poorly. And I was like, well, it really does show that like one of the models of neuroscience that I really like is that you're constantly at war with yourself. You're like half of you's being like grab it by the butt, and then there's other parts of you being like, no, dickhead. You know, it's like there's bits going breathe in, breathe out. It's just like people sort of shouting commands at one another in chaos all day long. And you just will have these weird thoughts, and they're always in competition with one another. It's not that we are one consciousness working together. It's like where there's many parts sort of just kind of bumbling.
That's pretty interesting. Yeah. Just like many parts bumbling. It reminds me of like when I first saw what a pangolin looks like when it walks around.
Yeah.
It's almost as if like each of its limbs is like a snake with independent ideas of where to move to. Like they move kind of funny sometimes. It's a kind of a funny description, but yeah. But then I started thinking about it, and I'm like, wait, is that how quadrupeds developed? Like some kind of snake? But anyway, no, I'm not taking it to evolution land. But I guess I am sort of curious as to how like limbed things developed. I guess
Limbed things developed. Yeah, I think it makes sense in one way. Is a computer programs that just use AI. Oh, sorry, not use AI. Use just this idea of if you repeat it, if you reward progress, it'll get better. So basically, the same idea as evolution, which is like you put it in a tough circumstance, like you make food scarce, for example. Then you go, here's some food. Who can get food? And the only ones that get the food have a code that is just meaningless ones and zeros. It's just a random number generator basically comes up with the code, and it will be a little physical object that's like maybe a stick or a ball or a like triangle or a like just a bunch of weird shapes. And some of them will fall left and some of them will fall right, and none of them will get any distance meaningfully towards the ball. And it just does that thousands and thousands and thousands of times. And the ones that just happen to lean away from the ball don't get copied, and the ones that just happen to lean towards the ball get copied. And then what you find is like it'll develop joints. So it learns like it can fall and has like, it's like a sort of pencil that has a shoulder and an elbow, if you get what I mean. Like it'll fall over, but the shoulder and the elbow will be like baff and hit the ground, and it'll like skitter along a bit. Or there'll be like other ones that almost look like they're walking, and some that kind of roll and zigzag, and some jump, and like they'll just do all these different weird things. And then you can like do these other tests where you're like, it's not just who gets towards the ball, but sometimes they notice ones develop aggressive tendencies where they're like, they happen to at one stage bump into the other character, and that bumped the other character away, and they got the ball. And so they develop this like aggressive genetic. So they will go like ba-dum, 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 and they don't, like, it's like a foul tackle in football, right? In soccer. Like they just go straight for the man. Crack. And yeah, just this idea, which I think is a beautiful way of looking at like just evolution, is it's like rocks for some reason, like what is necessary for me to believe is this completely incredible thing that for no reason rocks just sprang into life and started doing that. But all it needed to do was, if it wants the food, if it wants the ball, and the ball is, when you look back on yourself, reproduction. If the ball is reproduction, you'll reproduce, and then it just suddenly rocks just go bang, and then you're like, you've got planes and motorbikes and shit. You know, otherwise it was rocks. Everything else, when no matter how far we look through a telescope, it's like all rocks. But this rock just went boop and sprang into life, and I've got to believe that, and it's insane, but it's kind of beautiful. You know, like if you choose to look at the beauty in it, it actually is quite beautiful. I get that for some people it's terrifying and lonely. And too big.
Yeah, I guess the other thing is too, like, does that mean that like a rock is itself like a somewhat dormantly living thing?
Yes, that's the point. That's the one I like. Rocks are waiting to spring into life.
Wow, I like the idea. Yeah, I do like that for sure.
And all
cool.
rocks needed to do was be random enough. And if a rock hits that, and that gets so warm that it melts into that, and while that's bubbling in a pit somewhere, some other rock hits it that's got some, sets a spark, and I don't fucking know. I've got no idea. But
Yeah,
like,
it's like some kind of God's Rube Goldberg machine for creation of life. But yeah, no, we don't need a deity here. Let's not cloud the
no,
conversation.
I think you're exactly right, and this is why I think that quote is there from that physicist when he says, when you on day one of studying the natural sciences, you lose God, and at the end you find him again, where
Huh.
it's suddenly like, oh, so what intelligence could be that really doesn't care if you're gay or not, doesn't care which day is magical or who gave somebody the Sinai Peninsula. Like it's just, well, you can't know, is my position. Something as powerful and magnificent as that can be worshipped for sure, but in a meaningless kind of like, wow, that's cool way. But I don't know if I have to bumble along here. It can't talk to me. So if I want to know if it's okay for gay people to get married, I need to like talk that out with my fellow humans. I don't think I can pre-know the answer to questions I haven't asked it before,
Yeah, well, it's just the books that say things like that, or it's the people that say that the books say that. I mean, there's no voice coming from the beyond telling those people those like don't do this
Oh,
or that.
interesting. So do
Like I
you
don't
know,
know what. Like,
would you say you believe in a personal God?
uh, uh, that's a really interesting question. I don't know if I've ever been asked that. A personal God has that.
So an impersonal God could be a deist God that set the wheels in motion for creating the universe, but uh, didn't really isn't here for the day to day, doesn't pass judgment on what you do, just was a creator that may already be dead, may be sitting here watching you like a wound up clock, watching it slow down, but isn't involved in your day to day life where he's guiding your choices or interceding on your behalf to remove obstacles or give you wisdom. Like he's not a personal God, a personal, yeah, who knows who you are and cares. Could it be an uncaring or for some other reason? Not even uncaring. It's not just it's a personal God or not, because or not to me includes everything except that one thing.
Yeah, that's a deep question. Still, I don't know. Even if you clarified it, I guess. I guess I don't believe in anybody else's God, and I'm only like left to put my puzzle pieces together, figure out what that indeed is, like what the scope of its influences are, its range of giving a shit about me or anything. Um, you know, and I guess I do make out that like I think we probably have just a function in our psyche that operates to a degree to like to be that like that we have like I guess that's the Freudian superego. Back to that, but
That's okay. It's good to go back to the ego and the id every now and then.
I don't know. Like, well, just like the superego is like the greater knowledge, the greater
Yeah.
wisdom. It's all that stuff, and I think that's just kind of bound up in us. We don't often need to access it, but it might be there for us to access all the time.
Yeah. I also
Like
think of
we
the
don't. Yeah.
superego, like what story would people tell about us? What mark do you leave? That kind of thing.
Yeah. We've really gone off,
Yeah.
as far as, compared to all these other guys, it seems, or like we're trying to bring it back.
Sure. So have you got any? Oh, here's one. I asked in the other room. I got muted in the other room, and I was like, maybe we can get people going in here because I'd come in here and nobody was talking. Can we disprove any flat earthers a south center? So I'm just saying maybe the south is the center. I don't have evidence for that. Just can you falsify it? What do we think about that as a question? I think it's I think it's a really tricky one. I haven't heard good answers yet.
Um, like the north is not the center, but the south is the center.
Yeah. Well, not the north is not. I'm not passing any judgment on the north. I'm deliberately trying to limit it as tightly as I can. Perhaps there's a south center. Can you disprove it?
And that's a tough. I don't know. It's tough for me to conceive how to answer that.
So
I'm
have you
trying to
seen
visualize. I'm just
the
trying to visualize it.
south-centric AE map? I'll get it for you because there's
I,
two AE
I have
maps,
seen it, but
right?
it does, yeah, I don't, yeah, I just, but yeah, I don't.
Here it is. It's really good.
Everything have to be inside out. Like you have to invert the geometry to do that.
Right. So how would you know you're inverting your geometry?
Well, I mean, just based on the cartography, based on the where,
So
what
what
we,
would
I
you?
guess.
Yeah. So what? Sorry, I'm jumping in. Go ahead. Yeah. Because
No, I mean,
it's
I guess
interesting.
I just perceive the sun to kind of be tethered around the North Pole, kind of moving around that. It's just that's my concept. I mean, you know, whatever.
Mm.
It's difficult for me invert that. Yeah, I'm still having trouble. I'll think about it. Maybe it'll hit me. What do you think about it? Do you think it's a
I think
possibility?
it's a good question because the ways to break it, like this is why it's a tricky question, and it's deliberately a trick question, and I don't mean to be tricking you with it, so I'll tell you, is the methods one would use to favor the north over the south would fail as they are pre-rejected by flat Earth. So the ones I've heard so far are your one, which is no, sorry, a different one. First is we could test the distances, right? We could test how long it takes to fly from A to B, and we can show that Stockholm to Sweden isn't 15 hours. You know, Stockholm to isn't London to
Mm-hmm.
Paris. We
Okay.
got millions of people have travelled on that,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, well, if we're using that, what does that really mean?
I don't know. It's a good question. You know, yesterday I was because I kind of like reject this Four Rivers map because I feel like it was a map of convenience so that John D didn't get. Uh, I think he was just like he's a wizard, right? John D for the
John
Queen.
D. Who's John D?
John D is like the wizard for the Queen at the time of Mercator's map making.
Right. Okay, I didn't know anything about this. Tell me about it.
So yeah, so John D was a wizard in the court. He was like the court wizard. You know, he worked to basically try and revive some ancient system of Enochian magic with some other guy. That seems to be a bunch of bullshit. And it's like, was he a qualified master wizard or maybe just a super bullshit artist? And if he was a super bullshit artist, I think he would have been able to. He would have probably been like, "Your Majesty, there are four rivers. You know, we know this from like way the fuck back." You know what I mean? Like he might have said that to her, and she's like, "Huh, that's fucking interesting. Let's see." You know, and it's just like, let's send out a ship to go check that shit out, and then you know, like there's a letter from Mercator to John D. Um, could that have been falsely penned? Could anything of this can be fucked up? I mean, it's old school communication here. So like, I just wonder if like, you know, it wasn't like, hey, listen, Mercator, he could have sent a separate letter. Mercator, you got to fucking falsify a Four Rivers map. Or I'm gonna get fucking beheaded in this bitch. You know what I mean? Do it. Do me a solid, bro. Like, I don't know, like what kind of
So the Four
situation to
Rivers
make.
map is this idea, is this the Four Rivers and the biblical Garden of Eden is actually in America?
No, this is around where the North Pole is. That there is a central magnetic black rock that reaches up to the clouds, where everything around that falls into some sort of like it was falling into a funnel. All the water basically rushes out of the bay or out of the area into this one little thing, and that there's four land masses that surround it, and each of them have a river that basically draws inward to the center magnetic mountain thing in the middle. Yeah, I mean, a lot of flat earthers know about that. Maybe not all of them know about John D or whatever, but yeah, I'm skeptical about it. I don't know how a big magnetic mountain would happen, but that would be a good place for it. maybe.
Yeah,
You know.
this is very similar to Yggdrasil, right? The Norse idea
Okay.
where they have a
Yeah.
world tree, and like it's kind of like the trunk of a tree, like the devil's, the devil's thingies.
Yeah.
Same kind of idea.
Hmm. So I don't know, but like we would also need so like mountains that we have are from like plate subduction and shit, according
Yeah.
to tectonic theory, if you believe in that. So like,
Oh God.
but there is a mountain chain that that's underwater up in the north that stretches like near Svalbard, which is like this little place where they have like the seed bank and they have like a little polar university out there. They can explore these. It's like the most northern place that's habitable. That's not like a military base that we don't know about. Um, so Svalbard is pretty far north, but it's on the top of old mountains that are just underwater.
Mm.
So
Yes, that's
it's
Svalbard. Yeah.
yeah, it's
You're all over
possible.
it. You're all over it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's a cool idea, and there's many motifs that stick with that, right? Jack and the Beanstalk describes a very similar world where a tree takes him up into the clouds into another world.
Hmm.
I like it.
I was like Jack and the Beanstalk. Rob the Giants, man. Yeah. And then yeah, there's just so many questions. Like I was saying about the cyclopean blocks, those blocks that don't fit together. But all of those type of blocks, even though like you could challenge a bunch of modern craftsmen to recreate it, they would have a hard time. I think they'd have a hard time still, and with hand tools and shit. If you didn't have like a CNC machine to do all that, yeah, it'd be a challenge. But we see it everywhere. It's every damn place. Like these types of block layouts with these nubs. There's like little nubs on them. And nobody really understands why there's nubs on them. Some people say it's to lever them up, but they're in very weird places. You know, unless they're like some kind
They
of like
must have
bird
had some
perches.
fascinating contraption, is my thinking. I was trying to think about how to solve that before, and I was thinking what I would build is like a frame that's slightly bigger than the biggest stone piece I'm ever going to make. That's like either 4 square beams or a circle around it that has some system where I can maneuver pieces very minutely left and right, up and down. So if you could imagine like straps that maybe I have wound around trees, and if I turn the tree with like a handle kind of thing, like a wheel on the end of it, and I turn it, that strap will lift it up or move it left or
Yeah,
right.
you'd need some kind of like ratcheting system to lift these rocks.
Yeah.
And without that, you're done.
And then
And this other guy, like he picked up like some. I'll probably say it's mine also, but like it was like a this really cool rock piece. But there's like these two. One's a 8-pedaled thing, and another one's a 5-pedaled thing. But they have gears. They're like more like gears than flowers, or there are flowers that look like gears. Whatever the case may be. So it's like, why wouldn't they understand that? If they understood like the wheels, the fucking circles and stuff like that, they've got children's toys that they find with little wheels on them. People had like wheel power, like they knew rotation, And if they were taking ayahuasca at the same time, they'd be like, "Oh wait, what if we do this?" Or I don't know what kind of genius could be discovered when people are really in need. Like if you were, it's one thing, like we're in a modern society. If we're tripping on ayahuasca or something like that, I don't know. I'm not sure what we'd go do. You know what I mean? But we'd be around all this modern stuff, and we wouldn't be like in a situation where we actually survive there. You know what I mean? Per se, like where we can build out of the earth and talk to the earth and shit like that.
yeah,
So
ancient knowledge, and it's just
I felt like that too. Like when I've been out in when I was in New Mexico, and I'd just be like walking around in the dirt, you know what I mean, for like 5-6 hours in the sun for whatever reason I would do that. And I would get into this zone where I just start thinking like I'm a caveman. I just start thinking like, oh, maybe that just happens to guys just out in the wilderness for long enough. You're just like, not wilderness, but you're out long enough in nature, you start to think primitively, or the inclinations come to you that are primitive inclinations.
yeah,
Like
absolutely.
especially like just like looking for rocks. Like there's no particular way to do it. It's just like, oh, I see this, I go that way. You know, I see this kind of type of soil, I go that way. I find the thing I'm looking for. Unbelievable! I found it in this pile of nothing. You know, but that does occur. So like, what, I don't know. It's like almost like dowsing. You know what I mean? Like, am I?
Yes.
How do I do that? Where's the thing? And so I do believe in like that ability. You know, to like whatever dowsing is. Like I kind of I'm into it. You know.
Oh yeah, that's one I feel I can say I have tested and I have disproven. Not completely disproven, but
Okay.
for people who've done their own like proper tests, I think my test was proper, and I stand behind it.
Okay.
I
Like
blinded
I don't know what.
people when they
Yeah.
chose the spot. Usually, everybody, like one person finds the spot, and everybody else finds the same spot. And I said, what happens if they can't see where the other person found? Right. So same introduction to how it works. Just different, like following the wires around, and they all found different spots.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Like how. I don't know how exactly it works, and I don't necessarily think it's like this like yeah, like repeatable thing.
Yeah.
Or maybe, yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't think it works like how it's like this automatic process. You know, you just hold some dowsing rods and anybody can do it. I mean, it might take certain practice, or I don't know.
Well,
Maybe there's like a real way to like learn it. I'm not sure.
so that's the challenge. I would absolutely welcome that challenge, where I would say, can you show me a reliable way to get better results? Right? Which is what you mean by teaching, right? If somebody says, I can teach you how to swim faster, and your swimming times don't go down,
Yeah.
you know you're on a scammer.
Like I've owned probably 5 fishing poles in my life. I've never caught a fish, right?
Right. Never
Like
caught
I'd
a
have
fish.
to just believe that works for somebody else, you know?
That's a really good point. That's very well made. That was very funny. You've never caught a fish. Have you tried? Have you avoided it? You sound like the kind of person that's like, I don't want to
No,
start.
no. I used to think like, my dad had a whole bunch of fishing lures. I lost all those things, like, fucking on rocks and stuff. I had no idea what I was doing. Not that he was angry about it, but it's just like, yeah, I just have no skill at it at all.
Yeah, fair enough.
Uh, Not natural to me at all. I just think like, oh, if I do this, it works. Like, no, that's not the case. I'm like, I don't know. How come my friends are all good at it? Like, how? Anyway, funny. Um, yeah, but I find stuff. I know that's kind of like fishing too. But that's like the shamanistic process, right? They're like they'll talk to the fish. They'll be like, "Yo, hey fish, come over here, bite my, come on." They'll call the fish or whatever they say, or that they can call things to them. And that's an interesting thing. That's like South American shamanism, but that also sounds a little bit like the call in the Aboriginals. You know what I mean? Because they kind of like sing
Yeah.
out, and yeah, man. Like there's some other, and this, I don't know, just this clip that I was watching a video, and the guy he was talking about all this type of stuff, and he plays like this music from Papua New Guinea, these just natives like singing, and it's like damn, like that's cool sound, and it doesn't sound like other people's music, and but it sounds like super, like way natural, like way organic and human too, like without all the convention of pop music and stuff. Like they're just like singing the tones. Really, it's like this melody that they find,
Mm.
and maybe it's the melody that the Aboriginals find too. There might be this kind of thing because I tune into some, I just like play, man, and I'm just like, I don't even know what I'm playing sometimes, and I like that. The less I know, the better. Yeah, I like try to just let it happen through me and like try to be that listener, But I'm like, but the way that I feel it happening is almost like that native type vibe. Maybe I just have some of that in me or whatever, but I don't know. It's it's an interesting it's an interesting thing, and we keep these like keep hymns, keep like the, like because it's portable. Like you can condense a melody, it can become memorable, and in that case, like we can fill it with words, and it can become a story that we can pass, and it's memorable to somebody else, and so it makes sense that we develop like literature from this, and eventually like creating canons like in in script that can be recited, that are like long songs, basically, like the Middle East, right? Then they sing all that stuff, like the Quran.
Yeah. Yeah, there's something like core to our being. There's something that's what I was like wondering while you were saying it, and I thought you'll have some interesting ideas on this. If you were to believe for a moment the normie idea that we've evolved, what that would say is we all have music. What the music is different, but it's like we all have food and all the food is different. But we know we need food. Physics already has an answer to that, which is like you're expending energy, you need to intake calories, convert mass into energy, blah, blah, blah. There must be, if evolution is true, and you don't need to believe it, you just need to posit it for a moment. If evolution is true, why is music so important? It's a good question, right?
Well, I think we're kind of harmonic beings, like even the pitches that we hit, they have I don't know, like it's funny because I'm American. We basically have like a monotone sort of thing going on here. Whereas like if you hear somebody from another like around where PJ's from, like there's a lot of sing-songy kind of situation there, where like a lot of the communication is in pitch also. Like it's not merely just the words. It's it's that all the emphasis is really these tonal things.
Potato, potato, like that.
Right, we're saying different things different way. Okay, it wasn't completely out of anyway.
All right, I don't want to beat a dead point here, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Yeah, it's like it registers to the ear, but it also like gives us feelings, right? Like subsequent tones after like one word. Like there are chords that are created from like, well, dyads at least, like from one pitch to another. So potato is 3 notes, right? Like you could form that rings, a little bit in the ear. I don't know. It creates a chordalness to some degree, and I don't know, man. Like I think it's just communication. Verbal communication is in some way a lowering of the musical language, which is maybe more the primary language, like a baby cry. Like, like we're meant to be musical, I guess, which is crazy idea. But where do people like learn all this stuff? Like the idea to even have words is an interesting concept. Like, I guess it develops, but I often think that like people would have like learned from other animals, because they would have already had calls and stuff, But like, oh, this is the bird call, this is this call, or whatever. It's like most animals have like a sound identity as well, as a physical corporeal identity. Like you wouldn't think a whale makes beautiful songs, per se, but maybe slugs make great songs too. We don't listen to them. Or maybe it's a mammalian thing. Maybe lizards don't do it, or maybe they like dubstep. It's hard to tell like what organic systems like you can play music for a bird. My cousins used to play Stevie Wonder for this bird, and it would do the Stevie Wonder as a parrot. Do like little head wag. So animals respond to music. It's like a universal language, they say. Anyway,
Hedgehogs make some wild noises. I learned that this morning.
Yeah, I've seen one. Yeah, like eating.
Yeah, weird growls and
What?
squeaks.
Really?
And things.
Really? I didn't know that.
I think I did a fairly accurate hedgehog impression.
So they make make funny little sounds while they eat.
Yeah, and they also there's a sound like they're crying, almost sounds like a puppy, if that's in distress, crying, similar kind of, whining, and then they make it a kind of like a kind of sound as more of aggressive, get away from me, kind of like a weird blow-in sound, a growly sound. Sorry, Snacks, I derailed your conversation with the hedgehogs.
No, it's all. No, I'm happy. I'm happy to have a hedgehog. I'm just thinking. They there's a protein called Sonic Hedgehog. It's what's used for creating bilateral symmetry. So if your hedgehog stuff isn't right, you won't duplicate correctly. Like there's something that just makes us symmetrical. Isn't that crazy? I don't know. That's what science says anyway. But it's like that's some of the gene defect that causes like cranial facial duplication. But then that also seems like something that would have been like, oh wow, this baby got born with 3 faces, so it must be God, and that's what our God will look like now.
What baby? Cool.
These are conjoined
I feel
twins.
like you were just saying increasingly strange things until somebody had to bite. What baby had 3 faces? It was fun. It was a very beautiful journey.
Like conjoined twins, or not conjoined twins, but like a parasitic twin thing where it's like, oh, it's just the baby's just got 8 limbs on it, Like, well, that reminds me of like the gods with 8 limbs or 6.
Hang on, the multi-face
Right.
one is like, remember Many Faces from He-Man? So like imagine a different face on each side of your head. It turns depending on what mood you're in.
Yeah, robot, lizard, or human. Fucking love He-Man. That guy Bendy Light, I always think his avatar is Moss Man from He-Man. I don't know why. Who would pick Moss Man? Who wants to be Moss Man? Honestly, nobody. Moss Man? Why do they even make that? That's stupid. I guess I've run out of interesting things to talk about.
No, it's good. I'm currently redoing my bind, so I'm also playing a game in VR. So like you're sitting with me in my helicopter while I'm trying to do it. And this helicopter is going to be flying in a flat and stationary Earth.
Well, it's only flying in a flat stationary plane because they can't actually do all the calculation for a ball because it doesn't work.
Right, it could be.
I
I showed people Kerbal the other day in politics, and it broke people's brains. I was like, I can just show you all of the things. Like, what are some of them? Eclipses, north and south celestial poles. That it looks flat from down low. Why everything goes east, why rockets roll over onto their back going east. Like, it was a pretty good one because they were like, make rockets that can do this. And I was like explaining why they don't just go straight up. And then people just got to the point where they're like, well, where's God? And I was like, okay, now we're at the real bit. It is good, but yeah, most games are flat. But to me, like that, I love that eternal watchmaker argument, which is like physics is a likely candidate for actually solving everything. So one of the things my brother said that broke my brain, he's a chemist, and he said, well, physics just got so good, it subsumed chemistry. And I was like, what? And I was like, fucking Google that word. What the fuck does subsume mean? And it's like, took it over because it just got so good at explaining the world, that it no longer needed this magical ideas about why these chemicals fit together. It was like, bang, here's the periodic table, and that proves that this is just all atoms. And so it's all still particles moving and waves and fields and, numbers and shit. So you can still hang around, but we don't need you anymore, which is a bit nice.
Yeah, I get that. It really does seem like that. Yeah, like chemistry is like more of a branch of physics these days. Well, sure.
I'm glad you got off the helicopter talk. I thought you were going to summon Jazza.
Oh, targeting optics here. I don't need all these buttons that I need to know, but I think my chopper will now fly.
Are you back home now, Harry?
Yeah.
4 over? Cool.
Say again?
Your travel's finished? You back in Oz?
Yes, yeah, all the way back.
It's all thanks to me. He would have never made it out if it wasn't for me.
Yes, I owe it all.
You're about to be kidnapped and held for hostage. I'm sure of it.
I did feel like that was actually a possibility at certain points.
Nice. I'm glad you're home too. That was great. How many miles did you do, bro?
It was about 30,000-ish kilometers, I think.
What's that in Celsius?
So it would have been like 20,000 miles, probably.
Fuck. What? Wait, no. I mean, you actually drove that long? Damn.
Yeah. Yeah, it was about that long. Yeah, because it was like we did it in a very roundabout way, and like did lots of off-roading, and like we did very squiggly. Immediately crashed my.
Nobody got hurt though. That's cool.
Yes, that is true, which is pretty impressive, I think.
Nice. The whole trip's pretty impressive.
Thank you, man. We had fun. We didn't really. It was pretty punishing at times, but we did have fun on it, and I'm very glad we did it.
Did you have a beer with Crypto when you were in London?
No, I asked Crypto and I asked a few other people. Crypto, I think, would have, but I forget what happened, but vaguely from memory, he was just not available.
He's got quite a lot of gigs, and he does DJing and some of the music stuff in the evenings. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just keep like reading more and more tech stuff every day, and I'm just like, this is fucking crazy right now. It's like Cambrian explosion of bullshit going on.
What do you mean?
It's just like, well, there's so many like AI startups, but then there's everybody in the world's like fucking working on this shit in a university, and so there's like all these papers and GitHub things, and basically they can. I don't know, just from the text to 3D, text to video. It's like, yeah, it's like it's all heading this kind of way where it's like it's not just that I can like type in something and get video out of it. It's that Yeah, basically AI can watch a video and then make sentences out of what it is. So it's like this real like we're creeping up to some type of general intelligence setup here. You know, whether or not it seems human or whatever, I don't care. But it can basically take any information that we have and sort of bounce it into a different frame, but then also like form like crazy neural network nodes on the fly and fucking I don't know, it's crazy. Like the universal brain, you know, getting
Yeah.
towards that.
Yes,
Like
just like it'll solve everything.
it was like, you know, maybe in the past, like they would have like let's say agents like go on something and like look at for memes that are offensive in some kind of particular way, or you know, spreading some kind of hate message or whatever, you know. But people don't actually have to do that anymore because like AI can actually process what a meme means, you know, like you can pull out all this information. So it's like the ultimate janitor for the internet.
Do you know what it'd be great for? For login video for editing. Instead of watching hours of stuff, you could just put in a keyword and it would recognize what's in the scene. You know, like Eggshells is like probably got hundreds of hours of his journey, and you could just put, oh, when we were in like India, say, and nearly crashed, and then the computer could bring up any footage that kind of has got those kind of bits. Do you know what I mean? Because it's
Yes.
painstaking.
Oh, that would be fucking amazing. Oh, I probably could do that. If I waited a couple of years, we can just do a 2-camera bit and go, yeah, that bit where we're in Thailand, and it will go, I know from the date stamp. I could build that actually. I know from the date stamp or how to join up bits of footage because it fucking takes forever. That's what ruined, like, that's what made the trip really difficult initially, was like we were having arguments about, you've got to edit now, and like, have you dumped that footage yet? Well, where's that card? You know, like, just such a job.
Yeah.
And you're like going through these beautiful places being like, has that upload gone through? No, the internet's too slow. Well, we're going to get some better internet. I know I'm trying to finish. You know, like both trying to do the same thing, but like it's tough.
Yeah, so if the AI can just kind of keyword the footage and just with visual things or sounds as well. And see, yeah, you literally just, yeah, because that's like just from making a 10-minute skate video, like the amount of footage like back in the day on tapes, you know, on VX1000 kind of cameras and just rewinding and logging onto a PC. It's just, what am I meant? And it's still not much better with digital. It's a bit easier, but still, you've got to trudge through hours and hours to find bits, and you forget what happened on what day and where you
Yeah.
were. And yeah,
I think there actually may be something like that exists like that already. That like I think you can feed in like a video and it'll like summarize the video for you.
yeah. I was thinking it's
There
probably
are some pretty good ones.
Yeah, I don't know. The AI thing is just it's crazy, and they're building like specialized hardware now, like for AI that's built like similarly to how our neural clusters work or whatever. So like every bit in there has like an allotted amount of RAM, so it's like kind of shiftable. So, but they're building like physical processors now, kind of based on or inspired by like our how our neural networks actually work, and to create like learning machines. You know, yeah, the future's here. Yeah, this is like some Star Trek shit for sure, man. Like we're already to the point like where we've mastered the communicator. We don't
Yeah.
have teleporters yet, but yeah, we're at. I mean, like basically the whatever the computer, you know, whatever we've got that. You know, kind of unlock. But it seems like, these are obviously long-term plans that they had already figured out that they wanted, and they just inserted them in the TV show. Predictive programming, activate. Like that's the only thing you could say. Like when Windows got into like a Palm Treo, and you could like boot Windows off of a handheld device, like yeah, it's like we've gotten there. We're at Star Trek level now. Like the people that grew up to make those phones grew up watching Star Trek. It's just like like other things. Well, it's almost like what they used to do with the World's Fair, where they're like, "Hey, we've got vulcanized rubber, guys. That's a new thing right now. It's the future's in automotives. The future's in transmission." You know what I mean? Like,
everything's going to be different after this.
Exactly, and then they got ahead of themselves too. I mean, it was just like, like the atomic age stuff, where it's just like, yeah, like you're just pretending you could be this futuristic now. You don't have the technology, Like on Popular Mechanics, like in that age, like it was like it'd be like the future was like a guy's lazy boy would just take off with rockets on the back of it and zoom out of the garage and shit like that. Like they'd have covers like that. Yeah. Or like fancy cars that never would exist. Like, future concept cars never exist. That sold a lot of like the idea of futurism itself, right? Like, let's look forward to the future. Just forget about everything that exists now. Just pay attention to what's going to go on, It's just a very smart way to kind of manipulate a whole generation of people.
Yeah.
You got to do this, though. Social engineering is a fact. It cannot be unmade. You have to always engineer in this world. Well, probably in the ancient world too, I guess. Social engineering was important, just as important as building some shit. I guess I find it interesting, like that. Like I was saying, that Viracocha has got like fangs. Other deities have fangs in that area too, and it's just like, to some degree, it's like, yeah, like the world is fucking brutal, savage shit. Like, we've managed to like exterminate most threats, now in America, but whatever. If we didn't have that, then there'd be like some predator animals, and but like you could get, if you're in the Amazon, there's like boars and fucking cats and snakes and shit. Like they'll all kill you. The world is like a deadly place, to them. So maybe their god had to also kind of show that he was deadly too. Or maybe they just ate lots of pigs, you know what I mean? And he was like a boar god, Maybe they just had pigs and corn. I don't know.
I really like the way you think. It's like I don't know, jammy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what I'm saying. Like, I sort of need to shut off what I know and just sketch a little bit, because sometimes I'm like, that actually makes sense if I just said it, but it just almost stays up in the brain. It doesn't do much for you.
No, it's good fun. Get it out.
No, yeah.
I mean,
I don't know. It really just I'm very visual too. Like, like when I see like a style of art, like or even painter, or just I understand that, so it's like when I see like Pacific Northwest Indian, yeah, I see a little bit of South American in it, but also I see a little bit of like Egyptian in it too, which is, well, that shouldn't be. These places are very far apart. Or like the Sun Shindooi stuff looks a lot like something like Incan or Mayan, and like style's really interesting. Some people were good at it, some people were not, but the really high style, the guys that were like sculptors, that had like very advanced profiles and shit, I'm like, man, that's futuristic. Like, people could make stuff like that now and it would be dope. So these people are pretty advanced, you know. If all these other people are making like stick figures or something. But it's also like history. It's fucking super hard to tell. Like what you know, a whole bunch of things could have gone wrong. People rebuild, and you don't even know about it. You know, it's like a whole massacre's gonna happen. Like, or like, yeah, we will lose 6 million to Hitler's, 6 million to what are under the Paris catacombs. This is like that's 12 million people just all dead right. Oh, and then we got who's Stalin, 7 million. This is just wiped out, really? So like how many millions of people could have been wiped out in the past, or like how many millions of people were wiped out when the Spanish took over in South America? I don't know. Or in the Americas, you know? I mean, it's hard to tell. History's a mystery. And we still can't figure out the rocks, though, bro. Like, you say physics is advanced, chemistry is advanced. We still don't know how they put these rocks together. Isn't that discouraging?
A little bit, yeah, I must admit.
We're masters of chemistry. We can't even make good pizza everywhere. Yeah. That's a pet peeve. But you don't have to get into that. But I don't know, like, or in a way, we're kidding ourselves just like they were in the 1950s. And as advanced as these AIs are going to get, it's still kidding ourselves that we've created life. Yeah, I don't know. But we need to do that, I guess, to make progress. We need to just fool ourselves into believing that this is worth it. This is progress, you know. Because all progress just eventually leads to a complete change of how you were doing things before, right? And then you can never go back. Like we can't go back to like per person agricultural farming, right? We wouldn't be able to maintain this society.
Yeah.
It would fall apart.
Very true.
So it's like that. It's a weird thing. Like the more advances that are made, like the more limitations that are also created. But then the more possibilities. Yeah. What do we do? Can't stay happy on a farm, right? We got to always push on. Try to make something more of things. Which really seems like what they were doing down there in the rainforest, you know. Moving rocks like a whole bunch of miles to like build a town in the middle of rainforest. I don't know, man. Like, pretty crazy. And then there's like natives that aren't even connected to that shit, you know? Like, how did they even do it? Like, did they just breakaways from some other civilization? Where did these people come from that populated the giant? Like, you know, I was talking about like the Kontiki, you know, taking the Atlantic current down to like the Caribbean. But what does that even mean? Caribbean? Why do we call it's the Caribbean? Like, I don't even know like why we pick some of these words, or if they weren't in fact like some kind of like portmanteaus that some other anthropologist figured out. I mean, maybe he thought like the Caribbeans were Iberians. Yeah, I don't know.
Probably true. They get that kind of stuff did happen a lot, didn't it?
Yeah, sure. Like, yeah, I mean, there's like some document that says Columbus was basically trying to convince his crew to sign off on the fact that when he had hit Cuba, that it was mainland China. Why would he ever have thought that? You know, unless it was just like a complete hustle and he was just like insane.
Yeah, I think that I wonder, I started wondering lately if like maybe actually it being insane and an absolute hustle is actually the standard. Like that's just how. That's
like
how
Elon Musk with a rocket company.
Like that's just the way things got done. Like you hear these stories. Like I remember listening to this one about what they think happened to Harald, whatever, who did this thing with like starting Greenland, and he calls it Greenland in the hope that people will come, and he actually runs this successful, awful sounding ice country in Greenland sending back whale carcasses or like whale fat, which was really valuable back then. And like, it just, you're like, you have to be mad to do that. You know, maybe that's what history is, just a bunch of absolute nutters.
Yeah, they clear the way, and other people just are like, "Oh, yeah, this is how it is."
Yeah, this is
an interesting
normal.
concept.
Yeah, or you look back and you go, he must have been so wise. You're like, no, he was really crazy. It just happened to work.
Yeah, and if it doesn't work, human sacrifice is always an option. Could get people in line with that
Exactly.
shit. No, don't you think? Yeah, they get right in line.
They always seem to come back to that as an option.
We have to keep it on the table. I'm just saying.
There's something there in there.
Yeah, even if it's not sacrifice for like straight up like human sacrifice, like we still sacrifice people to the military. You know, sacrifice is necessary. I mean, to whatever create some kind of importance to living, right? That you're like, I could die possibly. No, better enjoy. Better help out everybody. Better make some tortilla or something. I don't know. But it's just astounding, like that they built these complexes to like, basically mirror what the sky's doing, so that they can understand the seasons. I mean, you know, to some degree, we're still continuing the work that these people already had mastered. Dope statement.
It was pretty good.
Just take a break for a second. Rest on my laurels.
You sound different, Eggshells. New mic?
Yes.
And then, like they had built other stuff too, like in later periods, to try to like make astronomical like observatories, but like they lacked the primary knowledge of how to like build it correctly. So it's just like a pretend sort of observatory. Like something like that occurred, like where there's like a loss of original knowledge, and they try to like replicate, but they can't.
Yes, there is some name for that. I feel like now Tim's in the conversation. He's going to be like, yep, here's the term you're looking for.
I was looking for the term, but there is examples of especially in South America, where you can see that the original buildings, they had much greater, not I wouldn't say technology, but techniques compared to people who built on it in later stages and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know about what he was talking about with observatories and stuff like that, but there is plenty of evidence of the foundations of buildings being high-tech techniques, highly skilled techniques, and then it becomes less and less.
Really?
Yeah, especially in South America. And the theory behind it is, of course, like some cataclysmic event, earthquakes, whatever. The entire civilization got eradicated. People found that shit and then started to build upon the foundations. That's the main theory, you know.
Right. So
Right.
there's that theory. I think, yeah, earthquakes are a thing. These people were building stuff to withstand earthquakes, like all the those interlocking blocks are way more earthquake proof than just a square brick building like we would build.
It's actually fascinating how they actually, the main theory about how they got him to be that precise. When we're talking about the big ass blocks, like some of the big Roman buildings, where they had like, I don't know, I think it's like 80-ton blocks or something like that. They put them together while they were still rugged, and then they put down a lot of sand and water, and then they pretty much just grinded away, put them a little further, little closer apart, more sand, more water, and just kept grinding them apart until they pretty much fit perfectly. So it wasn't cut perfectly before they were put in place. They were fitted as they went on. I hope you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know. I hear that. That's one theory of how it worked. It just seems so labor intensive.
Yeah.
That it's difficult to conceive of the kind of situation would be necessary to make that happen. Because survival, you got other warring parties. You know what I mean? Like
I
you can't
understand,
just,
but I mean, you're saying labor intensive, but let's say that you just have like you have a lot of men that is actually moving this shit. But when it comes to like the grinding parts, like you only need, let's say a 16-man shift where they are taking shift 1 hour at a time, and then they're just taking breaks for the grinding part. So some of the parts, especially the cutting out and the moving, it's very labor intensive. But when we're talking about the fine tuning of shit, just need a few professionals that know what they're doing,
Yeah, a few people who can explain to a large number of people what to do, and then those people just doing it for a very, very long time.
Yeah,
Like
because
it's very similar to the story of how they walked the heads to the sea in
East Island.
Yes, Easter Island, exactly. They said we walk them there, and the white people are like, they walk there. God, that's your story. You've just forgotten how.
So they took
They're
dark
like, "Oh, no, they
stones
walk."
and turned them into big heads, and then also the Olmec did the same thing and just put heads all over the place.
Yeah, it's a bit.
They had to spend their time on something,
Yeah, you're gonna move a 40-ton boulder 50 miles and then carve it into a head. Yeah.
What else to do? This is also something that it's hard to comprehend sometimes, like we're looking at these ancient buildings and it's like, oh, that's just impossible. But you have to think about, it's generation upon generation upon generations of artisans that is just perfectionizing the craft, knowing how to work in stone. So let's say you have a line that is unbroken for like 500 or 1,000 years, where they've just been better and better in working a stone, and then the cataclysmic event happens and that knowledge is forgotten, and a new guys coming up and they're just trying to pick it up, like replicating what is, but they just don't have the 1,000 years knowledge,
Yeah.
Like you can just go back to like, fucking Michelangelo or something like that. Those fucking marble carvings that they made back in Rome, or even just in the 1500s, like that is because they had a lifetime of fucking experience in that shit, and they were building upon other giants, And we have just forgotten that today, because like for you to be a carpenter or a stone cutter today, 3.5 years and you're educated, and you will never really go into, like and then we have the machinery and stuff like that. So it just becomes easier, and you have to be less dedicated to be almost to be good enough to do what we need today.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like to move these Olmec heads, like it can't even like use equipment. Like heavy equipment won't move. Like the equipment breaks. It's just not meant to move that kind of weight. You can't float it. You can't. I mean, it's just like very difficult. You couldn't roll it. You couldn't wheel it. I'm not sure how you could move it.
Well, it's probably.
Did.
I mean, for example, the Easter Island. I mean, the theory is that the Easter Island people, they died off because they pretty much used all the wood and stuff like that. And when there was no more wood, there was no more wildlife, and they pretty much just died off because there was nothing. But for example, like you can take, for example, logs and grease them with pig fat or something like that, and you can slide very heavy shit with pulleys. Like it's gonna take labor still, but it is doable.
Yeah, I think what we mistake, like what everybody does, is mistake primitive for stupid. And I keep trying to remind myself, this person could be just as clever as you. They just don't have like semiconductors and stuff. So like I'm not very clever, but I can be really clever because I've got semiconductors in a car and stuff. Other people can make that into useful shit for me. And that makes me really useful. But imagine those people were like just as smart as you. It's just they have to figure it out with animal fat. So I imagine as you go back, you would find just intensely clever ways of doing things, but they'd all be really low tech. And part of the reason we won't know about them now is because they were all made out of wood. They're all made out of organic matter, and the only stuff we can find past a certain age is stone, because all of the organic shit breaks down. Like, unless it gets saved in the most perfect way, like locked in ice forever, which is just not where, humans are all doing this stuff around the equator, and that doesn't happen at the equator.
Yeah.
So we only get these rare opportunities to have a good high fidelity look into the past. But I think, they must have been just so immensely clever to do Angkor Wat. To do these, like, I went and stayed in Chiang Mai for a bit. It's like another square city with a moat around it. I was like, this would take a lot of effort. For thousands of years, this city stood here with a wall and a moat.
Do you know about that man-made channel in Russia that is like several hundred miles long? It only took them like 3 months or something like that to build it with 200,000 prisoners.
Really?
Yeah. Don't hang me up on the dates, but it didn't take that much of time. If you have the labor, it doesn't take a lot of time to move dirt. But dirt's, of course, not rocks. But just in recent times, we have done like some amazing feat without fucking, tractors and stuff like that, trucks. And just with manual labor. Yeah. But that was also, I think it was 200,000 that was working pretty much day and night, or well, at least in the day hours, and it only took like some months or something like that, plus minus. Let me look it up.
The story about it, I think it's in ancient Hawaii. Like there's like some white settlers, and they basically make a deal with these natives who are apparently like small people, but they're numerous. They built these inland like fish catches, basically. It's pretty interesting stuff. Like there's a lot of work, but that apparently was done like very quickly. I guess if you have like a large labor force, you could do it.
Oh, just correcting myself, it was a few years, but yeah, but still 2 years or something like that to build a 200-mile long channel just with manual labor in recent times. Like that's significant,
Yeah, I'm just saying, like in these, they basically had like an aqueduct system in the mine cities, so that they always had, because it's like they brought the river to them rather than sort of building around a river. They could figure out how to like catch groundwater and start moving it, and the more that they move it, right, then it's like it's potable, right?
Yeah.
So. Yeah, they had that all figured out. They had like plumbing. I mean, you don't think that, right? You don't think we think that these people played handball where they like played with a head. We basically think they played basketball with a human head. I don't even fancy that. Honestly, I feel like that's a whole fucking disinfo bullshit.
Yeah, there is those what is it called? The Hanging Garden or something like that in South America. Those big ass quote unquote giant staircases,
You're talking about Hanging Gardens of Babylonia.
Yeah, but in South America. What many people don't know is that within the mountain caves and stuff like that, there is an entire water system attached to the area, ancient water system, which is pretty magnificent.
But
it's like the lifeblood of a city. Like without that, you can't have that. But I guess it also like. I don't know if you were following the whole thing with the Viracocha and the Fanged God, and with the, I was saying maybe they had a lot of boar, but a boar could fucking kill you, too. So anyway,
I looked it up real quick, and it says in the early 1700s, New York, as did Boston, had constructed a wooden pipe system under the roads and sold water at street pumps or hydrants. But it would take New York another 25 years to lay underground sewers for stormwater and plumbing. And we know that there was periods in the Dark Ages where people had no running water, no plumbing. And it's like human beings had regressed right? We regressed. Because when you go back, like you had Roman aqueducts, like you mentioned, you had Babylonian aqueducts, even South America had aqueducts that had plumbing. They've discovered ceramic piping in the Indus River Valley, right? The Hindu Kush area. They've discovered
but
ceramic
Lion,
pipes in South America. Go ahead.
Lion, just to correct you, everything you were saying is right, except when you say it's human beings that regress. It was only the West, only Western Europe fell behind. All of the other places in the world, we still had clean running water. It was only in Western Europe where it was so bad that it was safer to drink beer than it was water, because they didn't have clean water. But within the fermentation process of making beer, the water becomes clean and sterilized. So it was safer for them to drink beer than it was to drink water. But that's only in one part of the world.
What,
And we loved it.
I see what you're saying, that the Europeans were dirty people, because they were, clearly.
That's
why
not what
plague
I'm
broke
saying.
out.
That's
There was
not what
sewage
I'm
in their
saying.
backyards. But no, but you gotta
Just
admit
start
that
an entire country.
there were aboriginals around the world that didn't have plumbing, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
But we can
we
thank the
know
Catholic
that-
Church
hold
for
on,
that
hold on.
question.
But we know that there were advanced civilizations in South America, but there's epochs of history where people had advanced technology. Now, I'm not talking about electronics, but they did have running water, right?
You're
Sure.
right.
They did have that. Or there
Yeah,
was
we've been
resets.
talking about them. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, the Angkor Wat, Chiang Mai. There's a bunch of these cities where they know they must have been. They even think it for not Göbekli Tepe. What's the one? Mohenjo-daro, the one I went to, where like this city must have been there for a really long time on a floodplain. So what they think is this city was like this sort of temple towards water, because it was just obsessed with water. It had like pipes and tanks and things everywhere, and they think that it was like that there was the temple was right in front of where the water was, and people probably washed or drank, or I don't know. They're super obsessed with the water because if you could imagine on a floodplain where it's always really flat, no curvature, the only thing that stood out of the water was this city, because it had been built on a little hill, and that would have been pretty amazing. Like, yeah, they must have controlled water to be able to build this city and keep water clean when the flood water comes down and it's full of gunk. Thought.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Like they would tap into the natural springs in the ground. They would reroute waterways or natural river systems into their cities.
But how did
they
they
had-
know where to find this underground water? I've heard this myth about people being able to use certain type of stones to figure out where underground water is. But I mean, how does that work? Like, how do these people know that underground, if we dig like 400 feet right here, there's going to be water?
There's
Yeah,
proven methods, bro, they're reliable, that have been replicated or reproduced, where they literally use dowels, bro. Don't ask me how it all works. I don't know
I
exactly.
can tell you that
I mean,
doesn't
there are
work.
sensible ways to know
That
this
is
too.
my question. How does it work? How do they do it?
There are sensible ways to determine like where water is as well. Like if you see certain parts of the landform where the soil is like a little bit more sinking down, like it'll sink and rise, and when you see that area, you know that that there's probably water underneath it.
How do you see that though? Like, would you have to sit there for a whole
You'd
year
have-
and watch that? Because it only rains at certain seasons. Right?
Well, like I was in the desert, so not too much rain, but like you could see. But I know that there's underground, water there, obviously. But yeah, like if it was close enough to get to, you would see the kind of the rising and falling of like a certain patch of land, over the year. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Yeah,
They had even in
No. I
Jerusalem.
mean, you are trying to answer the question. It's just, I mean, that answer didn't really provide much clarity. But I appreciate the attempt. I mean, it is a difficult question to answer. How did these people way back when figure out that right there, if I dig 400 feet down, I'm gonna hit water?
Well, it
So
wasn't
I can
like that.
explain some of what I was explained with the Bedouin. on my way through Saudi Arabia and Jordan, you know, when I was being very interesting, where they said they were good at reading the stone. They don't know like what the mythos was, because there was probably some mythos about it, but the general gist was what they'd worked out is that the sand comes and hits, rain comes and hits the sandstone and won't permeate the sandstone, so will sometimes form in pools on the surface of the sandstone. And they were just, I think they were like, well, what happens if this happens underneath? You know, these big pillars stand up out of the loose sand. And so then they were able to dig these systems where they would dig underground and know where the water was. And that made them very good at fighting other people, because they didn't have to fight them. They'd just go into the desert and the other people couldn't drink.
So by locating certain types of sandstone.
Yeah, by predicting what the sandstone's doing underground. So if you can predict the way in which it is moving, that's really poorly explained, sorry. If you can imagine it's running off, but the top thing is like a hump shape, like a bell curve, you can predict where it's going to run down that bell curve. And you go, so if I dig 20 foot down, 30 foot from the edge of the sandstone, I will find water running past, and then I can make a little dam thing and access, hide it and access it later. Have I made sense of it yet?
But would they then have to see the sandstone on the surface and then deduce that if we fall, basically this is what you're saying, they see it on the surface, they know how sandstone reacts to water, so then they would assume if it's here on the surface, it's doing the same thing underground, so we just got to follow it underground?
Yeah.
All right.
Usually it was near mountains, bro, like mountainous regions. The wells that they would dig, maybe just because of the gravity, or not gravity, but the descent, they needed the water to be found at higher elevation. But maybe you could have found it near the city too. I don't know.
I reckon that they were observing what was happening. Most people were living near the sea or rivers and stuff like that, but they would also notice where water was flowing, as, for example, Exiel was saying, and Lion was saying that if they are near a mountain, they would see where water was flowing, and then they would know where water was going, and they knew
make
how
some
it was.
story up about it. Sorry.
But even underground, like they'd be able to follow that water underground. Like, well, what would make them think that it's flowing underground?
Well, it just needs one guy to come up with it for one loopy reason, and his reason might be wrong, but then you'll dig, I guess. And if his reason is less wrong or less loopy, then, or just lucky, like he thinks it's, it's a special magnetic force, drawing the wetness towards the rocks, which you
look at like this triviality. Like, I have a jug of water, someone pushes me, I drop that jug of water, and now there's water on the sand, but there is no puddle. But the sand underneath the top layer is also wet. Now I just put one and one together, So if there's running water, I also know that it soaks down.
Okay.
Yeah, they had incredible technology, man. Like, I've seen evidence of like ancient mikvahs, or like bathhouses with like not jacuzzis, but like sort of like whirlpools. I don't know how exactly they did it all, but there's records of them having like legit like bathhouses with running water and like showers and stuff, all from natural waterways, all over the place. Not just in the Middle East, but in South America. They had springs, they had fountains. Those famous fountains that you see in Tartarian architecture?
Mm-hmm.
There was fountains back then, bro. And how are you going to have a fountain if you don't have plumbing, and if you don't have pressure? You need water pressure, sufficient water pressure to have like a decent fountain.
Yeah. I mean, they basically were engineering all through the Amazon, tapping into these water sources and building artificial rivers so that they could have transit. and so much of this is under foliage. Like, you don't even know. There's like cities that exist and nobody knows about them. Pretty cool. They also could live in the desert too. I don't know. This is very fucking rugged, motherfucker. You know what I mean? Seriously. Like, they didn't care. They just needed their god and some psychoactive shit, and they'd figure it out somehow. That's what it seems like everywhere, you know? Like, all these ancient cultures were tripping on stuff. It seems like it led to some kind of advancement. It may have changed how they were thinking, too, and we might inherit a lot of the psychoactiveness of their, you know, drug usage, right? It could very much, like, influence how, you know, the development of civilization went. You think of funny things sometimes, you know what I mean? And they can be wrong reasons, but you could have the right answer.
Yeah.
No, wait, whatever that meant. You know what I mean? I mean, do you think, like, you know, with all your, you know, you got a big brain, like, when do you rely on your instinct more than your technical skill?
Quick situations, like situations that are very quick. To split a tie, you know, where you're like, oh, this is a good one and this is a good one. What's my gut saying? What else?
But I mean, like yeah, I just mean like in a scientific context or a technical context. Like, sometimes even instinct is important in that, right? Like, even if you're dealing with a bunch of people in white coats.
Mm.
I mean, isn't that the thing about scientific discovery? I'm more trying to talk to Nate, I guess. But the like, it takes like a kind of a spark of some sort to like give you an idea of where to go to. Like, without that, I don't know, it's just pure rationalization, pure logic. I mean, it doesn't seem like you'd arrive at anything if you didn't apply some amount of instinct to the problem.
Sure. Yeah. The only thing I think I'm capable of getting is like decreasing the number of bad judgments I make. You know, that's all I think I can do. I don't think I'm going to get to perfectly right. You know, it'd be a bit boring. You know, you get there and be like, oh no, I know this thing for a fact now. And you're like, oh, you know, it's a little bit like I used to feel about discovering the entire world. It'd be a little bit disappointing, I think, if it was just that easy.
Yeah, man. And you know, mysteries make life exciting, you know? Having all these great mysteries, these great unknowns, it gives you space to imagine and dream, you know? Because no one knows what's out there. You could come up with your own ideas on it, you know? But if it's known for sure, then, I mean, yeah.
That's why philosophy is so powerful. It gives us that room to reflect over things and come up with things. You know?
No, definitely, yeah. It gives us room to think of possibilities, you know?
Yeah, but again, I'm just really just like looking at shapes, looking at designs, looking at repeating themes, looking at like earrings, hairstyles. You know, these things are specific. You know, like whether or somebody wears a nightcap type of hat or a turban is a big deal. Whether they can have facial hair or not is a big deal. And you see certain things that are out of place. You know, like there's like I was talking about those Olmec heads. There's something from that era that shows basically someone who looks a lot like a Middle Eastern person with a beard, pointy beard, distinctive sorts of features, and so this is like so fucking long ago that this happened. Some I guess Moorish guys like wound up hitting near where the Olmecs are. They just wound up in the Caribbean. Now they're sharing the same dream, and their hearts beat as one. I find it's just amazing. Like, we can just find our way places, right, through currents. You could just accidentally wind your ass up somewhere in another world, almost. So it's almost like it's like, to think about like the Nordic or whatever, just like these different worlds, different like levels and stuff. Like, if you wound up somewhere different, you would be like, wow, this is like a whole nother kingdom or something. So, yeah.
A whole new world.
Like, if you knew nothing about these people and you just wound up there, you'd be like, oh shit, yeah, because that's how the world is. Like, we don't know. There's people all over the damn place. Now let's go steal their shit. Burn their knowledge. I mean, I just pray that there's like some kind of like storehouse of knowledge to be found yet, and that it stays secret until such time as they actually be utilized and looked into, and not like co-opted by some kind of political agenda or something. That'll be cool.
Yeah. Imagine if the Catholic Church didn't do what they did.
Because I still think that it's an open case still. Like, where did civilization first kick off? And it will probably be a question for many thousands of years.
Well, they do have a fairly good idea about that, at least in recent times.
And it's your turn.
That after the Ice Age, it was somewhere in the steppes of Russia that agriculture started to boom. Before that, people were nomadic. So we can say that first society in quote unquote this era would be around there, spreading out from that.
It may have been that way, or it may also not have been that way.
Before the flood, before or after the flood, you got to be specific.
Said after. As I said, this era, that would be after the last Ice Age.
In my philosophy, my philosophy, before the flood, it'd be near the Philippines. That human beings first were created was near the Philippines.
And you actually have.
And then
I don't know about before the flood.
Yeah,
before the Ice Age.
But I'm just saying, allegedly though, they were put into the Garden of Eden, which is near the North Pole somewhere. I don't know. And then after the flood, it seems to be that you got the Fertile Crescent, the cradle of civilization in Mesopotamia.
Dad, your turn.
Yeah, I mean, but even if you like look at some of these Mesopotamian things, I'm like, this really seems a lot like it came from China a little bit. This little bit seems like it's from here. Like, there's no, like, almost like no culture just like has its own shit like this. Like, this is like unlike anybody else's stuff. Like, they always will have like a piece of somebody else's recipe that they then modify or something.
China is here, Mr. Burton. What film is that from, Snacks?
Even the Chinese dynasty, like their oldest dynasty is like
Big Trouble in China.
The Xia dynasty. The Xia dynasty was first of many ancient Chinese ruling houses, thought to exist from around 2007 BCE. 2070 BCE.
Yeah, that's not too long ago.
Yeah. Well, no, that was pretty recent. Like, China's pretty recent in a way. Just the idea of China or where China exists is a thing.
I feel like the best tool we have to as best as we can determine these kind of things is to follow the mythological traits, motifs, what civilizations share motifs, what motifs are changed, how far can we trace them back?
Well, then we're into flying serpents and dragons and all that stuff.
It's not about like the stories itself. It's more about the motifs, because if Rome has a motif and Greece also have a motif, maybe that motif stem from somewhere else, and then we can like look at the records of what they think they know about human migration. Does that even correlate? And if it does, well, maybe those stories actually stem from that place, because we have correlating data that is supporting this, So it's just another tool.
It's like this motif of the people in bird costumes, the handbags. There's a lot of motifs that like seem to go all over the place. Even this tree of life thing. I think the Sumerian tree of life is related to the Sanshin tree of life, and they're very disconnected culturally and geographically. Like I don't understand what kind of layout things were. Or like it's easy enough to imagine that people didn't have a great control over their like people could have got sick and just died, right? And that they didn't know what to do about it, or like any amount of reasons for wiping out a whole city could have occurred, which I think is why they started that demiurgos kind of idea. Basically like a guardian spirit that watches over the city, but it's also the spirit that the city actually creates is that, which is just to thrive into life, right? It's like, it's yeah, it's like a watchdog type of idea. But every city has its own flavor, right? Like New York, Chicago, Denver, right? They all have their own particular like way that it's like a beast, like the whole city acts like one large organism. It's like a beast, right? It's like a large beast, and that's why I think that they started basically having these like like throughout Greece and Egypt, and they'd have like like official sort of gods or demiurges, but they won't all refer to them as a demiurge.
If you analyze many of these motifs and these deities and stuff like that, what you do find is actually three significant things, and that is human traits, states of mind, and natural phenomena. You can take, the myth about Baldur, the god of light, being killed by Hodor, Odin's blind cousin. That is that's a myth, a personified seasonal myth, where it's pretty much about the seasons. Up in the north, darkness was a fierce force because they had days, weeks, even up to months with complete darkness in the wintertime back in those days. So darkness was a fierce force. That is why the darkness cousin, can kill the unkillable god of light. We have a similar story down in Egypt with Horus and Seth. But instead of darkness being the victoring force, it's an eternal daily battle, But it's the same motif. It's a way to tell the season or day and night.
Yeah.
So
that motif of day and night, though, that's almost like within the Zoroastrian concept of light and dark, and then the mediation between the two.
Yeah. So these motifs, they go again, but my point is that they're found in nature. It's just man personifying nature in some sort of way. That's my. I don't believe you guys know I don't believe in God and stuff like that. So this is my rational take on this. It's men personifying nature.
I got it. Yeah, or personifying it or elevating it somehow. I mean, because these gods aren't like fallible like people necessarily or whatever. They've got powers, but I think they're calendar stories. There are myths that develop from regional conditions.
It doesn't all have to be. Yeah, it could be many things, but I think personally is that these stories were not meant to be taken serious. Like they didn't believe that Thor was actually up in the sky hammering his anvil. They were more used as educational tools to teach them about man and nature, and also like as a scare tool. Don't go into the forest because there is a troll in there to eat kids, you know, like stuff like that.
I get that. That's more folktale, but like, you know, I think that there are higher elements to it. Like the Thor's hammer could also, for all we know, it represents like the Dipper, and it's moving around, not unlike the swastika, which would have been in India. And then you've got the Nordic and sort of relationship between like the Tree of Life and the you know.
You could also see Thor's hammer as the heartbeat of the nation, because there is a myth or a story about Thor where he is losing the hammer, and Thor is becoming more and more weak as long as the longer the hammer is out of his hands. As soon as he gets his hammer back, the heartbeat or the life force is getting back to him. But yeah, when you sit down and read these stories with a different mindset, like you find all these kind of things.
Yeah, and that there also like can be a lot of forgeries too, I guess, like because it's inherently possible like to mistranscribe things to a degree,
sure.
or to have implanted things, or to like, you know, like a lot of the Hellenistic period, I think, is an idealization more than a real like defined period per se. But that won't stop us from thinking of it as the Hellenistic period at large, right? Because that's just our concept of history. Like we just put it in that narrative frame, and that's where it stays.
Yeah, for example, you could take the Bible as the same. Like if you don't believe the Bible or not, it doesn't matter. There is good philosophy to take from it, you know, life lessons and shit like that. But with the forgery thing, for example, like we know that some of our oldest stories about, you know, the Norse mythology and stuff like that is from a guy called Snorri Sturluson, and he was a Catholic priest. So there might have been, you know, he might have given his own Christian touch on these stories. So stuff like that. So just a note.
Yeah, no, thank you. That was backing me up. Yeah, thank you for that.
But then you just have to analyze it when you're reading it. Does this look like something because there is other sources also. So how much do they correlate, you know? And how much do they differ?
Yeah. I just think like it's part of academia to have understanding of these things and then to like relay the information. So whatever it might be that the truth is, it ultimately must focus through the lens of the academic world, and so therefore it cannot violate other things. So the truth is sort of predetermined. You know what I mean? Like the history is sort of because it can't be certain things. Certain things you wouldn't let loose, you know, if you knew them, possibly, you know, of the histories of these things, because we need to maintain narrative. That's important. Maintain the mind control, or else like fucking all out war breaks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Got a lot of versions of the same thing. I think that's one other variable here, is that there are different iterations of the same concepts tried different places with possibly different people, or possibly the people changed over to that from something else, you know?
I mean, just look at you can just look at creation stories from various civilizations. Like there is like in Europe and Near Eastern and Northern Africa, like they pretty much have the same verbatim creation story, or at least the motifs, you know, like the first being is either a man and his twin, or a twin being plus some sacred animal, and the animal or one of the twin beings is being killed, and after that some sort of creation is happening. Like that is going again from Hindu, from Norse to fucking Babylonian to Zoroastrian. They all share the same creation motif.
Right. Also, yeah, like I think in some places they would have seen the sun and the moon as brothers. I think maybe in Micronesia, where they say that the two brothers built all those megalithic sites in Non-Madal.
Yeah, for sure.
You know,
I mean,
but how do you float columnar basalt? You know what I mean? To build like a basalt log cabin, it's crazy. And yet, this same kind of process almost seems to be done in the Amazon. It's like what ever, you know? Like there's a common base of knowledge that all these people shared. They didn't all just like say, maybe a pyramid, maybe that's an ideal. I don't. That's no way that happened, bro. But like, also, we don't really know like what the tech was for why to build that thing. Is it just to get closer to the sky so you can see what the stars are doing? Because in that case, we could have possibly built something else, right? Humans could have built something else. But there's a reason it's like stepped, and there's something about it is very interesting to me. Because if you look at like how the flux moves up, like if you put a bunch of magnets stacked together as if they were like a step pyramid, every step is incrementally, the flux is moving up the step. Like the magnetic flux actually walks up the pyramid, not unlike it actually probably does with pyramids. And then we have this whole thing about if you want the electrostatic potentials of the 100 volts per meter, you know, would suggest that like you could get 146 volts possibly out of the fucking Great Pyramid, you know, which is close to 120. So I don't know. Like, is it possible that they had the ability to work voltage out of it somehow? Maybe not just micro voltages or.
There's actually an interesting theory about, I can't remember which of the pyramids, maybe it's all, but it's like a pumping system, and a guy made a model that I'm pretty sure it kind of worked, at least his model, where it's actually like some sort of water pumping system, and it could be creating energy or force in some sort of way. So
yeah, I've heard some people say that they're like sort of like in a way operating like a condenser of electron energy. It's to say it like that, because that's like that would be like an appropriate way to say what it's kind of theoretically doing, because they've detected like microwave whatever things going off of them, and you can I don't know. I don't know. I'm a little woo about it maybe, but like I'd like to go down and actually observe and see, you know, like what's happening there, and. If these, like, let's say if all pyramids are meant to be some sort of electron generators, then they would put out like this field effect that would be sort of localized field effect, where possibly you might be able to wirelessly like tap into that energy with some other type of very crude thing. You know, you're like, oh wow.
What about the receivers? And if they were made of metals in some sort of way, like there would be remnants. They can't hide all the remnants, you know. Some random farmer would find shit, you know.
Like we only have like our idea of how to use electric, you know. There's
I guess there's that.
But we don't know like what other like ways you could primitively use electric that other people could possibly have done. So I like to theorize about like what the crudest shit is. But you know, got Baghdad batteries. It's not like they couldn't take copper and turn it into a coil, you know.
But we have remnants of that, you know. That is not like some super duper receiver or something like that, you know.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that the Baghdad batteries are like I don't even know, but it's like like they could have been using like why there's so much limestone use. There's a lot of limestone use, and there's a lot of use of granites and stuff like that, and they all have like these granite's like pretty conductive, you know, especially if it's wet. It's very conductive, but it's also like they use particular like rose granite slabs in the pyramid, and like under pressure, like piezoelectricity should be going on. Like there's a reason for it being that mass, you know, like it seems like they're compressing, like they might be trying to squeeze the rocks so that they like are at a state where they'll like respond better to some other fucking impulse that's in the pyramid that's shut off or something. And the whole thing could be some kind of generator of some sort.
Yeah, I mean, it could definitely be something about some sort of frequency, because, for example, in Celtic culture, there is the living waters folklore or whatever, where many of their holy sites was actually, you know, caverns with natural spring wells that was said to have healing powers. And if we put a little bit of science on that, these waters would be exactly in the area where the telluric currents is running through, that could measure these kind of waters and give some sort of effect. Maybe the ancient knew about this kind of stuff. Also, for example, as we said with the creation stories, they have shared creation stories in some sort of way. So maybe they have also shared this kind of knowledge that what is happening underground, they were trying to replicate above ground. So if that water pump theory is correct, and that it was creating some sort of pump and frequency, they were trying to manipulate that and creating living waters above ground. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, it's
Trying to
interesting.
replicate that.
Yeah, well, anytime you could have even just potable water, you'd be happy if you didn't have to distill it or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's all that like. Yeah, water is a sacred thing to humans, you know. And if you find some river, that's great. You know, you can travel. You know, you can irrigate with it. You could, you know, bring that water inland. So there's just so much. It's just hard to put my. I mean, so I try as much as I can, but just it's hard for anybody to put their brain in the frame of that time. You know, like, and then say like, okay, realistically, like, what could go on? Archaeologists have this problem, right? They've got a lot of presumptions. They've spent their whole life filling their heads with presumptions. You almost need somebody like me that has no fucking idea what's going on to just be like, hey, maybe this bullshit. I don't know. Check it out. Or I think it's a decent way to kind of like approach the. We all are capable of you know, extrapolating these details and then pattern recognition to see like, oh well, this here, okay, you know, stone spheres, knobs on impossible walls, you know, like we should be able to basically collate all these concepts and then put them in together and say like, okay, well there is some kind of common thread that we can see clearly and not have to like rely on necessarily carbon dating for everything, you know, where that could just be used maybe as a verification for certain things rather than it being the impulse to say like, okay, this place is this, so like it's unconnected from all that, you know, because we have dates that are different. But then, you know, if you look at all the similarities in iconography, language, yeah, technology, all these things, you know, you see connections. But just like if you track that like serpent idea, rainbow feathered serpent, you got it in Australia, you got it in South America, you got the dragons running all the way through the Russian steppes, you know what I mean? Like dragons, serpents. I mean, it's just like, well, of course we'd personify them, like you were saying earlier, right? Like the serpent's like pretty much God if it can fucking hide around, camouflage, and then just bite you in the ankle and kill you, right? Like there's a reason to fear and deify snakes, you know, in at least and such that we could like warn others that maybe, hey, you know, treat it like it's a god because it can fucking take you out, dog, you know. So there's a reason for the stories that we tell, and you know, they're not all duh. They're not all primitive. They're not all. You know.
No, that's why I said they were educational tools. They talk, because when you dissect them, and that is also why I brought up Snorri Sturluson, because and as you said, with counterfeiting and how things might have changed over time. So let's say that here in Denmark we have X story, and that means Y. But the Germans, they don't know this story, but they like Denmark because we have good agriculture. So they want to implement our stories with their own, but they still don't have the meaning of it. So they just take the story as it is written, and then they have to make their own interpretations to it, their own meanings to it, because they don't know the original meaning. And over time, if that story moves 10 times, the original meaning is lost in the source, you know, because there is 10 codings of interpretations on it.
That's a great way to put it. Yeah, it's like a long telephone game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So even if this story was a warning about we have to fucking feast because it's harvest day, but because it has traveled 10 times, now it's just a story about some fertility god that if you pray and sacrifice to her, well, you will get 10 babies, you know? Random example. That's how stories can change and
Yeah. I mean,
lose their
yeah,
meaning.
I guess I was talking a little bit about the Viracocha thing earlier, and yeah, it's like apparently there's like some other mythos where maybe it's the Mayans were told to like go to higher ground because there was going to be a crazy ass flood, and they did that, and so obviously that echoes with other things that we know about. So I think we can like for sure say that there was some oceanic activity that like severely hampered our progress as a species, but we're tough. We're a tough one to keep down. You know, keep coming back. But we come back with like somewhat of an imperfect understanding of the previous people, and so
Yeah, we
yeah,
gain some and we lose some.
yeah, for sure. And we have no. It's just like how important was the past? You know, it unless it was sacred and unchangeable, then we should always be paying attention to what was before. But if anything before was arbitrary, poetic, symbolic, you know, and we don't have those symbol connections anymore, then that's kind of like a dead language, you know. Like language is something that always needs to be rekindled because like it gets stale and people sort of just grow up in different generations where you know different things can take prominence here.
That's why Snacks math was the ultimate language, and they built it right into those structures. You know what I'm saying? You know the math is in those structures.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna send you a 3-hour video right now.
Only 3.
Yeah, I sent you that. Yeah, if they're encoding these geometries is pretty interesting. There's a lot of like the steps too that seem to like link up, like how many steps to one place, and then another course of steps will be laid to another place. I mean, some of these commonalities are it's like the same people built them, you know, or they're following the same template for whatever reason, you know. And then at some point they just lost the ability to know how to build the things right. A lot of people bring up like the repair work that's done to some of these megalithic sites, but what I would say is that, like they're basically from earthquake damage, so it's just fill that's meant to look like shit, I guess, because it's like it's just rubble that's supposed to like basically heal the construction, or else the whole thing would fall apart. Yeah, Jeremy, you're gonna like that video, I think.
I'll be right back. I need something to eat.
Yeah, that's cool. I probably kicked the shit out of this whole conversation, so we're good.
No, it's been good.
Yeah, I don't know. I find this shit like almost like as interesting as any other topic. You know what I mean? Just to think about these connections and just fucking and not know. I like to not know and just like kind of play around with it. Sort of develop some kind of leads to something else, man. Yeah, it's like that. It's like an impossible jigsaw puzzle. I'm fucking irresistibly drawn to it.
Yeah, it is very interesting. Philosophy, mythology, history.
It's like, I can figure it out. No big deal.
Alright, see you later.
All right, man.
know what I'm trying to figure out today? Why does the fall of civilization always end with sexual debauchery? I can't figure that one out. Why?
I told you, bro. I heard a story that the fucking that all civilizations, when they come to an end, they're obsessed with gender.
I know, bro. Why?
I don't know if that's true or not. Did you find any text or anything saying that? Like with ancient Rome or Greece or something?
Yeah. There's like they say the Rome was dancing while the outskirts of Rome was burning. The people in the middle were dancing sexual debauchery and all kinds of shit. Like, why? Even with the rat thing, right? When they closed them in, that's part of the end result, sexual debauchery. I don't get it. What does that have to do with it's weird, man.
Yeah, the mouse utopia experiment ended with their genders were all fucked up. They were like gay and all, you know what I'm saying? They were all fucked up sexually, yeah. What happens when you got too much time on your fucking hands, maybe? I don't know.
Could that be like the partying and one thing leads to the other and you don't get satisfied and you go more crazy and like a drug, like you need to take more and more? I don't know, man.
Yeah, it could be. Like you're doing something, you're like, yo, this ain't enough. I need to get crazier. And you just keep getting crazier and crazier and you don't stop. What's that saying? Idle hands make the devil's work or something?
Yeah.
That could be what it is too. Like they don't have nothing to do, so they're like, it could be a combination of both of those things. I don't know.
It's very strange, and it seems we're at that point right now in society in the West. Seems like we're like sexual debauch. Like, wow, man, that should be like a clear warning sign.
Bro, between China and the Emirates, we're looking. I mean, I don't know, bro. The Emirates are doing big fucking moves, bro. They're making big moves in 20, 30 years, one generation of this, and they're going to be banging those people. So,
Yeah, it looks. You know what it looks like? It looks like one side of the world. It looks like one side of the world is correct. Well, most of the world is correct, and us in the West, we're heading towards that debauchery, end of civilization kind of a thing. Because take Russia, right? Russia is a Christian country. This shit doesn't go happen in there. You can't you can't do this stuff over there. They won't allow it. So I don't know. This is really freaked out, man. You got guys like Falcami. Ooh, I think I get it. You dislike their shade of lipstick, so it's the end of the world. You're a lipstick aficionado? Question mark. What shade do you like? Yeah, yeah, dude. I just hope you're not alive to see what the end of a civilization looks like. What about the Gospel of Thomas Reckoner? Well, you already read it. Tell us, what does it say?
Yeah, man, we got too much time on our hands, dude. I don't know. We're ended up like the mice. Even before this whole gender thing, I've said we've been looking like the mice from the Mouse Utopia experiments.
What is it in our nature to destroy ourselves? It appears it is. Look how many civilizations have come and gone.
It might be something in nature that keeps anything from getting too big. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, we'd be overrun by ants or anything. Pick something. You know, any live thing. It just keeps it in check. There's some mechanism that keeps it in check from getting too big. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe that's one of our mechanisms for humans and mammals. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe we have a built-in self-destruct mechanism. Like once you get so big, you know, and you have and you have the ability to destroy the creator's creation. It's like maybe he's put in like a switch, like a robotic switch, self-destroy. Like before you destroy your habitat, the self-destruction switch kicks in. I don't know, man.
I mean, if we could just get it together, just fucking be. If you're, I don't know. I don't know, dude. I'm not having an issue. I'm good, personally. Collectively, though, yeah, there could be a big issue going on.
Yeah, I think the the saying in the movie is like the best thing I've heard. Man, individual is smart. How does it go? But as a group, we're
We're
very
idiots.
stupid. Yeah,
Which is not. That's not how it is. Should be though, because as a group, there's the thing with the jelly beans. Remember, don't forget the jelly beans. If I guess how many jelly beans are in a jar, I may get it way off. And then if you and me both guess and we average that out, we're going to get a little bit closer. And then if you have a zillion people guess, we're going to get it basically spot on. So I don't know why we're stupid collectively. We should be smarter. 2 heads are better than 1. That's a saying. Are they, or are we now more dangerous now that we have 2 heads and dumber? You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe more than 2 heads is where the danger comes in. Yeah.
3, 2, you're good. 3, you're pushing it.
You know, it's a game over. Yeah. Well, think about it. 10 people walk into a restaurant, right? What's the chances that 2 people are going to order the exact same meal, exact same drink, exact same dessert?
It's probably not far off.
Mm.
We get a cheeseburger with a Coke and a hot fudge sundae. Probably happened 10 times just now.
Yeah, but you're going to have it with mayo. I'm going to have it with mustard.
No
The
pickles.
other guy's going to have ketchup, you know.
Yeah. I hear that.
I'm going to have a root beer. You're going to have probably something gay like Fanta or something.
Well, what does that have to do with anything to order in the same meal?
That we're all different. We all think different things.
Yeah. Then what?
And the way we do our leadership, right? Like, take example what's going on now in Israel, right? Are the majority of the people in the States for or against the war? I would argue against the war. Most good
I mean,
Americans,
bro,
they
you're
don't want to
standing.
see. Go on, bro.
I don't know if there's any atrocities happening, but I would say it is our job as America to stop any evildoers out there. You know what I'm saying? Like if any kind of like any kind of like human injustice is happening, we should step in as somebody who's able to step in. Like if you see somebody beating up somebody's grandma in the street, like, and you're a fit, able-bodied man, and you don't do anything, I feel like now you're doing something wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You might as well be beating up the grandma. So but I don't know what's going on over there. Is there any injustices like that happening? Is somebody beating grandmas up? I don't know. I'm just saying if that is
Worse,
the case, then
they're killing grandmas. It's not like they're beating them up. They're killing grandmas. They're killing children. It's a known thing.
well, yeah, yeah, we need to step in, and I'm for it. Let's step in and stop that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, well, your president tried to do that, and Bibi laughed at him.
Who?
And Netanyahu, they call him Bibi, the leader of Israel.
Oh.
So you
Yeah, I don't
tried
know.
to stop the injustice, your president did, but they're just not listening. They have a license. They've had a license for a long time, and yeah.
They got a license to L from the Beastie Boys.
Yeah. Think about it. If this was happening in any other country wouldn't be acceptable. It would be deemed like murder. That's what it is. It's flat out murder of innocent civilians, women and children. Collective punishment. That's a war crime.
Mic check.
Well, good.
Thank you, sir. What's the contention going on?
Well, we're talking about like when a civilization ends throughout history. This is how we started. This is how I started. It seems that the people in that civilization, they go towards sexual debauchery. And for the life of me, I can't figure out why that happens.
Well, I mean, the morale goes down, and then shit hits the fan.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with sex?
What does it have to do with sex? Well, they just fucking they become debaucherous. I mean, they don't give a shit anymore. You know, rape, murder. I mean, everything's on the table. They just
So you
lose their
can see
mind.
yourself. So you can see yourself. Let's say in 20 years. I hope it doesn't happen, right? If there's like a war or whatever, you can see yourself saying, you know, today I feel like having sex with that guy there.
No, I
But
would take my
that's
son and my daughter, and I would go to a fucking forest or a cave or a waterfall, and we would live there and eat berries and fucking stay away from the psychopaths.
yeah.
There's
Yeah.
levels of depravity, right? Sexual immorality and sexual deviance is like the early levels, but then it gets into gang rape and like gang raping children and homosexuality and bestiality. There's levels to this, and it gets real bad. And then one of the worst depravities is cannibalism, and that's the point right before Yah intervenes and completely just destroys everything or exiles the people. Like this has happened multiple times in history.
It appears that way, bro. Because if you look at the pre-Diluvian civilizations, like to me, it seems like we're civilization 3.0 or something. Like we're not the first here, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So did that happen over and over? Like this, is that like a? It's like I said before. Is that a built-in mechanism that the Creator has put into us?
Yeah, it's a pattern. It happened to Israel 3 times. Literally 3 times. First, it started with just lacking faith, and they became rebellious, and then through fornication. It just once you open Pandora's box and you don't control it, if you don't control sin and cut it at the root, it just spreads and it just continues. Every generation gets worse and worse until you end up with like complete sexual immorality and gang rape.
You know what's funny, dude? So I'm in there's debate con, right? Modern day debate. And one of the debates up here was it was human secularists versus Christian ethics. Which one's better for society? And in the Matt Delaney or whatever was the human secularist position, and in Andrew from the Crucible, the debate platform, the Crucible, he was representing Christian ethics, and he says his argument is like, look, if I even just yield to you that maybe my belief in God is not correct, my sky daddy's not real, so we can avoid that. The question is, which one's better for society, right? And he said, well, you have no standard of truth. You have no foundation of truth to run society. And he said something like raging lunatics these men that are raging lunatics and think that they're women and a few other things. And he's saying you have no foundation to speak truth that isn't true. You have to conform. And dude rage quit after the opener. He got flown out there, paid to do it, and then after the guy's opener, he just rage quit and like virtue signaled about the transgender comment.
Yeah, dude, this is why I fucking preach flat Earth, bro. I used to preach hellfire and brimstone. I woke up like 2015, right, to God and stuff, preaching hellfire and brimstone. God softened my heart. You know what I'm saying? You gotta love people. Like, hey, man, instead of doing that, if I can just show people, like, hey, you're not a monkey on a ball that came from nothing, and you're like insignificant. You got to count on the government to help you. Like, you're someone. You have power. Like, God cares about you. Like, I feel like if I can wake people up to flat Earth, bro, it opens up this, like, everything. All instead of like one conspiracy here, one conspiracy there. It's just like where you live is a lie, and so then it just sets them free to go find the Creator themselves. So I try not to shove Jesus down people's throat anymore. But I mean, obviously, I believe it. But it's like I feel like if you just show them flat Earth, bro, it's like they can just like be like, well, I'm not nothing, and morals exist because God, and everything makes more sense. It's more logical. Like, that's probably why that dude rage quit, because he probably was going to come with a bunch of fallacies and a logical argument.
Yeah, just to clarify, right? I mean, the debate was already predetermined and it's set. It's human secularist versus Christian ethics, which one's better for society. The reason I brought it up because it's relevant to what you guys are saying, which is that basically the West, and certainly America, has adopted a human secularist approach, and that's why we're collapsing. Because human secularism is going to constantly shift the goalposts to social norms and constantly conform, right, to conformality or whatever. And that's what the point he was making is, even if I'm wrong about the belief in God, let's set that aside so you can't use that as a diversion. And then he said, like, what is your standard of truth? Like, what foundation do you have for determination of truth, right? And he used that as an example, which is like, if you can't address objective reality, how is it that your standard could possibly be beneficial for society or a proper way to run society?
Sense. Yeah.
And then he said, and then the guy just rage quit. I mean, he got paid to come out there. Okay? So he got paid to come out there, flown out there, and then rage quit. But and he's like notoriously a guy that's an atheist and debates all the time, right? But what's so funny is then Andrew makes the point. He's like, yeah. So at what point is it that? So how long is it before someone that's 400 pounds, we tell them, oh yeah, you're skinny, like you identify as skinny, so you're skinny. You know, he's like,
dude.
do you understand?
You got heart
slippery
failure,
slope.
but yeah, don't worry about it, bro. It's all in your brain, bro. You're skinny.
And I brought this up because that is the cause of the debauchery. The debauchery that ends up causing society to collapse. The reason it causes society to collapse is because for that level of sexual debauchery and depravity to take place, there has to be a removal of truth. They have to actually change their standard of how they run the society from objective, linear ethics, and it's typically involving creator, acknowledgement of a creator. And then they revise that to this fluid, malleable, subjective morality that then conforms to not offending people or whatever they want to do. And then that's a slippery slope. And now you have people like
the social justice warring,
minor attracted person or whatever, right? That's why it happens. That is the reason that it happens.
Stupid,
in my
demonic,
opinion.
dude.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense, except
so evil, bro.
that makes a lot of sense, except, well, not except, but let's explore this, right? Let's take ancient Rome, right? They had a polyistic, like they had many god belief, right?
Yeah.
So how would you equate that? What's it?
What?
They didn't believe in Christ. They didn't believe in the Bible, but they had like a polyistic God. Would that still count in your understanding?
Yeah, they were polytheistic. Yeah. Well, like in that specific scenario, certain gods that they worshipped specifically promoted sexual debauchery. So that's like an outlier. I mean, if you acknowledge the one true creator and a linear code of ethics, objective morality, then you're good. Polytheism kind of maybe is an exception because it depends on what the different gods say. In that scenario, some of the gods they promoted sexual depravity and sexual freedom and liberation. That's why they did that. I mean, that was So I guess that's a good point. That just the belief outside of atheism isn't like a surefire bet that you won't seek into depravity. So I see what you're saying, but it's a little different in that scenario. Like the gods they worship were kind of crazy, right? I mean, they have some crazy.
They're worshiping demons. They're worshiping fucking fallen angels.
I mean, that's a good point.
Yeah, they must have had a standard of civility as well, right?
I guess you get my point. So, like, honestly, Christianity is the best. I mean, you can say I'm biased or whatever, but like, in Islam is not bad either. So, when it comes to this specific point, and the point is that the society being ran upon that keeps it from collapsing. So, any intellectual that says that religion is bad for society is incorrect. I mean, even though religion's been used for all kinds of bad things, like, the alternative is way worse. Like not having an if you're like if you don't acknowledge
the morality part. Yeah, the
even
morality
the guys,
part.
Even the people that believe in the simulation are like better than,
Well, because that still has like a simulator, right? Like that has a program.
The creator, yeah.
if you can acknowledge that there's some built-in, and this I brought this up in my atheism debate actually, but it got kind of ran past. But I'm like, if you're an atheist, you have to claim morality subjective, and that's why atheism is the worst thing for society ever, 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 ever. It'll always make it collapse because, well, morality is fluid.
Oh yeah, just go with the flow, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
thought it was
one
pretty
good
crazy.
thing about religion in general is the basic tenets, of morality. You can't argue with that. Now you can argue
Yeah,
that people take that and change it and warp it, and you can argue that, but you can't argue the fact that there is good, like the Ten Commandments, right? I mean, you can't argue against that.
Right.
yeah. Like if the foundation says like to love your enemy, love other people, don't lie, don't cheat, don't have sex outside of marriage, don't have sex with the same sex, like don't even like harm a child in any way, don't even misguide them. I mean that obviously excludes pedophilia, right?
Yeah.
In whatever worldview it is that incorporates these things is going to be superior to anything that's adaptable and fluid. So that's
Yeah,
what
it'd
it
be
is.
better.
What the West has adopted secularism, bro, and that's why it's going to collapse. Is my
It would
opinion.
be better if a millstone was tied around your neck and you were fucking at the bottom of the ocean than to harm a little one that's fucking like building their brain up. You're supposed to be there to like nurture their mind and teach them in the right way, bro. And then they'll always go in that way. So when you do something terrible to their brain, it psychologically fucks them up the rest of their life. Maybe they commit suicide. Maybe they never find God. Like, people don't realize how important that is, man.
Yeah, I guess it's not a full fire, or foolproof answer to the question that SC was bringing up, though, because like you said, there are societies back in the day that they weren't atheists per se, but they did have adaptable moral foundations, right? Like so, like if you look at, and this is a story even all the way back to Atlantis, and then that's where Greek was obsessed with Atlantis, right? It's like it's that over time the people became more debased of mind, is how Plato said. So it's not objective. It's that it's negotiable. That's the key, right? So
That's so
whatever
weird.
God, yeah, it's subjective morality. If it's adaptable, then it'll always go down.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Does that
I
make
guess
sense? So
that's
I see,
life.
like,
Yeah.
because now if we apply this standard, now it makes sense why every society there's like sexual debauchery and depravity prior to its collapse, because the
Yeah.
cause of it was the removal of objective morality or linear code of ethics. And
Just logic,
The,
bro, in general. Yeah. Logic,
this,
morality.
the sexual deviance is just really one of the beginning stages before the complete collapse of the nation, right? We see this in the scriptures themselves regarding Israel and Judah, bro. Like when when the northern house first was exiled by the Assyrians, there was clear scripture showing idolatry, so idol worship. They started worshiping other gods. So this idea that if you believe in God in general doesn't make you prone to these debaucheries is false, because clearly that's one of the first things they started doing was worshiping other gods and following
Bro, when
hold
fucking
on.
Moses was going for the 10 Commandments, they were fucking worshiping a cow when he came down, bro. There was like, what the hell,
Yes,
dude?
we got 2 Kings 17:6. When Ashur took Samaria and carried Israel away, right? There was cannibalism, bro. That was one of the final stages, was cannibalism. So before you have exile, before you have a complete collapse of the nation, you have complete depravity and famine, right? People are hungry, they're starving, there's no food, and because of that, they start eating each other. I'm not joking, bro. That's what
fucking
we see
crazy,
happen.
dude.
but the belief of these idols didn't have a linear code of ethics, right? So the calf that they were worshiping, for example, it did not implement any objective morality or linear code of ethics. So they were really allowed to do whatever they want to, as long as they were. In fact, they were even instructed to do immoral things, according to them, right? Like they would sacrifice their children, and sacrificing your child is objectively immoral. So it's more so the linear code of ethics. Like
And
The reason the
I've actually,
idolatry ends up being bad is because the idols that they worshipped didn't have any linear code of ethics. There was no true moral accountability. You know, that's why.
hey, wits it. I actually was in a lot of Christian debates back in the day, and one of the things I ran into was that like God is against human sacrifice, so they would use that against me when I say that Jesus died for them. But I had a way that that I would explain it to them. But like, yeah, that's just something that was used against me.
Yeah, but I mean, that's when you have to kind of step back and re-examine your doctrine, maybe, right? Because yeah, it wasn't like, oh, we have to kill Jesus so that his blood does something. It doesn't really say that. That's just what like modern Christianity says. It says that he was innocent, and since he died innocent, um,
Right.
it allowed him to be the high priest.
Yeah, I
It gave
agree
him a
with you.
position to be our high priest. Yeah.
I'm just saying that they would say like, oh, if you're like debating a Jew, yeah, and you're trying to make him a Messianic Jew, and you say, hey man, this and that, and they'd be like, oh, God's totally against this, and you're like, damn, bro. And I never had a good argument for that. So
Yeah, because they're kind of right. They're kind of right about how modern Christianity just says the blood of Jesus, the blood of Jesus, and they focus on the idea that he was sacrificed for them. And in reality, he just died without sinning, and therefore he could be the high priest, and he's our mediator. It's
yeah,
distinctly different than the idea of sacrifice. Yeah.
and there's so many prophecies, dude, in like Psalms that say that all that was gonna happen, bro. Even down to the end with the vinegar in the mouth and the piercing of the, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand how the Jews don't see it, bro. I like Dr. Michael Brown. I don't know if you've heard of him before, but a few years ago, maybe 5 years ago, I used to listen to a lot of his debates, and he's very well articulate. Yeah.
You guys know that the true Torah believers, the true Jewish people, right? They're against Zionism. They talk about it. They say that in the Torah, God does not permit the Jewish people to have a homeland. They are destined to roam
I'm
around.
pretty
So
sure it says in Revelation that they're all going to gather together in the end.
I'm talking about a rabbi was saying this,
Rabbi.
and I was like, "What? Really? Is that really so?
Yeah.
Because they're against the Zionists."
Are they connected with Jesus and the Holy Spirit? I would be, I don't really, yeah.
No,
Nah,
they're
he's right,
not
though.
connected with
I don't really
Jesus
want
at
to
all.
hear what they're saying,
No.
bro.
SC's right, though. SC's right.
You know about
How's he
this?
right? How are
Torah?
you right, bro?
Because he's
What's
not. Judah wasn't supposed to take that land by force like they did, bro.
Dude, Rothschild, yeah, bought that shit up. Yeah, I get it, bro.
Yeah. So we're on the same boat.
Okay, cool. I mean, whether or not the Rothschilds did it, whatever, scripture is going to be fulfilled. But at the same time, we don't even know geographically if what we're told is the places that they are. And that's a problem for me. Is
just wanna
Israel the North Pole with the 4 continents around it? I mean, like, why did that disappear off the maps? Anybody got any answer for that? That's weird to me.
I just posted a thing of what I'm talking about. It's a minute long. I mean, he'll explain it better. Like I couldn't believe it when I heard this. I go, really?
It would make a lot of sense, bro, if the North, the magnetic pole, they're hiding these 4 continents, there's shit going on up there. Perhaps there's like a floating mountain. I've heard a lot of weird stuff, bro. It's all speculation, but it's cool to look into it, but I don't know where I live or what is going on, dude. I make no claims anymore. I'm just like, where am I, dude?
Yeah, bro. Just think of a monopole magnet that doesn't exist in reality, and it appears we're somewhere where there's a monopole magnet, or the other side is so far away that it can't be detected. So
I would say that the topographic plane within a toroid sphere makes a lot of sense, and I'm leaning that way. because nothing else makes sense to me.
Yeah, but a
Unless
torus
someone can
field
give me
is
a
not
better.
monopole. Is it monopole? What you're thinking of?
The toroidal sphere,
field.
and then you got the ether, bro. It's a complicated situation, bro. It's not so simple like that. Like just like, oh, it just doesn't work or whatever. Like it's so complicated. We haven't even scratched the surface, bro.
I don't think you understand what I'm fully understanding what I'm saying, bro. You
Go
know
ahead.
that there's no such thing as a monopole magnet, right? In reality,
Go ahead.
No, there's no such thing.
right? But it appears that here on Earth there is such a thing, because when we point our compass, right, it always points north, no matter where you are.
It's because we're in the middle of the magnetic field. North and south will be far above us. So all it's going to do is point towards the center of the field.
The center of the field.
Yeah,
I
maybe
can't see
I may
that
break up.
either. Woodson, I can't see that either. That doesn't make sense.
Well, just because you don't understand it doesn't make it wrong.
What
No,
I'm
I understand
saying is,
magnetism.
so the North Pole would be, look, check it. The North Pole would be way up in the sky, okay? Way up in the sky. The South Pole would be way below, okay? It's so much further away from us than the center of the magnetic field. Meaning we're on the plane through the middle of the torus field. Our compass is going to point towards that central divergence or convergence, so that everything converging down into that point, our compass is going to point towards there because of the pressure mediation. You have to go really high in the sky, then your compass would start pointing up.
That's
what
I
don't even know how high you'd have to go.
Yeah,
I can buy the one
Pole,
side.
I think the South Pole is just so far down.
On a globe, wouldn't the fucking wouldn't there be a magnetic shift?
Oh, you're
sorry,
clipping
bro.
people, bro.
I'm in a bad spot.
Sorry, man.
Go ahead. I think the South Pole is just very far down underground or something. Yeah,
That's the only thing I can see. Yeah, that's the only thing I can see. Like the center doesn't make any sense, but being far away, that I could. Yeah, it makes physical, logical sense.
No, both of them are true. So the North and South Pole are so far away that the compass reacts to the center of the field. Okay,
Has that
that's
really
what I'm trying to explain.
I can't. I've never seen. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I've never contemplated that or seen that a magnet behave that way. You could be right.
Well, I'm not really understanding what you're saying. Are you saying that the compass is pointing towards the north because it's trying to point towards the South Pole, but it's far away? What are you suggesting is the reason that it points towards the North Pole? Because the North Pole is not the magnetic North Pole, right? The magnetic North Pole is up around Polaris.
Yeah, actually, the north. Well, we think north is the south. Let's start with that, right? Because the opposite attraction. But what I'm saying is, every magnet that is in existence has a north and a south, and when you bring a compass closer to these extremities, the compass flips. Now that doesn't happen on Earth. Now the only thing that I can think of is that north or south, whichever one you want to call it, is just too far away. That's the only thing that I can think of. You're saying in the center, we're kind of like saying the same thing, but I can't see how the center would attract the compass. I can see either side if you're close to it, but I can't see how the center could do that.
Just like I'm at airport.
Does it make sense what I'm saying or not?
Yeah, just a sec. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna step away. I gotta get on this plane. I'm running late for the plane.
SE, you need like a gyromagnet, one that can move in 360 degrees all the way around. Right? And as you got closer to the North Pole, you'd probably know. And this is what I've never been there, but I would assume that the arrow would start going up, right? So it would go up above your head, because the true north isn't towards the center, but up. But when we're out this far
Actually,
from the north, it's going to point towards the center of the earth. But as you get closer to the center of the earth, you're going to start seeing that compass go up, and it'll start acting erratic. It might start spinning around, and then south is down below us. So inside the earth would be south, and up would be north above us. So they call it the cosmic north, or
Why is there no south compass?
celestial
Bro?
north,
exactly. Why is there no south compass?
because the south would point to the north too.
Why?
Because
Doesn't make sense.
it's a vertical axis, right? You got X, Y
Magnets
axis.
don't behave that way, bro. Magnets don't behave that way. I'm
We
sorry, bro.
don't. But what I'm trying to, you got to understand it. It's a toroidal field, right? And at the top of the toroidal field is Mount Zion, let's say, right? And at the bottom of the toroidal field is the pit. The bottomless pit on a vertical axis. Now, when you're out in America, you're out in Florida, the magnet, it's gonna point towards the North Pole because it's the closest part to the center so it's gonna point to the closest part.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. It's going to point to the closest part. So what happens when you go to the south?
Nothing. It's gonna keep pointing north.
It doesn't work that way, bro. Why don't you
I don't think
understand?
you can picture this, bro, in your head. I gotta show it
It
to you on
doesn't
a
work that
diagram.
way on the globe, bro. It doesn't
No, it
work
doesn't
right.
work
if
that
it's
way
a
in
globe.
reality.
I'm talking about on a flat Earth.
On a globe, you should have a south compass.
We're not
yeah?
talking about a
SC
globe.
is saying magnets don't work that way. Magnets don't work that way.
Well, we live inside the magnet, like on the block domain wall, and the north is above you, and the south is below you, under the ground.
Yes, the true south isn't at the rim, where at the Antarctic, the shore of Antarctica. That's not the true south. That's still the middle of the magnet. We're in the middle of the magnet. This is the inertial plane. We're in the middle of it. When you're on the outside of the plane, the magnet's still going to point north to the North Pole. Does that mean that North Pole is the positive of the magnet? No. The two poles that you're talking about, like you would see on a magnet, is above us and below us, not to the side of us.
I just posted a video.
Turn your bar magnet vertically and imagine you live on the line in between the north and south.
Still wouldn't do what you think it would do. Magnetism is very clear cut. We know how it works, right? There's no way around it. We know there's no such thing as a monopole magnet, right? Now, say what you want. It cannot behave the way it does here on Earth. That's not how magnets behave. So it's either we got a monopole magnet, or, I mean, let's face it, the creator could do whatever he wants, right? He could have made a monopole magnet. It's either that, or south is so far away that it doesn't affect the compass. That's the only two viable possibilities. I don't see any other possibility. That's just me.
Yeah, the block domain wall's in the way. You live on the top of it.
You live on the top of the...
Yeah, there's a thickness to that, don't you think?
Yeah.
And you live on the top portion closer to the north. You don't live on the bottom portion closer to the south.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Okay.
Are you saying the south pole of the magnet is just below us?
Okay, let's say you had a magnet, right? Both north and south would point towards the center because of our location. Both poles would point toward the center. It doesn't mean that we're on a monopole magnet. It just means that if you have to look at this like the magnet is vertical, right? The north is above us and the south is below us, but we're in the middle of that. It's a giant magnet, a giant toroidal field. Huge. On a flat earth, not on a globe, on a flat earth.
So what do you envision? There's a huge mountain in the middle, like a magnetic mountain. It does appear that way, bro.
That's a hypothesis, bro. I wouldn't even go that far. I would just say, look at magnetism, look at electromagnetism, look at electrostatics, like just, look at shit you can touch and feel. Let's not beg the question that there's a fucking magnetic mountain, yeah? Because then we're gonna be like the Globers. We're gonna be like the Globers, bro.
Chill. I love hypothesizing, bro, and speculating. Those people that say, "Oh, we can't speculate, we can't hypothesize."
We can
that's part of
speculate.
it. Hold on,
not make
hold on.
claims.
Why
bro.
you keep clipping me, bro? Just hear me out. No, this idea that we can't hypothesize or speculate, yeah, they do that in 24/7, right? That's them, bro. The thing with, you know what I mean? That's part of the scientific method is hypothesizing. You make an observation, then you hypothesize, and you speculate, and then you prove out that speculation. The idea that we can't do the scientific method, dude, that's like crazy. You know what I mean?
I
That's
never said there was nothing
I'm just
wrong
saying,
with
there's so many people
hypothesizing.
that say that, oh, we can't speculate, we can't
I feel like you're
hypothesize.
making a claim about the mountain, is what I said.
Nobody's making a claim, bro. We're literally speculating.
Okay.
We're just saying,
All right.
what if this, what if that, bro? We're,
But that's part of men getting together around a coffee, drinking
But I'm
coffee.
saying you said that scripture says, blase, that the mountain's there. That's kind of a claim, yeah?
Did I say that? I've never said that.
Yeah,
I've said it before.
me and you spoke of.
Yeah. I will use scripture in my defense, but again, that's philosophy. Like I said, I've never been to the North Pole. I can only assume what the magnet will do at the North Pole.
I'm not hating on you, dog. It's all gravy, bro.
I hate when people try to end the conversation because we're speculating, because they don't like speculation.
I thought you made a claim, is what all I was saying, bro. I'm chilling, bro. I'm not mad, bro.
But what would you? So if you go to the North Pole, what do you expect the magnet to do? That right there is speculation, because none of us have been there. Nobody's been there, so we're speculating. This whole conversation is speculation. But people say that we can't have this conversation at all on other servers.
I never said that, dog.
I know, but I'm just saying, you don't think there's something wrong with that? Like you can't hypothesize at all? You don't see
No, I remember I just said I thought you made a claim that the mountain was there for show. You know what I'm saying? So it's all gravy, bro.
Well, I know for sure that there's a mountain there.
See, dog, come on, bro. Come on, dog.
No, yeah, I do. But I said that before, philosophically.
You just did me dirty and said, okay, all right. It's all good, dude.
If it is a mountain, though, wouldn't the top side be north, and then the bottom of that mountain, who's to say it doesn't peak out the bottom too and be south?
It could be differently aligned. Don't forget, right? The poles could be differently aligned, like center outwards. Could be a ring. It could be a bar magnet. You can align the poles in many ways, right? But there's always one thing that's true. There's always a south and a north pole. Always. In every single magnet ever found, created. Yeah.
Yeah, and the cult gave you a clue. They said, as above, so below.
Yeah. So this is fascinating now to me. And it's like, okay, we have it can be a monopole, or maybe it can, creator, right? Could do anything. Or the south is so far away that it just doesn't affect us. So imagine the implications of that, how large this thing, whatever it is we're on, right? There's implications to that, like vast implications.
Yeah, see, so the magnets that you're talking about are not on a horizontal axis, right? The poles are not on a horizontal axis, they're on a vertical axis. So both north and south are on a vertical axis, and I don't know the distance, but they're very, very far away. So if you're at the North Pole, right, you're literally in the middle, right in the middle of the vertical axis of that magnet. So when you're out from the middle, what would you expect the compass to do? If both the north and the south are equal distance from the North Pole on a vertical axis, when you're out, 3,000 miles from the North Pole, what do you expect the compass to do?
I don't know. You're saying if you're exactly in the middle of the north and south, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Well, that's a good question. I don't know. And then
Well,
it wouldn't favor either side. That would be the answer, right? If you're
that's what I'm
smack
trying to tell
dab
you.
in the middle, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, but the whole world is in the center of this thing. Is that? I mean,
Yeah, yeah, yep.
yeah, but
Our
you
plane
still,
of existence is in the middle of a magnet.
yeah, but it's still showing favoritism towards the north, which is actually the south. But let's not get into that.
That's because there's thickness to that area between the two magnets. There's a a thickness to that, and
A
you live on
barrier.
the top of that thickness. And then when they dig in, they can't seem to go down too far. It's interesting.
I don't know.
If the geocentric model is equivalent to the heliocentric model, doesn't that kind of fucking like throw everything out the window when it comes to debate? Like, if they could just get that, then that would kind of like change the paradigm. Yeah, like we're trying to fight flat Earth, but instead, like, your model is equal to another model, so therefore your model could be shit. Maybe we should go that route. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that approach. I think it's important to point that out. I think you should gain that concession before furthering the conversation.
Yeah, but this is a thing neither side can explain. I challenge anybody. I've been saying this for I don't know how long. I never had a satisfactory answer. The only thing is that it's far away, or the creator made a monopole magnet. Those are the only two options that I can see, unless somebody could help me out here.
Yeah, New Perspective sent me this, so I'll post it, and this might help you envision what we're talking about. And I'm not an expert in magnetism, but this picture, explains a lot without getting into like the minutia of it. It's a GIF.
Oh man.
Yeah, I get that. Okay. So why is there favoritism on the top as opposed to the bottom then?
Well, like Tora was saying, we have the crust below us, the ground below us, and there's nothing above us. We do have the firmament, but I honestly, there might be a slight bias to the north, but honestly, I think that the south and the north will both point to the center of the earth, bro. Whether you know what I mean, whether you switch the poles or not. Yeah, go ahead.
Ariel, what do you think the firmament is? Do you think it's a superfluid? Do you think it's the magnetic sphere? Do you think it's something physical? What do you think?
I don't know. Witsit does a good job explaining it. Superfluid.
Just hypothesis, bro. I'm just asking for.
I think it's made out of some superfluid material that is self-healing. It's under immense pressure because of the waters above, and there's intense temperatures up there, both hot and cold. So it's hard to tell what the exotic material it's made out of, but it's definitely a crystal substance according to the scriptures.
We don't even know if space is cold, quote unquote space. Obviously, yeah, but yeah, it's all a mystery. It's all a mystery, bro. I would say that it's the magnetic sphere that's holding everything in. That's the firmament, instead of like a physical glass. You know what I mean? But I have heard that flight paths in the south, they like fly at a lower elevation, and I'm assuming it's so they don't drive into the firmament. But that's all speculation. I'm sure, have you guys heard that before?
This is the part I like, right? when they say they figured everything out and there's nothing else to learn, nothing could be further from the truth, right? This is a time of wonderment. This is a time of
We don't know
awe.
where the fuck we're at.
Exactly, bro. This is like we're starting from scratch. This is so great. I mean, I can't find words for it.
Yeah, bro. I like to be around like-minded people that are like willing to like, what's this? What's that? Where are we? Da da da. Instead of just like, you know, I gotta work tomorrow. Just appeal to authority and let it go. You know. I like this better than just rolling over.
But yeah, Essie, if you look at that image, that GIF I posted, if you zoom in to where the North Pole is, you see how it all comes together there? Kind of like what they call when black holes, when you get to the center of a black hole, you get this, what do they call it? They call it spaghettification or whatever, where basically you have like a single string of energy. Well, both the North and the South are right there, bro. So, you know what I mean? So if you're out here and you're trying to point north or south, what do you think? What the compass is basically, it's almost equal, dude. You know what I mean? You're right in the middle of it. So there might be a bias one way or the other, but it doesn't really matter.
It does, bro. That's my whole point. Magnets don't work that way.
No, I know. But as you get closer, this is why the magnets they start acting erratic, because where is it going to point? You're literally in the middle of a magnet. It can point north 1 second and south the next. That's what I'm trying to say. It's going to be erratic. This compass, if you just have a regular compass, it's going to start spinning in circles because you're in the middle of it. You don't know where to point. Now, if you have a gyro compass, I would assume that it might have a bias towards the north, so it might point up, like above you. But I can't prove that. It might just as well point below you. Because of the area, you're literally in the middle of a compass, dude. I'm not a compass, of a giant magnet, a toroidal magnet. It's literally a toroidal electromagnetic field.
You still gotta explain favoritism, bro.
I'm not sure that there is a favoritism. So I'm trying to say, just because our compasses are designed to point north because of the actual like ground below us, that layer of ground, that crust, and there seems to be a stuff that, that messes with the compass on the south, so it's gonna point north. But I can't prove that either. That's just speculation. But it seems to make sense. What do you think?
I don't see it, bro. I'm sorry. I don't see it. I don't see that as a viable
Alright.
explanation because that's not how magnets work, bro. Unless you got some sort of special magnet.
All right, I'm back, Essie. I got you. Okay, look. The only way that you can test this is if you have a really big magnetic field and a very small compass. Okay, and you would have to then take this compass and you would show that if you get close enough to the North Pole, it'll point towards it. If you get close enough to the South Pole, it'll point towards it. If it's small enough and the field's big enough, if you get close enough to the center, right, the pressure from that magnetic field going to the center, the needle is going to deviate towards that center. Unless it's close enough to the north or south that it overpowers that. Okay, so there's a giant magnetic field. There's a North Pole above us, near Polaris. A South Pole, in my opinion, equidistant below us, right? So that's super far away. We have no idea how far away that is. And so we're on this little portion of the field in the inertial plane. And so our compass just reacts to that pressure that's converging to the middle. It's so much closer. The proximity of it is so much closer. That's what the compass interacts. And that's why it also fluctuates and moves around. Does that make sense to you?
Not really, bro. Not pressure, because magnets, they work on magnetism, not pressure. So,
well, that's what it is.
I don't
That's
see
what
it.
it is. So magnetic field is pressure mediation. So, but that's why we have an inertial plane, right? Because the pressure from the top and the pressure from the bottom are pushing towards each other, and it creates this middle section. So, like, you draw the donut. I'm sure you've seen the depictions of the magnetic field. So you draw the donut in the inside of the donut, right? As that, it's constantly spinning. Basically, there's a vortex in the center, and then it's The inside and outside of the donut are moving at the same time. It's constantly moving. When the magnetic field is moving like that, it causes pressure mediation. So like if I open up a door to my house and say like a bunch of hot air rushes in, right? So say it's really hot outside, it's really cold outside, like it is in Florida. I open up the door, the air will rush in, right? And so that's pressure mediation because that air moves in. That makes sense. It's the same with the magnetic field. Since the field's moving, it's moving the pressure. It's changing pressure. Anyway, I'm saying so the needle is affected by that pressure mediation.
Okay, now I get what you're saying. All right. Yeah, but it still doesn't explain favoritism. Why it favors one pole over the other, and why it seemingly ignores one pole.
It doesn't favor either pole because the North Pole is all the way up by Polaris, and the South Pole is way below us. It doesn't point to either one of those because they're so far away. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't favor the North Pole, quote unquote, because it's above us so far away. It's not affected by either pole. That's why our compass moves so much, and that's why they claim that there's like magnetic declination. They claim that the magnetic North Pole moves around. Well, in reality, we're not pointing at the pole. You know, so it's like actually what moves around is that pressure mediation.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. You still gotta show me a mechanism whereby there's favorite. And don't say there isn't favoritism because we know there is on Earth. It tends to point north, so there is favoritism. I don't know why you're saying there isn't.
No, well, it points in the direction of north, but it doesn't point to the North Pole of the magnet. On a plain Earth, the North Pole of the magnetic field is up by Polaris.
That doesn't make sense either. You know why?
Real quick.
Go on, bro.
Go ahead. I don't want to disrupt your point. I'll go after.
I'll just make it quick. That doesn't make sense either because the way the compasses are weighted, when you go north, it seems to point down with it. That's why there's a weight on the other end. So it seems the opposite of what you're saying.
Okay. So, like, have you seen the depictions? Does anyone have one? Let me see if I can.
Yeah, I posted it. He's got a GIF with it spinning and everything.
Okay, now imagine going closer and closer to the center. You're getting closer and closer to that portion of the magnetic field where it's converging down in that vortex. It's converging down. So it's like visualization is the only way.
It condenses in the. You see how where it condenses? I brought up a black hole as a parallel because as light enters a black hole, theoretically, right, you get this spaghettification. Well, the same thing's happening with the electromagnetic field. You have a hyperdense. It gets dense towards it's not on the surface of the Earth, but actually, if you look, it's like in the Earth where it condenses the field, and then as it goes through the crust, it opens up. The vortex opens up. You see how it opens up, Essie? So the compass is going to point. It's going to point towards the most densest part of the field, which seems to be in the Earth.
All right, here I'm going to give you a couple pictures. All right, so you see, and it's got the block domain wall label. That's the inertial plane of inertia, block domain wall. It's where we live, in my opinion, right? So you see the North Pole. The North Pole, that's all the way up by Polaris. The South Pole is way below us. No one can get through the block domain wall. You're never going to get to the South Pole. And really, you're never going to get to the North Pole either, right? So we are in the middle. Now, the way that the magnetic field works is that hole, you can flip that up and you can look down on it. You'll just see a black hole, right? Well, see how it's diverging away from the center? It's also, there's a counter movement that's converging onto the center. So it's the hyperboloid, the toroid, the centripetal divergence, the centripetal convergence, the donut, the inside of the donut. Like if you take a donut and you put it in a sphere, the donut would be the toroid. All the empty space inside the sphere would be the hyperboloid. Right? They're both there. Conjugate geometry, so the inverse geometry. They're joined at the hip. Can't have one without the other. One is diverging away from the center. One is converging onto the center. As you get your compass closer and closer to that center, it's going to start to point slightly down towards the middle because all that pressure is converging down the middle.
All right. I just wanted to chime in real quick. Most people think that magnetism is the attraction and the repulsion side of things, and that resides at either the north or the south facing side of a magnet. and that's actually not true. There is no magnetism at the center of the magnet, whether it be the north or south facing side, and it's easily perceivable if you were to take like a large neodymium magnet and place a like a steel ball bearing on top of it. It would roll off to the edge and precess around the edge because that's where the plane of inertia resides. It's 45 degrees opposite from the north or south facing side, and that plane of inertia is what we ideate as being magnetism. And that's what they're trying to tell you, SE. I don't know if that helped at all, but
No, I hear that, and believe it or not, I understand this convergence and all this talk that people tell you is the word salad. No, I understand it all. I get it. I get the domain wall and all that stuff. Believe it or not, I've checked this stuff out. Right? It still doesn't compute. Right? If you're in the center of this domain wall, right? You still have to show favoritism from one side or the other. And I understand the lines go in, they come back out. I get all that stuff. It still doesn't explain favoritism, bro. I mean, I'm sorry.
like I said,
I see it.
like I said, you can do this experiment yourself with a steel ball bearing and a magnet, and you set it directly onto the center of either the north or the south facing side, and it's going to roll off immediately to the edge, to the very edge of that magnet. And you can push the ball and it'll spin around that edge. That's because that's where the plane of inertia, or the block domain wall, is which it was putting it, resides. That's where true magnetism resides. Doesn't reside at the north or the south side. It resides in between the two. They're pressure mediated in their locations respectively.
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. Right. I'm sorry, bro. I still can't see favoritism. There has to be a favoritism. You cannot be in the center of something, right? In the center of these two fields, and then try to explain favoritism, why it only points to one side. Maybe I'm not smart enough to get it. I don't know.
You could take a Gauss meter and you could show it with a Gauss meter that it's near zero at the center of the magnetic field, off to the edge, off to the side, in between those two north and south.
You cut out, Dice Slow.
You're on the left of the toroid field, so you got blocked, bro.
Where you're going to start picking up flux readings, not at the center.
Elon.
Your voice is flux reading, bro.
We gotta hit up Elon, get the satellite fixed.
This actually is the most viable answer, in my opinion, right? Because it explains.
You're gonna.
I think he's still going.
Pick up.
No one can hear you, brother.
He's stuck in the block domain wall.
Real fast, because I'm about to have to get on here, but so like all the magnetic anomalies, right? They don't really comport to the globe at all. But when you understand that this is in a constant state of flux and movement, all of a sudden the magnetic anomalies or the declination or the progression makes sense. Because there's like if you spin something around you, there's like the apex of that movement, right? Like you have centrifugal force, right? So as it's spinning around you, there's like the furthest out it goes, right? And so that position is going to slowly move. That where that place is, it'll have the greatest effect. And then the fact that with the compass is being affected by the pressure mediation is going to explain it fluctuating.
Did you guys not hear
that? Yeah, but the favoritism is not explained here. The favoritism towards one pole.
It doesn't go towards either pole, though. It's not going towards either pole.
That's what I was telling you. It goes in between the two poles. The plane of inertia resides 45 degrees from the north or south facing pole. It's at the edge in between those two poles.
Yeah, but guys, come on, man. I mean, we know there's favoritism here on Earth. You can't say there's not favoritism.
I'll say this.
No, there's
There
not.
might be a little bit of a bias towards the north, but it's because when you look at the field itself, it condenses below us. It condenses in the crust itself. So we are slightly off-centered, but we're talking about like in the grand scheme of things, bro, the north and the south are so far away that if we are theoretically off-centered, it's just a tiny little bit. And I don't know what metric that would be, but it does seem to show that if theoretically if you did get close to the North Pole, the compasses would probably start spinning around. But if you got close to like the very center where the spaghettification is occurring, it would point below you. North would be below you, which is counterintuitive, but it's because that condensing of the vortex that's occurring below our feet. Because the plane of inertia that we're on is pretty big, dude. You got to understand that it's the crust itself is the plane of inertia. And we happen to be on top of the plane of inertia, not in it. Or you can say in it too, but it's like just look at the picture, bro. It's right there. You can see it.
No, we're on top of it. Yeah. So okay, look at this picture. Okay, the bias is towards that center point. That's looking top down. So say we're looking top down, right? Like that's the bias. It's all going to go towards that center point because everything is. The North Pole would be all the way at the top. The South Pole would be all the way at the bottom, right? The compass is not pointing to either pole. It just pointing to the center of the field. You understand what I'm saying? The bias is towards the center, which makes sense because that's where all the motion is coming to and or going to and coming from.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it points to the
I
center.
still
I mean,
like I get what you're trying to say, but
would it help you if I played a video that like kind of shows it, like what I was talking about with the magnetized ball bearing and the magnet itself, and how the ball will never sit on top of the magnet due to this fact that which it's trying to tell you?
maybe I don't know.
I mean, I don't know if it would help you like witnessing the fact that that ball will never stay there. It'll always fly off to the edge. Even though that this is the north or south facing side of the magnet, the ball doesn't want to go there. Why?
I'm trying
I mean,
to envision what you're saying. It would have to be a visual for me to get it.
So maybe I should play the video because it'll kind of illustrate and elucidate exactly what it is I'm saying. So let me see if I can find it.
Because I got plenty of ball magnets. I got like 100 or so of them. I can recreate whatever you want. And I even got this real powerful bar magnet that I ordered just to test this stuff out. And I mean, every time, bro, there's no getting around it.
Yeah, because the field is so much smaller. Like the field would have to be so big to be able to test this. I mean, I'm interested. I think it would be cool to test it, but you're gonna have a huge magnetic field and a very, very weak, small compass.
I got a video right here. If you want to watch it, it's a 8-inch neodymium magnet. So it's one of those super magnets, and he's got a compass. I don't know. You want to watch it?
Yeah, well, why not?
It's actually it's a gyroscope. Yeah, not a it's a gyroscope that spins up. So here, let me play it. Okay, here we go.
Interesting, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the best. He's got a few other videos that, like I said, that he uses steel ball bearings instead of the gyroscope. and the steel ball bearing will fly off to that edge where he was kind of putting that gyroscope, and it'll just hang out there on the edge. It won't roll over completely off to the side and fall onto the table, and it won't stay on the top of the magnet. It resides literally on that edge. And if you push it, it'll just spin. Because that's where true magnetism resides, at that plane of inertia between those two poles. And that's where we live, is at that plane of inertia. That's what keeps us essentially to the ground. That's gravity right there.
That's interesting. It also caused the gyroscope to stop spinning. Did I see that correctly?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yep.
Yeah, that's freaking interesting. I got to think on this. That's cool stuff. So that magnet, if I'm not mistaken, is aligned. North is in the center and south is the extremities. Is that correct?
No. North was the top and south was the bottom, or vice versa. So basically the flat edge. From the top or the bottom. Yeah.
So why would the edge make a difference on one side? See what I'm saying? If it's aligned, one side, the flat side on top is north and the bottom one is south, is that what you're saying?
The top, yeah. Yeah. The top is either north or south. And likewise
So
the
then
bottom.
why would the edge of the north or south make a difference?
Because that's where the plane of inertia is. That's where true magnetism is. It's not at the north or south facing side. It's in between the two. Here I got a. I think I got the one I was talking about with the ball bearing. Or at least one of them. I know he's got a few different ones with the ball bearing, but I don't know if I've seen this one. This one looks pretty old, but I could show this one if you want. If you want to watch it real quick. Let's see. Bismuth. Well, that was. I mean, he's going to go on about other stuff, but that's all I wanted to show you was the how that thing flew off to the edge and didn't want to stay at the center.
Yeah, and how the other one did want to stay at the center. Freaked
Right.
out, huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
That was like his own little Cavendish experiment.
No, he's just talking about magnetism and how most people think magnetism is, you know, at the north or south pole of a magnet, but it's really not.
So that's freaked out. So either pole shows these characteristics, if we understand it correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So you can have the magnet on either side and get the same results. That's freaked out.
Yeah, and then it gets even crazier when you start trying to understand the last thing that he was talking about as to like how you can affect an old school television tube set at distances, you know, like 20 times further than what the field is picking up at.
Depending on the angle, right? Yeah.
I seen a guy who did it. He was in a classroom and he was using a pencil, bro. And all he did was rub the pencil on his head, so it would like absorb the whatever, dude, the electrostatic charge. And he's like, "Can you tell me if you feel this?" And all he did was wave the pen from where he was standing. It must have been like 20 feet from the students. And all he did was go like this in the room, like he moved the pen back and forth or the pencil back and forth, and the people could feel like the wave, like you could feel it in your face.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Not
Yeah,
to
yeah,
downplay what you're saying, but you know, there could be some psychology going on there. But like with that super magnet that he was showing, like you could feel that, he says, from like, I don't know, pretty far away, like maybe 6 to 8 feet away, even though that magnetic field is only measurable like 2 feet away. So, but only with sensitive parts of your body, like your eyes and your nose, stuff like that, your lips.
So yeah, what do they measure it with versus feel it with?
Gauss meter.
Which measures what?
Flux readings of the magnetic field.
Yeah, that's like a circle you went into.
What's that?
Like what's the, so what do you so it's a Gauss meter measures, I get, like, what do you use to measure magnetic fields? A Gauss meter, but what does a Gauss meter measure? Magnetic fields. Yeah, like, but what are you measuring?
Well, I just said you're measuring the flux of the magnetic field. You're measuring the centripetal and centrifugal convergence and divergence of that toroidal three-dimensional force vector, which is what we call the magnetic field.
Yeah, like what does it show up as? Like it shows up as fire, water. When you measure it, like what are you measuring?
You're just getting a quantification. You're just getting like a number. It computes it into a number. Mm-hmm.
This I posted a screenshot of it. I can't play it. It's on Facebook, but maybe I can send you the link and you can play it. I mean, he's got a meter too, where he you can see like that the pencil does pick up a charge, bro, and it like can affect the field in front of him.
Yeah, my son did something with a pencil, I don't know, a couple months back, maybe a year or so ago. He took just a regular old number 2 pencil and he stuck it to the wall in the house. I did it on video. I showed everybody on Livestream. He also did it with his eraser, which is rubber, and he also did it with his pencil sharpener, which was plastic. You know, it had a metal blade, but it was mainly plastic. And it's all just friction, electrostatic friction, which is, you know, one half of magnetism, primarily the dielectric component.
Yeah, like Witzel was talking about pressure mediation, and apparently just by charging his pencil up with electrostatics and then him waving it, it did create a very small but readable pressure mediation in the room. Like, and by him moving it forward, it created a wave. And he showed it with he had a tool. I don't know what kind of meter it was, but he did have a meter that showed that this was happening, bro. Like, it's pretty. I was blown away when I seen it. But maybe I don't know if they could actually feel it. Maybe it was psychological. Because to feel it, I don't know, man. I am skeptical about that.
Yeah, that's the part that, you know, it's like that's all anecdotal, you know, evidence. And you know, power of influence is it's a pretty powerful thing. So
True. A lot of people in the comments are saying calling bullshit. But yeah.
But yeah,
Yes,
back to
what you don't understand is always bull, right? Like, yeah, don't wash away things before you look into them. That's all I say.
Right. But yeah, back to Witz's point, man, that the plane of inertia is what we call magnetism. Most people don't understand that. He's calling it the block domain wall, which is, I think, what Faraday described it as.
What surprised me in this is like seeing one side of the magnet behave like a two-sided magnet. It's got a center and an edge. That's one side. I never expected that, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying, Dicelo?
I was reading. I was. What'd you say again? Sorry.
I said what surprised me in that video is showing that one side of the magnet, example north, the flat, you know, the flat part of it, that it displays characteristics as a magnet as a whole. In other words, it appears to have a center and an edge, right? And we saw like one thing getting attracted to the edge, and the other one, being non-ferrule, was in the center. That's
Right.
freaking. I never expected a thing like that.
Right. And then when you start understanding how much molten bismuth is under your feet within the earth, and how that molten bismuth moves around the earth, and then you start understanding how that could potentially be a big factor with earthquakes and just any sort of seismic activity, whether it be volcanic or what have you. But it's all pertaining to that. He said in that video that this is the most, I forget how he worded it, but but it's like the highest level of something within any substance that we have here terrestrially that's affected this way by
the
magnetism.
highest level of negative magnetism, he said.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's an interesting point right there. He does a lot of stuff with bismuth, and bismuth is really weird. Like, I don't know if you've seen how it structures itself. Let me see if I can find a video, but it's fucking freaked out, dude.
Okay, relax though. I know what negative pressure means. Like, I know there's no such thing as negative pressure, but we do have negative pressure rooms in hospitals and whatnot. And I know what that means, but what does negative magnetism mean?
Okay, let me see if I can find this fucking video here. Yeah, he does some freaky shit with bismuth. All right. Yeah, here's one of them. I'm gonna play this video real quick. Check this shit out, how this fucking stuff like structures itself. It's a 2-minute video. Sorry for the commercial. Okay.
Well, I didn't see anything, Mister.
Well, I was just trying to show you that that structure that I guess he called it the inverse of a cube.
Is he saying that naturally occurs? That's a natural occurrence?
No, he said it isn't.
No.
Oh.
No, it's not. That structure doesn't naturally occur. He had to he did something to get it to structure itself in that way. But the point is if you meet the specific conditions for that thing will naturally form itself into that shape. And that's kind of like what blew me away.
Yeah, I mean, I would still say that's not like kind of natural. I would say it's kind of naturally occurring. Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's what I kind of meant by it. So he's saying he just placed magnetic fields or something at a specific ratio and formed. That's ridiculous. I don't know what he did. I'd like to see that video.
I think it was liquid at one point, and when he let it cool, he cooled it in the perfect conditions for it to actually make that shape. So he probably cooled it really fast.
I think he's got another video where he shows it. Let me see.
Yeah, he did
Yeah,
call it a tesseract, though. That's, you know what that is, a tesseract, right?
Yeah, it's that thing from the Avengers movie.
Well, a tesseract is actually a cube in motion, just like he showed there, partially going in and out. But it talks about time. So it's a 4D object. So
this
yeah.
this video kind of gets into that, not like from the temporal sense, but from like the anti-gravity, i.e., the levitation sense. It's not quite what I was looking for, but if you guys are interested, I'll show you that one real quick.
We got Swiffer and Febreze now, so we're getting cleaner.
I just posted a GIF of a tesseract.
Wow.
Yeah, I want to see the Tesseract one. The one where he forms that.
Yeah, so I was just saying I was on mute. What were you saying about the tesseract? Yeah, let me look for that. But what were you saying, SC, about it?
I posted this so people could have a visual. I posted a GIF of what a tesseract is. It's supposed to portray the fourth dimension. Thing is, it has to be in constant motion. So that's what a tesseract is supposedly. which makes absolutely no sense. Incorporating time into an object.
I was just thinking, what would happen if you had a whole floor of bismuth and then you had a really strong electromagnetic field? Could you float? Could you make things float? I don't think it would be possible, right?
Well, I don't know. Wheeler seems to talk about that topic a lot, about levitation devices and stuff. He seems to think that he's pretty close to it, and that it is possible.
Instead of a roller skating rink, it'd be like just some other futuristic thing that'd be nuts. Some special skates.
Yeah, you might end up like. Well, I guess you wouldn't end up like that guy that just died. Because you don't need skates.
Probably end up on your back.
That shit was brutal. Did you see that? That dude like kicked him and slit his throat right there in front of everybody.
No, I didn't get to see that. I heard about it though. The hockey play. Was it an accident?
I don't think he meant to kill somebody, right? But he definitely didn't. That wasn't like a natural fall. He swung his leg up to like try to trip, went too high, hit his neck.
If we're all just like balls bouncing around in space, and all those balls have a north side and a south side, then at some point they're going to attract each other and repel each other only at their poles. Is that just common knowledge, or how, the interaction of nothing actually touching each other, but everything's going to have an opposite, going to have an attractive or repelling thing? You know what I mean? If everything's local, just like two magnet balls. If you play around two magnet balls, you'll see that it's got a north and a south. It's got negative and a positive. So if everything's bouncing around up there, whatever, are they bouncing away from each other and towards each other while they're spinning?
I don't know. I'm under the impression like when people talk about these type of topics like density or temperature, etc., magnetism, electricity, that there's really only like repel. Like that's kind of how I look at it a little bit. There's no, like attract is really not there at all. It's just repel or less repel.
Meaning there's only push, not pull.
Yeah.
Yeah, like even when you pull a door open, you're literally pressing on the thing to pull it.
Yeah, if you think of a tug of war, you grab hold of the rope and you press the rope, don't you? And then you pull, but it's still pressing.
Yeah, your feet are pressed against the ground, and then you're pressing, when you're pressing, you're pushing the ground away.
Chemo was big on this back in the day. There's only a pressure force, not a pull. He used to say there is no pull.
Yeah, it's back to that reference frame thing, isn't it? So it's a weird thing to think about. But once you've like chewed it over a bit, you're like, oh yeah, that kind of makes sense.
I chewed it a few times. It never made sense to me.
Why not, SE?
I'll give you an example. I'm glad you asked.
Okay.
You have a car.
Yep.
Now what you do is you take crazy glue and you attach a rope to the bumper.
Well, that press is
You're not trying it.
There,
you're not. Sorry?
Well, as soon as you attach something to it, that's the press, isn't it? That's a press. Is it? Is it not?
I guess so. You got to press it on the thing to make it stick. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So
You
what's
got a
that? Is that your argument?
Well, it's
you got a
part of
car
it.
with a bumper with the crazy glue and a rope or something. Then what?
Yeah. Now you pull the car. Where is push involved there?
Oh, you're pulling. You're gonna pull the car with a rope. You got to
Yeah.
press against the You got to press against the rope to get the car to move. If you don't press against the
Yeah,
rope, there's no
you got to
movement.
press against the
You're not
ground.
pressing.
You
Well,
got to
hold
push
on.
off
What are
the
you
ground.
pressing? You're not
The
pressing.
rope.
You're pulling.
No, you're pressing against the rope.
No, you're
Yeah,
not.
you're right. Your fingers are pressed against it tight. Yeah.
Yeah, your fingers or whatever. You got to press against the rope.
Yeah, you got to squeeze the rope. Yeah. So what? To hold on to it. Okay, here I'll
It's
give you
all a
another
press.
scenario. Okay, hold on. So you crazy glue the rope to the car, and then you crazy glue the rope to your hand. So you have an open palm. You're not pressing anything, and you start pulling backwards. Where's the pressing there?
You
Then
don't
your
have to
feet.
pull back. You don't have
Then
to pull backwards. You can push forwards, can't you, as well? Just like when you can push forwards, but are you still pulling? If you're pushing
then your
forwards, like if
feet
you,
have to.
yeah.
Are you answering him where the press is or no? I don't know what you're saying right now. Go ahead, Rom. Go ahead, bro. Tell him where the press is. Are you on his
I'm all,
side or not? I don't understand what you're even saying right now. Go ahead. Say something good.
if you're the world's strongest man and you're pulling a truck, but the actual rope is in front of you and you're pushing on the rope because you've made a loop on the end, then you're not pulling it, you're pushing against the loop that you've made in
It's
front of
crazy
you.
glued to your hand. It's crazy glued to your hand. Were you following along with SC scenario?
The rope is crazy glued on either end. There's nothing grabbing. There's no grabbing. I eliminated that
So,
grabbing thing.
okay, so you got the car is glued. You're glued to the rope. There's no pressing there. Everything's just attached. It's all basically one solid object. Then you're going to, what are you going to do to make the car move? You got to press against the ground with your feet.
No. Well, you can be standing still and just pull your arm. If you pull on your arm, will the car not move?
That's true. That's true. We got to get chemo in here. I bet you
Yeah, but
chemo
it's not.
can
You can't
dissolve
pull
the.
your arm with it. It's like a transfer of energy to different parts of your body. Like your
Yeah, but
arm
you're
is,
still pulling. Right?
you say you're pulling your arm, but it's really like your shoulders pushing on your other bone, and then your transfers the weight down to through your spine to your butt to your leg to your foot that's on the ground pushing.
I don't get. I really don't get this. I mean, I know the difference between pulling and pushing. Like if you have
Yeah,
a shopping cart and I tell you pull, what are you gonna do? You're not gonna
push
go
off
there
the
and push
ground.
it away from you, right? You're gonna pull it towards you. If I tell you
Yeah,
push it away, you know what that means, right? You're gonna push it away.
it's just, the pull and the push is just a direction of push. Like, hey, pull it, push it. Depends on your vector, which way you're standing. Like, I appreciate your this thought experiment, but honestly, I'm just not impressed.
No, I see. I see that you're very straightforward, sort of straight shooter kind of guy, and yeah, you're making a lot of sense. But when you really break it down, everything's a kind of pressure of one kind or another, isn't it? Because where I was struggling with it was magnets, because we clearly see a pull, we see one thing pulling towards the other thing, but it's the field, isn't it? It's a magnetic field. There's always a press. I think it makes perfect sense when you really chew it around for a bit.
Yeah, but
It
the
really
SE's
does.
point, it's whatever law of motion that is for every action. There's an equal and opposite reaction, so it's like push and pull. Yeah, it's like both. I get what he's saying for sure.
Yeah, but like even when you pull a door towards you, you can still say that's a push, even though it appears to be a pull. You know.
Yeah, but according to that law, like Newton's law, there's always going to be a push every single instant that there's a pull.
Yeah.
Yin and yang, hot and cold, up and down. Everything has an opposite, guys.
Well,
I'm also not on. I'm not on his side on that side exactly. I think it's all push, but I get this. I get the language of it for sure.
Yeah, to me, that's like another bullcrap, like mass and all that stuff. Just something that somebody came up with and everybody went with it without really giving it much thought. Or I'm the one that hasn't given it much thought.
No, it's just that it's just that, like, you know, when you give it more thought, you take, like you're saying, you take everything. It's kind of like the whole medium dependent thing. Like, well, okay, yeah, so it's a push when I only focus on the door. But if I incorporate the next material, it's a, I mean, you know, it's a pull if I only have the door. But if I incorporate more than just, you know, the door, now I got the floor and the door, so it's a pull relative to the floor, or a push relative to the floor, pull relative to the door, and then it goes on and on. So it's, you know, where's it end? I don't know.
Well, think of it like this. Think of a whole bunch of dominoes lined up, right? Now, if I tell you the first domino in the series, right? This is where your thing is going to fall apart right here. Wow, I just thought of this. So if I tell you, go and push that domino towards the rest of them, we understand what's going to happen, right? All the dominoes are going to fall in sequence. If I tell you, go and pull that first domino, are you going to get the same result? End of story right there. Kills your whole thing right there.
Yeah, I would have to go on the other side of it, like in this, you know. So it would be like direction dependent there.
So that little experiment just kills your whole nonsense of just pull.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't
If you
SE at
got
all.
yeah, no. If you have them in a line and you're like, hey, push the one that's furthest to the right and to knock over all the ones to the left. If you say, hey, push it, I'll go to the right of the dominoes and push it. You say, well, pull it now. Well, then I'll go to the left of the dominoes and pull it towards and knock them all over. I'll go on the other side.
Yeah, but you can't knock them over if it's the first one and you pull. I mean, how can you not see that?
I can if I put my body on the other side of the table.
Yeah, but you're not putting yourself on the other side of the table. You're on that side, and my instruction is pull the domino.
Yeah, I couldn't pull it to knock anything over unless I switch sides.
So there goes your same thing. I mean,
yeah,
sorry, guys. I mean, it's too easy. I mean, I don't know what to say.
What's going on? You guys doing?
It's all a press though. Even when you pull, it's a press.
Can't argue with that.
Point of it.
No, it's not. A press is a press. A pull is a pull, bro.
Yeah, but
When
you
you
can't pull on something without pressing it. Maybe.
When you put something on
I
a
don't
press,
know. We got to get Chemo. Somebody send a message to Chemo.
Nobody could save this one, bro. I mean, it's
Chemo
ridiculous.
can do it. I'm telling you right now, Chemo can do it.
I mean, I asked him one time. I don't want to be pushy. I don't want to ask him again.
Yeah, I realize that some people don't like the whole when these people start talking about reference frames, but that's what it is. It really isn't it. It appears to be pulling towards you or whatever it is, like when you pull the door, but it's still a push. It's still a push. You just got to look at the physics of the thing.
You know, I really feel underappreciated. My push and pull jokes are just going unnoticed. All right, when I said SE, I was not impressed. That was a press joke. Now about the Chemo pushy, nobody's noticing, or this is not funny. I don't know.
Well, I just saw a bit of crack in the chink in the armor. Did Andy just say reference frames?
Yeah, just depending on where you are, you know, it appears to be a pull, but it's still a push.
Okay, Zanuck.
Oh, if you don't like physics, go back and look at it. I mean, you're probably not a fan of Newton, then I'm guessing.
I mean, how would you feel? I mean, you like the non-contradict non-contradiction, like dichotomy type of stuff. See, how do you feel about something being two things at once, push and pull? I mean, can
an
that be
affront to
true?
nature. Nature doesn't have dualism. It's an affront to nature.
All right,
You
so
can't
it has to be one.
Yeah,
It's
you
not two.
can't be
It's not two things at once. Why did you even say that?
Well, how could it be
Well, who
push
said
and
that?
pull at the same time, depending on which side you're standing on? How could it be
Because
both
it
push and pull?
appears. It appears to be a pull. That's the point. It appears.
Just like a force is not a force, but appears to be a force.
No, this
Gravity.
this goes into exactly. This goes into their fucking throwing a rope around a fucking planet and pulling it. You know, that's where it really goes into, isn't it? So yeah, that's where this argument could definitely lead to that.
Well, I mean, they talk about like the centripetal force, right? Oh, look at this ice skater, right? But these limbs and these ropes are attached. Detach them, and it wouldn't happen. Like, cut the rope, cut the arms off that ice skater, they go flying. There's no rope with their examples.
So when you go fishing, right? Are you pulling the fish towards you when you reel it in?
I would,
Or are
I
you
would
pushing
usually
but
say
the
so.
hook,
But
but the
again, it goes
hook
back
is
to that
pressing.
floor.
Yeah,
The
Jeremy's
hook
got it.
is the hook is pressing on the thing. You're pressing on the reel. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
I'm sending
Yeah,
Chemo a DM right now. Hold on.
Yeah, you can put the fishing rod like in your truck or in the little stand or whatever, and that holds it to the ground. Like, or you got to, you've seen the cartoons. They start getting pulled in by the big fish, like, but they got to dig their heels in and push off and hold it.
Okay, let's say you caught the big fish and now it's at the edge, right at the edge of the boat, almost half hanging out. And I was to ask you, push the fish in, or if I was to tell you, push the fish. Do you think the fish would end up on the inside of the boat or on the outside of the boat in the water?
That's Andy's reference frame.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at it from a point of view of just language and stuff like that, then yeah, of course, we'd just say a pull that fish in, and etc. etc. But when you look at it from physics, that it makes sense. Well, it does to me anyway.
No, it doesn't make sense in physics. In physics, a push is a push, a pull is a pull. We know what these words mean. If I was to push you off the seat of the bus to make room for somebody else, we know what that means, right? When you're playing here's another one. When you're playing the tug a rope thing, right? Are both sides pulling on the rope or pushing on the rope?
You've got to press the rope in your hands first, haven't you? Though you're pressing on the rope.
Yeah, okay. Pressing your hand on the rope to get a grip, yeah. But then, when everybody presses his hands on a rope to get a grip, what action are you doing? Are you pulling or are you pushing on the rope?
It appears to be a pull, but you're pressing on the rope and you're pressing on the floor.
Yeah, you're pressing. No one's saying you're not pressing on the floor, but what action are you doing? If you were to get an instruction, okay, pull. What would everybody do?
Yeah, yes, that's true. I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Well, like more so does water get when it finds its depth? Does it get pulled to the lowest point or pushed to the lowest point?
Good question.
And then when a helium balloon is like pulled up into the sky, is it getting pulled up into the sky, or is it getting pushed into the sky? It's all relative, my dear friends.
It's all relative if you believe in a wacky dude called Einstein that screwed everything up, all physics, brought it 100 years back. It's all complicated if you think in those terms. If you think in terms of logic, there's definitely pull and there's definitely push.
You know, he like hijacked that word, but it is. I mean, he hijacked the word and gave it like a different, I guess, meaning, because it gets into this like whole little, you know, all the other deeper stuff, like what is time is relative. But in truth, these things are all relative to each other. It's just in relationship with each other. Like you can't see one thing without, like, who could ever claim to see an atom, right? Like without the light. It's just the interaction of more than one thing. It's all relative to what you're, you know, applying it to.
Here's a good one. I'm looking at my phone right now. And funny, that button says push to talk.
Well, you're on
Guys
our
are
side
getting
now.
buried here.
How could you ever pull that button? Pull it, and we'll end this debate.
Exactly. Push to talk. I mean, how many people do that every day? Push, not pull. Push to talk.
Yeah, so I'm hearing a concession in you a little bit there. When you pull that button, you pull it, and I'll be on your side.
Makes two of us. I guess that settles that one, or no?
No, I think you need to go back to drawing board and rethink it.
So, Andy, I'm not pushing to talk right now?
Yeah, everything's a push. So everything's a pressure, like mediation of one kind or another. That's the way I look at it, anyway. And so, when you start to talk about pull, that's when you're talking about gravity and all that stuff. This is why I just posted this of what Newton said, where he were like, "Don't describe that shit to me." So
To Mars.
They did switch it. They did switch it over to push. You know,
He did say
Michio
crazy
we
things,
lied
right?
to.
He did say crazy things like if you push on a wall, the wall pushes back. You know, that's a thing, right? With Newton.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be bringing.
if you push on, I don't think I've ever heard that. If you push on a wall, the wall pushes back. You mean equal and opposite of that reaction,
Yeah,
sort of
bro.
thing.
That's Newton. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's push, and that's why, like with the stuff that Daiso was showing, it looks to me like push and resistance. You know, like resistance and push.
Every action has an equal and opposite reaction, goes the thing, right? So ask the ballers, tell them when you push a wall, what happens? They'll tell you it pushes back. Am I right, James? Or oh, it's just chirality.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure I got that one right.
Yeah, they'll say that. Yeah, it's just they'll say those words. Yeah, it's almost like it feels like they're not taking an honest approach when they say something like that because nobody. Well, some people do, but a wall physically pushing the way I'm pushing, a different kind of pushing. I don't know. But yeah, they do. I think I do think that mainstream has now conceded that gravity pushes, it doesn't pull.
Look, the fact of the matter is, people in the 1800s thought they got physics all sorted. Truth of the matter is, they did not. And this is a perfect example of a wall pushing back. I mean, how ridiculous is that?
I don't even really understand what that means. I think perhaps there's more context need to be put down. Maybe I'm just being silly. I don't even know.
You care to have a go at it?
He's probably in church like we all should be, but he's got his, his headphone in, listening to this stuff.
No, it'd be good to hear it from Baller. Or the other one, an object traveling forever, unless a force acts upon it. How can you possibly, a man in the 1600s, could have possibly contemplated such a thing? Where has he ever got the idea of such a thing, something traveling forever? How? Like, just sheer fantasy, man. We've been sold a bag of goods. It's as simple as that. Think about it. Everything you've ever seen, a bird takes off, lands, you shoot a rock, anything, everything that has motion, like stops at one point or another. How could you even contemplate something traveling forever?
Well,
And how
yeah,
can you
but
convince somebody of that? That's what kills me.
yeah, I mean, I it's like an induction, right? But what he's saying is what I see in reality is that to change the vector or slow something down, speed it up, whatever, some sort of force is always applied. But if there were no forces or friction or anything, then I don't see why it would stop or slow down ever.
Like I said, people are easily influenced, and it seems that nobody mulls these things up on their own. Nobody thinks about this stuff independent of who you think is smarter or how many bananas the guy has. You just treat everybody equal. It doesn't matter what his name is. It doesn't matter how many degrees he has. You just listen to what the person says and you logic it in your head.
Yeah, but you could switch his
Why?
his little words around. You could say, well, if everything requires a force or a resistance or an opposing pressure or whatever to slow it down, then therefore there must always be there must always be a force or a pressure forever.
Yeah, but where do you see a scenario where there is no such thing? That something can travel. Like I could understand now we talk about stuff like superfluid and zero viscosity and stuff like that, right? But during the 1600s, was that even a thing? How would somebody think of something traveling forever? I just I don't see it. They had horses, for freaking crying out loud. You feed the horse, it travels for a certain amount, you need refueling. Otherwise, the horse is just going to drop dead. It's not going to go forever. Nothing goes forever. So how does a man in the 1600s, if you bring a big lighter, never mind a computer, if you brought a big lighter there, they would burn you at the stake. And you're going to tell me this mindset of people came up with all these laws? I call bullshit on that. I call bull.
They would borrow your lighter to burn you at the stake.
Yeah, they'll use it. Yeah. Think about it, Andy. You go there with a big lighter and you just go click in public. You're a witch, man. You're a freaking witch. You're going to be on the racks. You're going to be tormented to admit you're a witch, and then you're going to be burned. So we're going to take the word of a man in that time frame to tell us what is? Like, come on, man. Seriously, bro.
I mean, can we demonstrate it? That's all my question would be. Can we demonstrate it? If it's then demonstrable, then there's no all the sophistry in the world's not going to change that. So that's the way I look at it. As
What
Brian,
can you demonstrate? What?
whatever it is, whatever the thing is.
Okay, can you demonstrate something traveling forever? I say no.
Well, I say no from laying in my bed right here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm sure it's if we, well, what could we do?
Nothing. You can't do nothing to demonstrate this. How are you going to demonstrate this?
I thought Spiral of Love was demonstrating it, but he's playing a game. He duped me. Stop watching.
What about the sun and moon? Seems to be traveling forever.
Well, that's how they got that. Looking up in the sky and saying, look, whoa. Yeah. Observe and declare. He looked up in the sky. He assumed that there's a vacuum there. And because he saw stuff going around in circles in the sky, he assumed that, yeah, things will travel forever unless a force acts upon it. I mean, is there any possible way to prove that? No. Do you know what those things in the sky are? No. Do you know they're in a vacuum? No. Do you know they're in a superfluid? No, you don't know anything. You're just observing and declaring. And even by their own explanation, an orbit doesn't last forever. An orbit decays. We all know that, right? According to them. So even that it's not a forever thing. So what can he have possibly seen travel forever? Nothing. The answer is nothing. He just came up with it like Einstein craziness of time dilation and all this nonsense, mathematical bullcrap, excuse my language, that have convinced certain people that that's what it is. It's like we've all been given a model from young, put in our heads, globe from the beginning, and it's just an intrinsic part of our psyche. It's drilled into us. You live on a globe. There's gravity. Water clings to the globe. You're in a vacuum. You're traveling at said speed. None of it, I repeat, none of it can be shown physically. Not one instant of the globe can be shown physically. I challenge anybody. Show me one thing that we can recreate on the globe model. There isn't one thing. Try gas pressure, water. Go for it. Give me something. You can't. The only thing they can do is say, look at the sun. That's it. That's all they have. Look at the sun. How does it set? That's all they have. Seriously.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and that's pretty weak. That's pretty weak in itself. Yeah.
Look at the sun. Look at the moon. Okay, I'm looking at it. So what? You're trying to convince me that there's a giant rock, 2,000 miles wide, that's continuously falling around Earth. This is what they think. Have you heard of can you think of a more nonsensical thing of continuously falling? I can't. And not only are you continuously falling, you're continuously falling in a circle. Hey, Chronic, if you're listening, jump in, bro. Let's talk some James W. The telescope. It's been some new developments.
I just watched a video the other day from some, I don't know, scientist guy saying that they're currently throwing away the Newtonian space-time model, and yeah, so it's pretty funny.
They'd be better off. Yeah.
It had nothing to do with flat Earth, you know. It's just like a totally just unbiased channel. But
No, yeah, they'd be way better. I mean, they'd be way better off. I mean, they're going to pick a magic. Like, hey, pick a magic, any magic. That's not the one, dude. That's not the one.
yeah, he's like, yeah, you know, it was useful, got us, you know, pretty far, but you know, we realize now that it doesn't add up.
Yeah, quantum mechanics like debunks Newtonian mechanics. I mean, Einsteinian mechanics. Yeah.
It's a pretty big deal, dude. Like that means they like literally have to go back to the drawing board. And I don't think they can avoid the ether anymore.
Yeah, they just can't give a false trichotomy. You know the way. It's just a dichotomy: red, blue, you know, left, right. It's two. You can only have two. So you got to do away with something. Like quantum is a field, right? Like, so it's like, so it'll be field versus. I don't know.
I
What would
mean,
it be
it's a model of a field, but there's
Yeah.
nothing in nature that denotes a quantum field other than, you know, their perceptive model of.
Well, that's what I was saying. So they got the like one option. They'll say here's a field to think about, and then the other one here's like every object has its own thing independent of a field kind of thing.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's crazy. I'm on a plane.
Plane of inertia
Oh,
or
great.
like an airplane?
We're on plane 2.
Airplane.
How'd you like your your in-person debut over there? It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think it's cool. I want to do more in-person ones. I think we Jaren and I might set up our own little thing.
Well, I would say be part of that, a community. It was kind of discouraging seeing like, all the say it's good that they
It's
show
just
up
tripping
though.
me out though. Like I'm coming through clear and everything.
Oh no, then not really
Crystal
that
clear,
good.
yeah.
Well,
Not crystal clear, but it's clear enough to hear you.
yeah.
Now that you're up there, take a look at the horizon. Eat that, Flurf.
Mm-hmm. Just start doing like flat Earth math on the windows and shit. The marker.
You should get up and say, that motherfucker back there is not real.
Like what better opportunity to trap people into having to hear and get flat smacked than on an airplane? What are you going to do?
Yeah, if you're just talking in a normal voice, there's nothing against talking in a normal voice on an airplane. You know what I'm saying? Don't like yell, just talk in your normal tone, use your indoor voice.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Don't pull the
Turbulent
megaphone out.
sun.
Yeah, I knew that was a megaphone hit. Yeah, I knew that's what you're doing.
Yeah, don't you think it'd be cool if Jaren and I we use our true earther thing and we create like in-person debates with a bunch of subjects?
Yes and no. I think it's good that you joined. I think it's good that you joined up with the modern day debate. It doesn't have to be them, but just like a, you know.
Yeah. Did you see the debate? I got incessantly interrupted the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you came out on top. You only had the one, right? That's all I saw.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you guys think about the argument? So the philosophy of naturalism is that nothing exists outside the material world. It's only matter and energy. But the first law of thermodynamics says matter cannot be created nor destroyed, which means that you would have to say that that the universe is eternally existent, right?
Well, I heard that before. That goes against God. That cannot be because God created us, right? The creator. So that means matter can be created. Ever think of that?
Well, wasn't that disproven in a lab like 2 years ago when they created matter with light?
I wasn't aware of that one.
Yeah, but God wouldn't
Yeah.
have to follow God wouldn't have to follow our rules.
Exactly. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
We hear you.
Okay. So like the problem with it is naturalism can only adhere to natural laws because they claim that nothing else exists. If you invoke intelligent agency that's not confined to the material world or the natural world, so space.
I don't know. Is he breaking up for you guys too?
Yeah, it cut out there, yeah.
Correct. But yeah, his point that I heard him make in his debate was that they take the position of naturalism, right? But then they invoke a different kind of nature of physics prior to prior to where they want to start proving their point.
Yeah, they want the first miracle. Give us the first miracle and we'll do the rest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, intelligent agency wouldn't be limited to the natural laws, so space, time, and matter. But if you're a naturalist, everything has to be limited to that. So the first law debunks your own philosophy. That's the argument. The only way to get around it is to have something outside of the material world, so that the matter and energy.
You cut out again. You are getting better reception on the plane than I get at work though, so that's pretty good. But yeah, the the people that don't believe in a creator, their only argument is it's always existed. They can't have it come from nothing because that's retarded. You know what I'm saying? Their only argument is it's always existed.
Yeah, that's a mind meld right there. Yeah.
I actually saw a comedian. Let me see if I can find a TikTok clip. This shit was hilarious.
On a TikTok note, how do you guys feel about putting in all the hard work you've put in over the years? DuckDuckGo searching, Google searching, whatever else searching, all the information gathering, and then TikTok comes along, and now 16-year-old kids are out there like preaching about the flat Earth all over TikTok.
The more the better, I say.
Yeah, I say the truth isn't to be sold; it's to be told.
Yeah, I just don't feel like they understand some of the shit they're saying. That's all.
Well, what about the famous saying, "The truth shall set your free"?
Would you read that in the locker room or somewhere, or?
Look,
Never heard that.
what's negative magnetism, bro?
Oh, it's the most diamagnetic substance.
Bismuth.
Yeah. So you got diamagnetism, ferromagnetism, and paramagnetism. Everything in nature is within those three categories somewhere.
So if I have a chunk of bismuth, I have negative magnetism.
Yes, you have negative space.
Negative space?
It hates magnetism.
Bismuth hates magnetism. What are its
That's what he
what's
said.
its favorite color? What's bismuth's favorite color, though?
It looks like it's metallic.
Negative space.
Yes. Tesseract.
Ugh.
Are you in a negative mood, Jeremy?
Would you stop with all this negative shit? What are you talking about?
Are you negatively cleaning the room?
That's what I'm gonna tell my boss. I'm just gonna go to work and not clean, and they're gonna be like, "Why don't you clean?" I'm like, "I negatively cleaned."
Right. Positively cleaning requires a raise.
So check this out, guys. This is freaky, man. When you were showing Uncle Fester there with the magnets, I had remembered, and I was trying to find the thing. It appears that strong magnetism. You hear what he was saying about his eyes hurting and shit? Well, check it out. Look at the ruler, man. It appears that it freaking messes up vision.
He says
I don't
it
want to
affects
say it deforms space, but check it
No,
out.
it affects the cryptochromes within the eye.
That's what he said. Yeah. Is that freaky or what?
What am I looking at here?
Well, you're looking at one of those huge magnets and a ruler, and it appears that it's the vision is distorted somehow. Like,
oh wow, it's refracting the light.
Yeah, it appears so.
Hey, did you guys see our my end of Phil with that PhD?
Who, PhD Tony, dude?
Hey, did you guys see the end of Phil with the PhD physicist?
No, I didn't see it.
It's pretty epic, dude.
Dice
Barry's
12.
heliocentrism.
What's up? What was it about?
The ether and heliocentrism.
Yeah, I watched about an hour on it, Austin. He seemed like a cool old dude, you know, and he went into a lot of nerdy detail, which is kind of what put me off. But I imagine people who were really into that were like, "This is fucking awesome." Do you know what I mean? But you know, he's an older fella, isn't he? And I don't know. It's not really my cup of tea. Well, I did send you a message about the creation versus atheism debate. That was such a good showing on your part, I thought. And that must have been really early in the morning for you as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty early.
Yeah, it just made me laugh. I was talking about it yesterday. How a couple of those dudes that stood up, I seem to recognize them as well from the from that whatever it's called, modern day debates. And it's like these fucking goons follow
Yeah,
you
well,
around or something.
yeah, Ozian debates on there. That's one of the guys.
Right.
Ozian or whatever.
Now, I was saying I was proud of you, dude. You did a good job, I thought. And the link between DNA and the information. Where did you get that from? Did you come up with that, or did you hear that on something? Because that was really good.
I've heard that a long time ago, you know.
Yeah,
But yeah,
that was.
dude, if he hadn't interrupted so much, it could have been so much more edifying, you know, because he was just trying to derail. But my point was, naturalism says nothing except for matter and energy exists, but we know information exists.
Yeah. I think you cut out. I'm not sure.
Yeah, information is like I don't know if you want to call it supernatural or whatever, but
It has
it
to be an
exists, but
informer.
it's immaterial. Like if you like information isn't like if I write words on a paper, that's not the information. You know what I'm saying? That's just nothing. There's not if you don't understand the code and the alphabet or whatever, then that means nothing. There's no information there for you unless you know the code. QE did a great. So he's had some great stuff on information.
Yeah. No, I
You say
liked it.
QE has? QE believes
QE,
that
yeah.
things don't exist unless there's somebody physically there to render its existence. That's what QE believes, bro.
That could be a thing, dude. Like a video game. You ever see in a video game when you look at something, it's there, but if you're not,
It's called the Pac-Man theory.
Hey, Germany actually doesn't exist right now. This is just a automated voice.
Yeah,
I think
bro,
you
it's
got
pretty
that
bad.
from the double slit. I think you got that from the double slit because when you're looking at the thing, then it's a particle. If you're not looking at it, it's a wave or some shit. I don't know. It could be.
It's
I'm just saying
illogical,
that.
bro.
Why?
Like all the way around illogical. From the double slit to the fucking idea at heart. It's
But we do that
if
same
something
thing
doesn't
right
exist,
now.
like, do you know how fucking narcissistic that is to say something like that?
We do the same thing right now with video games. When we make a video game, you go in it. It's not you're looking at something, you see it, the stuff behind you and to the side of you, like it's just not. It's not being rendered.
Starving kids don't exist as long as they're not rendered. Oh, I agree. That's kind of makes no sense.
Well, how does it make no sense? We do it right now with video games. It's literally a thing we do.
Palestine does not exist unless a terrorist is there to occupy it.
Wait, so it's existing right now?
I don't know, bro.
How many people know that Newton has more writings on religion, like 10 times more than he does on science? How many people know that?
I thought he wrote about a lot of gay shit. No, I'm serious. Wasn't he into like gays or something? I don't know. Was it religion that he was big on?
Well, I'm not sure about being gay. Like, read the quote I just posted. You'll be surprised.
Jeremy prefers being gay over Icy Hot.
It might have been another famous guy that did a lot of science stuff, but it was only like one thing that he did was the actual science, and most of his stuff was on like, you know, homosexuality or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I think they messed up Newton. I think they put stuff in there that he didn't believe himself. I think Newton came the closest to explain things like kinematically, right? Instead of this space-time bull. So yeah, I think they messed around with his brain. Well, with his writings.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, that I was just giving Austin a compliment because it as North just reminded me, the other guy was just spiraling, and I mean he was just interrupting. That's all he could do, and it just seemed so lost to me. Like I felt bad for the guy in a way, but yeah, Austin, you showed a lot of patience, a lot more, probably a lot more than me. I think I might have actually walked out, but it takes a lot of balls to go to a place in person. I mean, this is over a call. This is not nearly the same. To go into a place in person with and you know, stay steadfast in a place where nearly most everybody disagrees with you, don't you think? And to like this, I was trying to remember because I remember I took mental notes and I should have wrote it down, but I remember thinking, oh, I'd have gone there with that, but I can't remember. There were a couple of times when I thought, oh, I'm going to remind him. He should have said this. He should have said that. But no, you handled it really well, and it just makes me laugh how these guys they basically hand wave dismiss the greatest minds that's ever been. You know, the greatest thinkers there's ever existed, believed in some kind of prime mover, or you know, God or gods of some kind. So I don't know. I guess this is the age we live, right? It's just this sort of intellectual. I don't know how I'm trying to say, like the superiority that they try and lord over people. Like they've made it into a silly thing now. That's it's a little bit frustrating because I see it as your birthright. That you know what I'm saying? That's like I don't know how they go through a day without that recognition, that deep recognition inside that there is. It's as I like to say, faith. I like to use a slightly different word, but meaning the same thing. Trust. That trust in that. Which that's something or other. That's that's all I can really call it. All I can say it. Something or other. I know it's not very satisfying, but as soon as you start to break it into all these concepts, that's when we get into trouble, I think, personally, if that makes any sense. So yeah, that eternal something or other.
Jeremy's got some Bible verses he wants to read off.
Yeah, because I was mentioning this guy. He asked a question, and I don't know. I didn't fully understand. I didn't understand the question at all. And I was saying, Austin, I don't think you understood it either, but you attempted to answer it anyway. But I liked afterwards that you acknowledged that you didn't really understand the question anyway. So I was
Yeah,
like,
sorry.
oh,
There's no way to know when I'm going to go in and out. It's hard to talk.
it's all good, man. It's all good. And are you still traveling or what?
Yeah, I'm on a plane.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So what was this question asked?
I can't remember. I just remember some guy in the audience. He asked a question, and I remember it. It like dumbfounded me, and I was like, I don't quite fully follow what he was asking. But after Austin had a go at answering it, he sort of acknowledged that he didn't quite understand it either, and and I was like, phew, that makes two of us. But in that situation, you have to like appear that you like. For me, I'd want to just like contemplate a thing, maybe, but you can't do that. You've got to be on your toes constantly in that arena, in that situation. And Austin's as good as anybody for that, I think. Like for me, I'm like, oh, let me just go away and think about that for a bit. Can't do that there.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Dude, did you guys ever thought about this? So if you look at their model, you have the second law of thermodynamics. So entropy increases, and that means the usable energy of the universe is constantly decreasing. So if it's constantly decreasing in a progressive manner, that means that there had to be a beginning, right? Because it's going down from some point.
Yeah, that guy was obfuscating from that point just over and over. That was frustrating.
That guy broke
you-
the record for the I
Yeah.
don't know. The I don't know, man. Could be. He broke the record, bro.
And laws of physics were probably different back in the day. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, special pleading.
Possibly this, possibly that. Could be. I don't know. Maybe. Oh man.
It's crazy.
Well, gentlemen, whilst you're on this theme, I posted 2 videos regarding the vacuum of space and moon rocks and alike. Okay, me and SC were talking about this outgassing in the vacuum of space. It's a big problem. I've got some more updates, so that's why I posted the 2 videos. I'll give you a 1 minute just a synopsis of what's in the video. If you're going to watch it, you're going to learn that. Your ordinary soda can, it's at 90 psi usually, okay, and you leave it out in the sun, it doesn't explode. You put it in the vacuum, it explodes. They say that a can with less than that, a can with only 10 psi, 15 psi would explode in a vacuum. So how is it that the spacecraft could survive in the vacuum of space? It should have been shredded because they couldn't operated at Earth's atmosphere anyway. This is what Bill Woods, the rocket engineer, propulsion engineer, in another documentary said that NASA couldn't run the spacecraft at Earth's pressure, which is 14.6, 14.7 psi. Couldn't do that because the materials couldn't take that pressure. You see, so they had to run it
What
under
about the
pressure.
inverse? What like how much external pressure could it take, going the other direction internally? Like significantly
This is
more,
what we're
right?
talking about. This is what we're talking about, right? Internally pushing outwards, yeah? Pushing outwards. We mean coming in. Are you talking about inward pressure?
Right.
Well, the inward pressure, I'm not sure about it. I didn't mention that because they were saying that the tour in space would have, what with the pressure within there anyway, it would have shredded it. It would have pulled it apart. Okay, and the reason for this outgassing, which is what SC mentioned 3 weeks ago, which I looked into, and then I backed him up on that the following week, and then last week, and now this week. Okay, the thing is, outgassing means the degradation of materials in a vacuum that's man-made, that seals everything. So the torsional pressures it would have been under due to outgassing or off-gassing is the other expression the Americans use, would have posed a massive problem. So it would have made things worse. Okay, things start to break down. Yeah, these are the things. So,
Well,
it's in the video
that was
anyway.
kind of like my point. It's like the engineering of a submarine having like external forces pressing inward, like increases the strength by design, the geometric design of the structure.
Yes,
And
you're absolutely correct. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's
So
right.
so
Yes.
so when you flip that around, now instead of having those external forces pressing in, it's the internal forces pressing out.
Yeah.
The geometry, that particular geometry of that
Mm.
like cylindrical geometry
Yeah.
doesn't work the same. It actually goes against those forces. So it's like, but they're using the same design in space.
Well, the
So
thing
that's the
is, you
funny.
see, the thing is, the design you speak of anyway, the NASA capsule, Lunar Command module, and the capsule that they added on is the worst design. The Russians had spherical balls, which offers you the most powerful stress, stress resistance. Yeah, and you remember the recent implosion in the ocean not so long ago. That was the same design as the NASA design, if you will, like a tube with a capsule on the end. So you're correct, and the design is all wrong. Yeah, for pressure in a vacuum, inwardly or externally. It's no good, man. You're correct. And this is what they were saying. But they were talking about the degradation of the seals themselves. All these seals would be break. And once they begin to go, well, pressure begins to get lost and it's just too much. And they said that the capsule would need, there's a famous chamber in America, beginning with S or something. This thing has 10-ton doors and 1-ton doors and 10 thick walls. It would have to be made something like that to go to space with the pressure. And that would only be at 10 to the minus 3 or 4 tall. So there's problems going on, boys and girls. There's no way. But anyway, it's in the video. I posted 2 videos. They're there. You need to watch the 2 of them because they're interlinked. There you go. Good luck.
I'd like to take time out to shout out the boys at Apollo Detectives. Jin is absolutely right. These guys are amazing. I recommend anybody watch these guys if you want to get a beat on all this stuff. Yeah, these guys go through it like meticulously. Yeah, shout out to the boys. Definitely. Apollo Detectives.
Yeah, they're good. My only complaint is with Marcus Allen, in that he does leave doubt that we can go to space and the Earth is a sphere. Okay, so in spite of all the efforts they've done, proving that we can't go to space and the moon landings were a hoax, he still leaves the door open for the idea that we can go. Earth is a globe. Flat Earth is a joke. These things he's mentioned. So bear that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Bear that in mind. But yeah, they've done good work in exposing the NASA hoax for sure.
Once again, it comes down to physics. And we all know how vacuums work. We all know about outgassing. And there's just no way around that.
Yeah, that's absolutely right there, SE. Yes, it's impossible for nature to lie. So physics, physical, this is where we flat earthers always come from. Physical. Let's take the numbers that they've got on the board, on their computers. Now let's take those numbers into the physical world and let's see if we can replicate and find those numbers and the curvature and everything else. When we go out there, it's elusive, lost in the wind. The numbers are just lost in the wind of the flat earth because we cannot find that curvature anywhere with any modern day technology today. So the very idea that they could have satellites orbiting a globe that hasn't been proven at 22,000 miles off the Earth's surface geostationary with all that vacuum stuff going on. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, let's get real here. How could they have that stuff in space? It's impossible. They couldn't go there themselves. And if they can't go, then there's no way they have the technology to put anything out there. Space travel is not possible. It's what we're saying. It's what we've been saying for years. 8 years of heavy scrutinization, we've been saying that. Now, I've been looking into the moon landings since 2001, sorry. And yeah, you know, they didn't go. It's not possible. And people like Marcus Allen, Mr. Henderson, and a few others, David Groves, Mary Bennett, David Percy, Bill Woods, Bill Casey, Ralph Renee, Bart Sibrel. I mean, the list is long, ladies and gentlemen. These people have done some exceptional work. And like Essie said, it's all about the physics, the numbers. Bill Casey, who worked with Rocketdyne, he was the he was the technological journalist. He had what was known as the Grey Pass given to him by NASA. He states that left no door closed to him. All doors were open all throughout NASA. And he said he witnessed these rockets blowing up and failing. And then him with his colleagues did the mathematical possibility of them going to the moon and back. And it was 0.014%, ladies and gentlemen, that they could take a rocket to the moon and bring it back with the astronauts safely. No possibility at all, in other words. There you go. Yeah.
So easy to disprove.
That's right. It is.
I'll give you one example.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I'll give you an example. When the said LEM took off from the moon, we all know that famous picture, right? Where the camera follows it. Forget about that fantasy. That's almost impossible to capture. Let's say they did that. I don't know if a lot of people are aware. The LEM didn't have the ability to throttle up or throttle down. So in other words, they'll have you believe that it took off, it went straight up, and then without being able to adjust the throttle, they linked up with the other thing that was orbiting, and that made it home. You know how they do it, right? The LEM lifts off and then hooks up with the other thing. That's impossible without being able to throttle.
Well, Bill Casey stated it categorically that it was a joke, because there should have been, first and foremost, we're talking about the lunar, what's it called? The lunar ascent module. That's it. The lunar ascent module. That's where the astronauts live, and it leaves the legs behind. So it's the upper portion of the LEM, the lunar ascent module. Now that should have had a rocket plume, should have been coming out. There was no exhaust plume coming out, first and foremost. That's your first clue that something is wrong, because the fuels that they use are spontaneous combust. The oil and the Aerosine 51, when they come into contact, they spontaneously combust. So you've got no control over that power, none. It's just instantly there, and there should have been an opaque kind of exhaust plume coming out, according to Bill Casey. That we didn't witness that. And then, as he says, how could they then control that and get to the lunar command module now, and then somehow link up? I mean, and the thing is traveling at what, 6,000 miles per hour or more.
Wasn't Elon Musk just given a bunch of money for a new rocket project? You guys hear about that?
Yeah.
Please tell us some more. Tell us some more. Interesting.
I'll have to see if I could find it, but I want to say, just from off my memory, it was like $200 billion for some new rocket project that he's done, and then it was like, I don't know, it was basically like given to him.
Well, that's a lot of money. 200 billion. That's like 20 20 times the NASA budget money, I think, isn't it? Or 10 times. Yeah, 10 times the NASA yearly budget. Yeah, that's a lot of money. Wow. 20 billion. It's a lot of money.
Yeah, so just think of that, right? The everybody must think that that rocket was able to throttle and this and that. That's not the case. And the reason why they did that is because they say they wanted to assure liftoff. They didn't want to have any problems with ignition, right? So the only way to ensure that was to have two volatile chemicals separated, and then just when you want to lift off, you just pull the lever and they mix, and that causes the combustion. And there's no way to throttle that. It's like setting off a firecracker or one of those rockets. Just that's all you get is just one huge thrust. So that's impossible to link up with the other thing in space. Impossible.
No, yeah, you haven't got control, you see. And ladies and gentlemen, the other thing you've got to remember is that that wasn't tested. So when they put that together, they put it together supposedly here on Earth at NASA base. Okay, they didn't test it to see if it worked, because if they did, all the fuel's gone, and then you'd have to rebuild a new one. Okay, so that was you're hoping that it's going to work. That's the risk there. That's the risk element. Okay, that when they get supposedly onto the lunar surface, the return was a gamble. Is it going to work? They don't know. They don't know. It's a guess. It's a hope. That was the other thing. It was not tested. That fired up the first time when it was assembled at NASA. It got to the moon, then they fired that up. They didn't fire it up here on Earth to test it, to ensure that it was definitely going to fire up 100%. Nope. That was the first time, supposedly, when they were on the moon, and they fired it up there and then. That would have been the first time. What a joke, eh, ladies and gentlemen? What a joke. Oh, and also, in the video that I posted, Marcus Allen talks about an incident that happened maybe 20 years ago or so, where somebody in NASA walks out with the filing cabinet that has all the moon rocks in it, loads it onto his pickup truck, and and then drives off, right? And of course he gets arrested and that, but that's a fantastic story. My skeptical brain thinks it's basically anything to ensure the validation of the moon rocks, even though they never went. It's another mad story. Just to validate, to ensure that we keep believing that they went to the moon because they had the rocks when they never went in the first place. So you have to create this drama that helps to validate the moon rocks, which in turn helps to validate that they went to the moon. That's what I think, because it's just a fantastic story, obviously. Yeah, so NASA have got themselves into an inescapable problem, conundrum. They're fighting against nature, and their lies are not winning at all, because nature doesn't lie. That'd be God's creation, doesn't lie. And then what we've whispered, talking about the universe or something degrading or whatever. I mean, this is all just negative for NASA at the end of the day, So there you have it, man. It's just no good at all. It's becoming more of a joke each day that goes by. And with the youngsters from TikTok, that's good news, of course. That was something that I'm really glad about, that the youngsters are coming. They're the ones we target, ladies and gentlemen. They are the future at the end of the day. And if they're putting up videos on TikTok articulating flat earth, articulating moon landing hoaxes, Well done to them. Well done. Yeah, yeah. They're going to be leaders of their generation. It's coming. The revolution is picking up pace now. We're moving. That when I say revolution, this is the flat Earth revolution, of course. We're moving towards that tipping point. Lovely. I rub my hands in glee. Yes.
Yeah, you notice how they made like Elon Musk? I call him Iron Man. You notice the similarities there?
Tony Stark, you mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. I've noticed that. Yeah, more insults. They insult Tesla, and now they want to insult that famous marble Iron Man. The man is Marshmallow Man. That's all he is. Marshmallow Man, ladies and gents.
Who else would convince people that he threw his car in space? Like, just think of that, man. Just think of that. You convinced people that you shot a car in space. It's freaking mind-boggling, man. And to show a video of the car, it's freaking mind-boggling.
Yeah, the extent and depth and level of this indoctrination sees no bounds. Honestly, knows no bounds. It's just amazing.
But then
That's
he
all
goes
I can
on Joe
say.
Rogan's podcast and tries to like present himself as some kind of like philanthropist that's, you know, not cut from the same thread as the other billionaires that are out there who are like, uh, what do they call those people that like want to wipe out humanity? Genocidists or whatever the fuck they call them. Eugenists. But yeah, he went on. I
Yeah,
don't know if you guys
genocidal
watched.
lunatic scumbags is what they call them.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys watched the last Joe Rogan podcast that he did, but he talks about some pretty wild shit with AI and different things like that. This was just like
So
a couple days ago.
have you forgiven Joe Rogan then for his 180 U-turn on the moon landings? You watch. I haven't looked at a single material of his since that day. I haven't seen anything of Joe Rogan. Anything since he did a 180. Since he said he's ready. I would like to my mother. He said. When he said that, that was it for me. No more. You would lie to your mother just so you can make money. Okay. I never looked at him ever again.
Yeah, I don't really
Since he
watch
said
the podcast for him. It's like mainly
yeah.
like the people, like the guests he's got on and the topic. You know, if I do watch.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I see what you mean. I get your point, but I've written him off as a host. I don't want to see. I don't want to see that egghead. I want to hit it with a spoon. You know. I think that's a horrible bald head with those headphones. Look hideous, hideous looking. Give me a spoon. Crack the egg. It's like an egghead. But yeah, he's had some interesting people on. I have noticed, but I just haven't watched.
Yeah, he's just like smoking a blunt and blowing the smoke in Elon's face and shit when he's talking to him. Yeah, that's pretty funny.
What did Elon Musk have to say for himself?
I guess he
Anything?
said that. Oh, I'm sorry. Is someone else gonna get in?
No, that was me muting.
Oh, I think he said that. Was that other guy, the Facebook guy? Basically chickened out from the fight that they were going to
Oh
do.
yeah, Zitterberg, or what his name was.
Yeah, Zuckerberg.
Zuckerberg,
Basically
that's
said
it.
Zuckerberg chickened out, and he actually drove to his house to call him out. Just weird shit. And then he talked about, like I said, that AI stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, the AI stuff was that we need to keep control of it. Apparently, blah blah blah. We're moving too fast, wasn't it? Wasn't that it?
Well, that was a while ago, but the latest video, he said some other stuff. I mean, it was kind of like on the same note.
Yeah.
Getting a lot of echoing, hearing myself echo.
Sorry, that'll be me again.
That's when Elon said he would just sit on him, right? He would just crush him with his weight.
I didn't actually watch the entire video. I only watched like little clips, and that was a clip I came across, like a headline. I didn't actually watch. I watched part of it actually. I watched part. I was just like, okay, this is clearly fake.
Yeah, I
Like
remember being.
I don't believe that the narrative.
Well, this
Yeah, I heard
rocket
him.
stuff is all fun and games, but this is the guy that wants to drill an inch hole in your head. Keep that in mind. He wants to link you up literally with a computer. And he has the device. I think I posted it the other day. It's like an inch circle. And he says, don't worry, your brain could take it. It's pretty thick. Yeah, unbelievable.
I'm just happy there's more people not believing in the moon landing, man. I remember when I grew up, there was a lot of people who believed in it, and there was very few people who actually knew that it wasn't possible. Now, I never believed in the moon landing. I remember hearing about all these things, and my father looked at me. He said, "No, we've never been to the moon." And we talked about the atmosphere, the flag moving, how they even knew how much fuel to take. We talked about many different things, but they were all very simple things, right? And we didn't have to go into a lot of detail to understand that that's not possible.
Yeah, that's such a giveaway. Like if you don't see the non-logic, non-physical possibility of that happening, I mean, you're just not thinking straight.
Even when I was young, man, it was like, so you got a flag and you got in the sunlight you have above 200 degrees, like an oven, 240 some degrees or whatever it is. And then in the shade, you're below that, right? And so you got the flag moving, you got these suits working perfectly, and bro, oh man, you don't have to get into too much detail to recognize someone's lying to you, man.
Yeah, but in my case, I couldn't help but believe it because one, I was a kid, I mean, 1969, I would have been 7 years old, going to be 8 that year. Thunderbirds was real to me, you know what I mean? So there was no way that was real as far as I was concerned as a kid, There was just no way, and
You
I
said
carried that
Thunderbirds?
belief all the
Wasn't
way.
it Thundercat?
No, Thunderbirds. Thunderbirds. Da-da-da-da, da-da-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. Dum-da-da-dum.
I don't know. We had
Thunderbird
Thundercats
1.
over here. It must be some UK thing or what.
No, it's a British thing. It's the British thing. The Birds. It was a Britain and an American collaboration produced program with the Tracy Island, and they were rescuing everyone from danger. Thunderbirds, it was called.
I'm thinking of Thundercats. I don't know.
Yeah, no, Thundercats is something else. I know that. I know the Thundercats. That's a different thing. This is Thunderbirds puppet animation. It was really good. Really, really good. With Lady Penelope in her pink Rolls Royce and Parker, the butler / chauffeur. Yeah, man. A right scallywag he was. And then you had
Were you guys
Mr.
like sipping
Tracy.
tea with your pinkies in the air?
Yeah, exactly. Very good, Thunderbirds. Yeah, so those were the days. Thunderbirds, Captain Scarlet, Stingray, just to mention a few there. Joe 90. Yeah, there was quite a few that I used to watch as a kid. You see, and all that stuff was really motivational. Can do attitude. So yeah, the moon landings was easy to believe in, man. That was easy. Wasn't suspecting any kind of foul play, shenanigans, trickery. You just weren't. Just was not. It was perfectly executed as a hoax. But it didn't
Flying
take
over
long.
this ocean,
Yeah, go on.
flying over this ocean, it's so obvious, bro. How do people fly over the ocean and not see it? Like the
Well, yeah,
horizon is
what
right
they
up in my eye.
yeah, they're under indoctrination. They're even taking that flight for granted. Everybody takes the flight for granted. It's only like last year, a couple of individuals from another server that I was on, they were going to fly. I said, well, then look for the curvature for the first time in your life. Pay attention to the plane you're in. Pay attention to your surroundings. Look out the window if you've got a window seat. Look, because you're not looking. That's the problem. Look at the thing. Look at what's going on. There's no curvature there. The plane is not flying in a curved trajectory. You should have known that anyway. Bloody hell. I mean, it was easy for me to pick that out like that. As soon as I woke up, I just realized all my embarrassing mistakes. 1, 2, in the hundreds. Do you know what I mean? Just like that. When you're honest to yourself. Yeah, man.
The horizon rises towards your eye, bro. I'm looking out like at least maybe a couple hundred miles or something. Like that should be dropping so far down.
Yeah, you're right there. You're right. And if you put on an infrared lens, an infrared cap or whatever they call filter, onto your lens, then you're going to see even further, mate. Cut all that glare out. Yeah. Jay Tolman, Media One. Well done, that man. Well done, that man. 1,200 miles visibility.
Hey, do you guys remember? This has been several years, and perhaps Witsit knows or someone. But Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, right? It has one of the longest strands. It's like 62 miles. Didn't someone do some long distance photography there? Does anyone remember that? Was there someone in the community that did that?
Or in our community, or would probably Jay Tolman, maybe, because he was busy flying around doing all these long distance shots from
I
aeroplanes.
don't remember anything
Mind
from
you.
Myrtle Beach.
Yeah.
I don't remember Myrtle Beach. No.
Yeah, so I tried to look into it and I can't find it, man. I don't know, where it went to, but I remember that specifically. And it is, if you can look it up, it's one of the longest beach strands we have, and it's like 62 miles. And if you could get some of those, that would be awesome.
I should have done that when I was in South Carolina.
Perhaps if we could get someone on the south end and someone on the north end, that could participate.
I still think mirror flashes are the most underutilized evidence or proof because you have to have a specific line of sight angle to get the reflection. So refraction is not even relevant Refraction doesn't answer the question at all.
That would
How
be a
would they
place to
do a
do.
mirror flash there? That would
Yeah, man, that would be the place to do it. Yeah.
you guys see what I'm saying? Like, so if and that's why the military.
Yeah, you cut out, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's right, Snacks. That is referred to as the snake goddess from the Minoan Empire on the island of Crete. Yep. Where the Minotaur came from. The maze? Yeah. Good find, bro. Yeah. The snake on the freaking stairs. Yeah. I never freaking seen that. That's a good correlation there, bro.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
I'm still interested in that picture you posted earlier, SE, with the ruler and the magnet.
Is that freaked out or what, bro? Yeah, that blew
Yeah,
me away, man. Yeah.
I'm wondering like how reproducible that is.
The thing is to have one of those freaking magnets, very dangerous and very expensive. I think they're like what, $800 or something like that. Some crazy, yeah.
Yeah, but just think about it, because you know the Glovers often say that magnetism doesn't affect light or the path of light, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, when you were showing Ken Wheeler there, I was saying, wait a minute, man, didn't I run into a thing like that and it affected vision? And then I searched for it, and yeah, you can see at the edges that it's clearly freaking out. I'll repost it. It's like look at the sides. Look at where the 80 is. I mean, man, if that's for real. That means magnetism can cause, what would you call that? Refraction? Diffraction? What would you call that?
Well, magnetism can bend light. Well, so to speak. I mean, they say that here's what the mainstream says about magnetism. They say that it can't cause light to bend directly, but indirectly it can cause light to bend because the magnetism bends the atmosphere or some shit.
Right?
Yeah, but is
Yeah,
that
they say magnetism alone, like in space per se, like wouldn't be enough to affect the path of light. Like that's all due to the gravitational fields and blah blah blah. But the thing is you're not really dealing with atmosphere in the instance of this picture here, because you're like, the picture's taken probably a foot or two away. So how are they going to explain that? We're not talking about 9 miles here.
exactly? Now, what Ken Wheeler said made me think, right? Because now we're assuming he's close, right? Now, let's say he's close, like you said, right? Ken Wheeler said that he feels strain in the eyes and it affects. So is it the effect on the eyes from the magnet, or is the magnet affecting the air near the
No.
ruler?
No, it's something within the eyes. I forgot the word I used. The cryptochromes within
Yeah,
the eyes,
something like
and
that. Yeah.
which is the same thing that's gives birds the ability to navigate themselves using the magnetic field indirectly. So, yeah.
Well, how about if that would happen if he was far away? Because we don't know how close he is, right? He could be at a distance, zoomed in with a camera, right?
Well, that's kind of why he talked about the
TV.
He called it something else. He called it the what does the CRTV television stand for again? It's the tube set array. It's a there's a certain word for it, but either way, basically he says that magnetic field influences that tube set television at distances that exceed the measurable magnetic field by 20 times. And he says that science doesn't really have an explanation for that, but when you ask like people like Jace or Kosho, they'll tell you that the magnetic field reaches out to infinity and beyond. Like every magnetic field.
May I have a mic check?
Not that Buzz Lightyear shit.
Right.
A CRT TV.
Mic check.
You're good.
Thank you.
I thought he had something else to say, but so yeah, like they've got like really no explanation.
Yeah, this is some crazy stuff, man. Like, this is like, even with the bismuth thing, man, like, that blew me away. Like, we have one side of the magnet behaving like a magnet as a whole. That's freaked out, man. You got the bismuth in the middle, and you got the outskirt attracting. Like, that's the first time I seen that.
Got quite a bit of first time ever seen videos using bismuth. He does a lot of shit with bismuth.
Then he's got the levitation in freaking regular room temperature. That's a trip right on its own.
Yeah. Yep. All reproducible with $7 worth of stuff that you can buy.
Yeah, there's no doubt that this dude is like extremely smart, right? There's no doubt about it. When it comes to magnetism, that is.
Yeah. I mean, he's the only one talking about the plane of inertia. Like you said, no one else, no book has ever been written. No branch of science has ever fucking discussed it. Like as close to it as they got was lines of force or field domain lines or the block wall domain, but a lot of that stuff was still heavily misunderstood. Like there is no block wall or lines of force. Like those are still like misinterpretations, but it's the closest that science has ever gotten due to Faraday's viewing of iron filings above a magnetic field, following the flux lines. So yeah, I mean, Ken Wheeler's definitely brought magnetism to a greater level of understanding, and definitely more like simplified. And then he unifies it all. He unifies like light and matter and energy and force and inertia and all these things, dude, that science is yet to do. So I mean, hats off to him, dude. He's
So
done
in a
what no
way,
man has done before.
yeah, I just thought of that. In a way, he just explained maybe of how the monopole thing, right, that I was talking about, right? So if we have one side, if we have one pole showing these characteristics, right? then maybe this can explain why the compass points in one direction. We can be on the inertial plane, as he calls it, on one side of the magnet, right? And it would behave, it would show characteristics of pointing in one direction. Like he demonstrated with the bead and the string, right? Wouldn't stay in the middle, it would only point in one direction. Nah, but that still wouldn't work because it points all around. There's no preferred direction. Oh man, this is a freaking mind melt, man. You know what I'm saying, Dicelo? Because even in this scenario, it points all around. Like there's all around the magnet. Where in the center, when the bismuth stays is in one spot.
Bluetooth died. I had to get a new one.
But yeah, the way that the TV was affected, the CRT TV, is because the magnets, especially the very powerful ones, they can affect the ether, bro, or the quantum field, whatever you want to call it. It's clearly that's why the magnets at a distance are affecting the eyes and the TV because it causes a perturbation in the field. Like there's field waves and the waves are separating in front of the magnet. And the way when the magnet causes the space in front of it, the field, everything in front of it is going to push forward. You understand?
It's a
Like
pretty
literally
hard
the
thing.
ether itself is being affected at a distance. It causes the spatial displacement causes the TV to be affected at a distance. Same thing with the eyes.
You know, when I used to, before I kind of knew that I was looking through radioactive glass, I was just like holding it up to my eye.
Oh, you're saying the
It hurt
atmosphere
my eyes.
around it is affecting it?
No, not the atmos, bro. The ether.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, can't deny that. I'm saying science doesn't have an explanation to it.
Yeah, the ether's a mystery, bro. Apparently, we might be able to build a model off of it. I'd like to see that.
Like color, like blue light is kind of hurtful to the eye. You know. Well, any light event at sufficient intensity, I guess, is hurtful. But
Blue
red
light
light
has a
helps it.
higher threshold of capacitance, and that's what Hertz talked about when explaining the photoelectric effect, and the same reason why the radiometer will process and spin up faster and faster with a light source closer to the blue end spectrum versus the red end spectrum
Hold on.
doing nothing.
Hold on. What's that? A crux radiometer? You said?
Crookes radiometer, yeah, CROOKS radiometer.
That's the thing with the light bulb
I
and
don't think that's how you spell it.
No, there's no power input or output.
yeah, but it looks
Batteries
like
involved.
it's a glass bulb.
Glass bulb.
With
glass.
It's a sealed
with
vacuum. Yeah, gotcha.
Sealed vacuum
Has
glass
a
bulb.
partial. Has a partial vacuum in it.
Yeah, you can never
And
achieve
one
a
side of
complete vacuum.
No, it's a perfect vacuum.
yeah, but no, it's not even. It's not even close to what we can achieve though. It's like a certain. It's got to be like a certain pressure
Yeah, it's
inside
just,
the thing,
just
and then
low.
once painted black. Go ahead, guys.
Well, the point isn't to put a vacuum to but anyways, point is it's like a series of paddles pendulated off a center point and to achieve, you know, minimum friction. But yeah, this thing will start to spin up in a certain type of condition with no batteries or power input, only using light.
That's power.
Well, I guess
It's not electric, or well, it's photoelectric, optoelectric.
Yeah, well, hence the photoelectric effect, and thus why Hertz's explanation superseded Einstein's explanation, which wasn't even an explanation.
Hey, have you ever seen the paper, The Photoelectric Effect Without Photons by Willis Lamb Jr.?
No.
You know the Lamb shift? Like the Lamb shift in the magnetic field, they call it a Lamb shift. Yeah, it's named after him. Nobel laureate maybe, but anyway, yeah, if anyone tells you that it proves a photon or something, there's like just a few page paper that just completely debunks it.
Well, in the invisible spectrum, in the spectrum you can't see, there's no photon, right?
There's no photon in any spectrum.
There's no photon
I know, but
period, Jeremy.
I know, but in the mainstream model, there's a photon light. You see light, it's bright, there's a photon there. If in the invisible spectrum there's not a photon there then, right?
I think that they claim that there's a photon everywhere there is light.
Visible light.
I don't think so.
Not necessarily. I think they explain it as the smallest packet of energy, photon.
Yeah, but I'm saying if this solar panel that can get it from the invisible spectrum, if it disproves the photons, they must be saying that there's only photons where there's visible light, and then the invisible spectrum.
Well,
I don't think so, because they say
I know that
that.
they claim there are photons in all even the non-visible spectrum, radio waves, X-rays. They all have photons according to that, which they do have the phenomena that they call photons, right? Which is the intersection of the electric and magnetic field. It's just not an actual thing; it's an event.
That's freaking amazing, because that when I started thinking of what it could be, that's exactly what I thought in my head. You know, when you make like the generator, when you turn it and it makes a spark, like literally that's what light is. That's the only way I can make it work in my head, right?
Nikola Tesla said, "We are now confident that electric and magnetic phenomena are attributable to ether, and we are perhaps justified in saying that the effects of static electricity are effects of ether under strain, and those of dynamic electricity and electromagnetism effect of ether in motion." So when you when you have like a really, really strong magnet, like Ken Wheeler had, it literally causes everything in front of the magnet to expand and contract. And it's literally expanding, contracting the toroidal field. But it's local. It's a local expansion of the toroidal field in front of the magnet, causing the TV, the CRT TV, to manifest the oscillation that the magnet's causing. When you move it around, it's literally causing the field to expand and contract.
Yeah, like when you put a north and a south magnet, when you feel that tension there, that pull, whatever you want to call it, that's really where light happens, when those two things meet, right? It's freaked out and it causes a spark. Yeah.
Yeah, the cross sections of the pictures that like Witsit posted of the
yeah
ferrocell. Yep. Anytime where you see like the black and the white lines intersecting is what they would call a photon.
You ever see that spark gap generator where they turn a thing and there's like two poles and you see like a spark flying over to the other side? That's basically it, man. Magnetism turned around the freaking brass wire. It's freaking amazing. And it's reversible. You can make light, and on the other side, you make magnetism, electromagnetism. I mean, it's pretty clear cut.
You see what I just did with that picture there? I put the photon on it. Yeah, that's where they claim that. That's what the little intersection place right there. They claim that's a photon.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's just an event.
Well, that
It's an
picture
event
you
between two
posted,
things of motion. Yeah.
the picture you just posted is just a cross section of the previous picture you posted of the supercell or the magnetic field. So yeah, it's just a cross section cut. Just for anyone else who's like not drawing the connection.
It's funny because they're like, oh, it's not electric. It's not magnetic. Yeah, it doesn't exist. So of course you can say it's massless and it's not electric and it's not magnetic. It doesn't exist.
Remember when you were a kid and you had a 9-volt battery, you put it on your tongue and well, that's basically it. There's your photon.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think Wheeler refers to it as the dielectric pulse. But I mean, yeah, my understanding specifically, it's just where the fields intersect. I mean, I wouldn't even say it's not even the primary cause of illumination. It's nothing like that. It's really nothing. I mean, but yeah, I mean, I guess you could call it a dielectric pulse as well. But you know, it's basically just it's where the two meet. So yeah, you'll get more of like maybe you want to call it like a climactic intersection of energy.
It's the same thing as witnessed in the double slit experiment. Like all of it's the one and the same thing. It's all constructive and destructive phase interference.
Yeah, that's misleading though, the double slit, bro, because you can get that pattern with a needle and a laser. I've done it. So that's pretty misleading that. You know, you can do that with a needle, single head of a needle and a laser. You can produce that pattern on a wall. I've done it.
Yeah, I've done it too. I've also used a fog machine. So I set up a double slit with the actual little plate, like it's actually a double slit plate, and then I used different types of lasers. You cut all the lights out, make sure it's like pitch black, and you hit the laser in the fog machine, and you can actually look at the pattern of the light because you can see it because of the fog. It's pretty wild, bro. It's pretty trippy. You should check it out. It definitively debunks the notion it's a photon. Just go look at what the light actually is doing. It's pretty crazy. I have some videos. I wanted to get better shots of it before I posted it.
I don't know if you can see the live text with it, but check it out.
Yeah, I see it, yeah.
All I did was put a needle. I fixed it and on a tripod, and I took my laser and just flashed it through.
Did you see the other picture SE posted? The magnet and what's it?
No.
You got to see this. I'll repost it.
Yeah, I'm interested on what you think about that.
Check that out, bro.
No, is it just a still shot? What about it? What am I missing?
Yeah, look at where the 80 is. Look at the ruler. near the ends of the magnet.
Oh wow, that's a true. I don't even. I didn't think about that. What even is that?
It's gravity's causing light to bend around the magnet.
Wow.
Well, Ken has a good explanation of. He says there's what do you call it again, Dicelo, in the eye?
Well, that's within
Some
the
sort
eye.
of
That's kind of like a sensory input, but what this is optical. And this isn't like necessarily within the eye, but within the perception of reality, i.e., refraction, in my opinion. But yeah, the things that you're talking about were what did he call them? Cryptochromes.
something like that. Yeah, in the eye. Yeah.
Chromes.
Now that could be true if the magnet is close, but if the magnet is far away, that's freaked out, man. That what does that mean? That it's affecting the air? Like it's causing
Well, what is
refraction?
well, what is light, right? So light is an excitation of the ether, as far as I can tell. So the magnetic field, of course, is a modality of that. So is there there's some relationship between the fact that it's basically an additional excitation within the ether, right? So it's altering your perception of that light that is a perturbation or disturbance. You know what I'm saying? Like a layering of the perturbation. But I would have to think about it and see many different examples of this at different angles and stuff like that for me to really kind of be able to make sense of it, to be honest.
Yeah, I
That's
agree.
what I was asking, if he had it at different angles, or is this the only photo or picture he has? It would have to be from. Yeah, you'd have to consider many things, man.
Well, let's just hypothetically assume he does, and it's visible at all angles. Primarily the more acute angles, i.e., their what do they like to call it, the incident angle.
Yeah, but but then the question would be, so if you it's also on the left. So if you look at 68, 69, it's doing it as well.
Yeah, I mean, it appears near the
Okay.
edges, and that's where
That's what I
Wheeler
was about to
says.
say. Yeah,
That
would be
sorry,
the
go
edge
on.
of the centrifugal. That would be the edge of the centrifugal divergence.
Yeah,
That's
Right.
where
That would be the actual.
true magnetism resides, plane of inertia.
All right, it's pretty interesting.
I wish I can remember where I found it and where I got that from, but it's been a while. And the only reason it reminded me is when Dicelo played the Ken Wheeler thing with the bismuth, and I go, wait a minute, man. I remember something like this. Yeah, it's freaked out.
I would want to see, like, does it happen higher up above the magnet as well?
Well, you know, we can recreate this, right? I mean, the only thing is somebody's got a spring for this crazy magnet, and if you do, be careful, it could kill you. Like, it could literally dismember one of your fingers. Like, that's how powerful it is. But this can be recreated. It's like, what, $800, $1,000?
Yeah, that magnet's definitely really expensive.
Yeah, they're about like $800.
Neodymium. Yeah.
Maybe 1,000.
But what blew my mind was the plane of the magnet. One side of it, like portraying like two different things. Like the bismuth would stay in the middle, whereas a magnet would get pulled out to the end. That's freaked out, man. Like that's a single side of a magnet portraying two characteristics. That's freaked out, man.
That magnet's $898.
Yeah.
But when you start adding the other factors, that I was telling you earlier, SE, that there's a shit ton of molten bismuth under your feet that's constantly like moving around, and every time it moves around and shifts, this is where we start getting seismic activity and disruptions within the magnetic field. the Earth's
Yeah,
magnetic
then there's
field.
the floating part. Did you see the floating part with it? Where he puts a thing in the center of the bismuth and it freaking floats?
I don't know, maybe. It's like I gotta get off this phone.
That's freaking mind-blowing right there.
It was kind of like a quantum locking effect.
So
Yeah.
Paralytic graphite?
Oh, it was bismuth and just small neodymium magnet with a copper coil. Basically like $7 worth of stuff.
Yeah, that's the one, man. Fuck, I'd
But
love to have
did you
one of
hear?
those.
Did you hear what he said was crucial within the bismuth? That parabolic geometry, and that's the thing. Like when you're dealing with like quote unquote anti-gravity, like i.e. levitational type stuff, geometry plays a crucial part, and he talks about that a lot within those devices that he's developed and trying to further design. But
Yeah, he did say it had to be a certain shape. That's right. Yeah.
yeah, so
The bismuth.
right, and then that's where he starts getting into one is the phi is the one, and talking about this incommensurable geometry found like within nature, like you can see it within the egg per se. He said like any craft that were to be a quote unquote field propulsion device, i.e. A UFO or what you would call a UFO, would have to follow this particular geometry.
Yeah, he did say that the shape plays a big role. Yeah.
But I still think we keep dancing away from the fact of that visual effect of the magnetic field, and I think that's something that needs to be further investigated for sure before we can start talking about long distance observations and refraction, the effects of it and whatnot.
Yeah, all I know is I'm more confused today than I was yesterday. I'll tell you that, man. Like this magnetism is way more difficult than I thought.
Well, I think the fundamental understanding of it isn't that difficult. It's just geometry. If you just look at it like geometry, it's kind of simple, you know.
Yeah,
Like
but
everything else involved can get complicated, maybe.
the geometrical part doesn't really explain. Like you can take a piece of wood and align it geometrically. It's never going to tract itself, right? So I'm sure
Oh, but that's
geometry has
because
something to do.
there's movement within the geometry, right? Like when you open up the door, like when I go home, right, and I open up the door and I got the AC, it's going like 72. I open up the door, that hot air is going to rush in there. And so if I had do a paper plane by the door as I opened it or whatever, it's going to push things out of the way because the pressure is going to mediate relative, right? Like we all understand that. Or the idea of being in a vacuum or whatever, that pressure is mediating. But since there's movement, pressure being moved, diverging and converging, that pressure is why the quote unquote magnets attract, right? Because what happens is the pressure gets pushed around the magnet. And so then it's going to migrate or accelerate towards where the least pressure is, to the null pressure point, so I can try to get to equilibrium, just reacting to the pressure that's created by the movement within that geometry. So I'm sure there's a more concise, simpler way to say it, but it is pressure mediation. That's my understanding. Magnetic attraction is a misnomer.
Could you explain to SC why there's no pull, Austin? That there's only a press.
Okay, just a sec. I have to grab my back.
Good luck.
I could give it to you in Ken Wheeler's words. I guess I'll just do that until Witsit gets back. He says magnetic attraction doesn't exist whatsoever. He says it's a false idea. He says it's dielectric acceleration towards counter space, which would be analogous to that hourglass shape, which would be like the centermost portion of that hourglass, like not the two posterior lobes, but the middle portion that the sand kind of falls through and funnels through. That would be analogous to the null point, or the counter spatial realm would be non-Cartesianal. That would be the temporal era where time would reside. But anyhow, that's getting off topic. Getting back to magnetic attraction not actually being a thing. He says that magnets don't actually accelerate towards that lowest pressure point, which would be that vortexual center point between both. And this is the very same phenomena that we call gravity or electrostatic cling. He says all three of these are one and the same field expression, and the only difference being an attributional difference between the so-called gravity and magnet mutually accelerating, that being that magnets are point source, meaning not additive, rather multiplicative objects, whereas gravity's phenomena is non-point source, which is mutual mass acceleration towards the same low pressure point vortex center. And then he talks about magnetic repulsion being that rather than additive, like polarities forced in close proximity have multiplicative force manifestations due to the compounded ether torsion, where rather than force dissipation, force is multiplicative and the most basic definition of unnatural. He says only this phenomena is actually magnetism in action, since so-called magnetic attraction doesn't exist. So basically what he's saying is the repulsive side would be more pertinent to magnetism rather than the quote-unquote attractive side. I don't know if that helps.
You need to.
So you understand now, Andy? Got it?
You need to simplify that language, Dyslow. I mean, it was brilliant, but you've got to. I know you know this, but think of the audience a little bit, you know, because they didn't follow that whatsoever. And SE was making that point.
No. Funny enough, I understood what he was saying, right?
Okay.
More or less. But is that a satisfactory explanation to anybody of what magnetism is?
Or isn't, rather. Because that's kind of what the crux of the spiel was about, is the fact that there's a great misnomer behind magnetic attraction.
Like when I hear the word counter space, my brain goes, "What? What'd you just say, boy?"
It's very triggering. It is. It's a very triggering word. But all you got to think of is you have dimensional, which is what we're accustomed to, and you have non-dimensional, which would be that realm of well, if we were to follow the definition of existence, would be non-existent. And that's why he says in his 13 antinomies of what things that humans can contrive as actually existing that don't actually exist, such as like negative charge, virtual photons, things of this nature. He also adds ether in there as well. So and that's why I told you the other day, he actually says ether doesn't actually exist, like by the definition of existence. Not to say that it's not real, but anyhow, go ahead.
It doesn't
William.
cartesianally exist in spatial extension.
Right.
So like,
Right.
is the question about this in general? Is there any such thing as pull, or you're talking about specifically with magnetism?
Yeah, well, I had a good go at explaining to SC earlier, and I thought I thought I did quite well. But SC was like, "Nope, not buying it." I was just trying to say that it appears, and we use it in a language to say that it pulls, but it's actually just a pressure. Everything is a pressure mediation of one variation or another.
Right.
Anyway, I'm sure you can explain it better.
No, that's correct. So like, even if you say you open up the refrigerator door, well, actually your fingers are pushing on the other side of the handle. Okay, and if you're talking about specifically with like magnetism, really push and pull or repulsion and attraction are all misnomers. Okay, so that's what I was trying to explain earlier. I used the air analogy. The air is going to rush in and fill the available space. The hot air is going to go to the cold air. It's going to push the cold air away out of its way so it can go back into the area it wants to equalize. So that's pressure mediation, right? Like the air. That's why I think it's a perfect example. Is my house is cool. It's hot outside. If it's really hot outside and it's really cool in my house, I open the door. That air is going to rush in, right? It's whatever's in its way is going to be affected because it's going in regardless. So the pressure is going to mediate relative to. That's what magnetic attraction is. It's literally just the pressure mediation interacting, and so the magnets we say that they attract towards each other or that they get pulled towards each other, but really they just accelerate, they just migrate, they just move because of the pressure. They're just moving to the place of equilibrium, the null pressure point between the two, the zero pressure point. They're just trying to get to the zero, to the equilibrium. Right? I'm pretty sure that's the point I just said that.
Well, you have to understand the field array around the magnet to begin with, what that's doing to create that low pressure point of acceleration between the two magnets.
Yeah, but we weren't necessarily talking about magnets, bro. We were talking about just the action of push and pull.
Yeah, I gave the refrigerator. I gave the refrigerator example. Like you think you pull open the refrigerator door, but in reality, your fingers on the other side of the handle are pushing the door towards you.
All right, so if everything is push, so when a leaf falls off of a tree, what's pushing it to the ground?
Well, the downward bias. The downward bias itself. Yeah. There's a downward current. There's a downward electric pressure pushing down on everything. And then, of course, the interaction with the density in the medium, right? That buoyant force is also going to be pushing down. So if something goes up, and that's what I'm saying, flat earthers are going to hate when I start breaking this down, honestly. But anyway, the Glovers are kind of right when they've been trying to tell flat earthers. They're like, oh, what about the helium balloon goes up? This is going to be, please just don't come for me. I don't have time. Okay, but they're like, oh, no, you're so stupid. It goes up. And they're like, no, there's a downward bias, right? And so the air is interacting relative to that downward pressure, and it just causes it to go up.
That's what the
true.
ball is. Yeah.
That's actually true, though, right? It's just what they say is retarded. The way that they say it works, and they just make up fairy tales about what it is. But you can measure that there's that downward. That downward electric bias is a real measurable thing. I gotta find
the more dense air is pushing down and the helium balloon is being displaced upward. Yeah, but what's pushing this leaf? Like what's changing? So push would make it a vector above the leaf. So something above the leaf would have to be constantly changing.
There's energy in the sky. There's energy in the sky, and it comes down to us. And like the crudest way you could say it, we have tons of like radiant energy coming from the sky, like measurably. And so there's just this it's like there's celestial blowing of air on us. Okay, it's like electric pressure. It's really light or whatever, and that comes down to us on the earth. So like when the leaf comes off the tree, well, there was something that was countering that the fact that it was longing to go down. That was obvious that it was physically connected to the tree, right? So that resistance, that material resistance held the leaf there, right? As soon as that's removed, now it's going to go back to doing what it wanted to do the whole time. Sorry, I got to find my...
Let me. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Let me give you an example what I gave him, why I think there is actually a difference between pull and push. Let's say you have a domino set. You set up 100 dominoes in a row. And I tell you, the first domino, the first one in line, I tell you, pull it. Is there a difference of what would happen to the line if I tell you to push it?
It's involved the semantics at this point, right? Because just because you tell me to pull it, and that's what it makes sense to us. Really, you're going to when you try to pull the domino towards you, you're actually going to take your fingers, wrap around the domino, and push it towards you. Or just think about it. If I ask you to pull the domino, what are you going to actually do? You're going to reach around, right? Your finger's going to get on the other side of the domino, and then you're going to push it back towards you.
I found a way around that as well. How about if I gave you a string and I told you to crazy glue it on one side of the domino, and then I asked you to pull?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear it because, dude, I'm drowning in synchronicities today. I turned around, I hit my belt, and boom, there's my back. Say what you said again.
If I was to tell you take a rope and crazy glue it to the domino, and then tell you pull the rope, where's the push come in?
Okay. So
there's no push there. There's no push.
So super glue it like on the side of the domino closest to you is what you're saying, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Obviously. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, you're gonna wrap your hands or fingers around the string, right? You're gonna have to have force moving towards you in your hand.
Come on.
Objectively, right?
I was waiting for that.
hold the string. To hold the string and pull it towards you.
Yeah, that's just
Beautiful.
applying pressure. That's just applying
Jim.
pressure. Pressure.
You mean pushing?
Squeezing.
Yeah.
Squeezing.
Yeah,
Squeezing by
but we've been through this
pushing
before,
towards
but-
you. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, but we've been through this. How about if you crazy glue the string to your finger?
Right. That's pulling.
The glue. No, it's not, because now the glue is actually
on the ropes here.
the glue is actually pushing the string towards your finger.
What? That's a stretch,
Yeah.
bro. Come on.
Yeah, think about it
No.
though. The glue.
No, your finger is
Okay.
pushing. Your finger's pushing to the glue. Your finger is
No.
also
Oh
pushing
my
to the
God.
glue. Then, come on.
You're getting confused. You're getting
Why are
confused.
you invoking more pushing, bro? That you're supposed to be combating the pushing.
You're getting confused between language and physics. It's that simple.
Not really. Not really. One
Yes.
school
Well,
of
that is
thought
kind of
versus
true.
another school of thought.
It is kind of
You
true, dude. You guys can
understand
go.
that shit.
There's another experiment you could do. You can pull air out of a room, right? Or you can
Yeah,
push
vacuum.
air into a room and then you displace the
Yeah,
air. Which one's
pumping.
more efficient?
You can't pull air out of the room though. Like when you quote unquote pull air out of the room, what's actually happening is the other air, normally the warmer air or the higher pressure, is moving in and displacing the other one. Yeah.
Correct. So yeah, because you can basically set up a fan exhausting air, right? Like an output fan, or you can put an input fan. But either way, you're going to be displacing air one way or another. But there's one way that's more efficient.
Right. So, SE, how about that one? How about when you suck air into your lungs?
That's different. That's entropy. We're not talking about that. We know how gas and that performs, right? That's knowable. I'm talking about the motion of pull. I think I just described to you. Okay, how about the tug of rope? Here's another one. The tug of rope.
Yeah, the tug of war. The tug of war.
There's only push. There's only
people
push.
on the other side, and when you say
Well, you're pushing your feet onto the ground. You're pushing your feet on the ground there, obviously.
You're pushing the rope in the direction. Just because you call it pulling, it's a push.
No, you're pushing your feet whilst you're pulling. You're pulling here and you're pushing. You're pulling and pushing at the same time.
You have to push for the thing to come back towards you, and you have to wrap your hand around it and push towards you. You're literally pushing towards
No,
you.
I'm not pushing towards me. I'm pulling. I'm pulling towards me, and I'm pushing away from me with my feet. Pulling
What are you
and pushing. That's the
Jen,
act.
what are your hands doing on the rope?
My hands
Are you
are
pressing on the
pulling.
rope?
But it's a push.
Yes, but that's fine. I'm squeezing, but I'm also pulling. I am
Well,
pulling. I'm hanging on for dear life so I don't get pulled off my feet, and I'm digging in with my feet, and I'm pushing and pulling back, pulling,
Dude,
and I'm doing two actions.
Tug of war is a perfect example because you have to put your feet in the ground and you have to then push backwards. Okay, and then you can
that's
call.
with your legs. That's with your
That's
legs.
right. That's right. Okay,
Right.
that's
But
because
then
that's where
your
all.
arm also is pulling. Your arms with your latimus dorsi muscles from your lats, and your forearms, you're now using those muscles to
All right, Jen.
pull
Now
and
jump
hang
up in
on,
the air.
and you're working.
Yeah. Now
But why
jump
do you
up
guys
in
not
the air
understand
and
this?
see who wins.
Let's use a curling for example. I'm gonna go to the gym. I'm gonna work out my biceps. Okay. I'm gonna pick up a 40-pound dumbbell and I'm gonna curl it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up. I'm not pushing it up.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You're saying you're
push.
pulling the weight up. Now, in reality, the palm of your hand is underneath the dumbbell and it is pushing it up towards your body. Objectively.
Yeah, I'm pulling. I'm pulling. I'm actually
Okay,
pulling
dude.
up. I'm pulling up. That word
All right,
pull
brother.
is a word, it is an action. I'm pulling up that bar to my chest, and then I'm letting it go down. Pulling up,
But you're literally
and then lowering it down. Pulling up, and then lowering it down.
Jen, earlier
Up.
we said, Jen, I get it up and then down. Jen, earlier we said, how do you feel about contradictions, right? Can you be pulling and pushing at the exact same time? You obviously cannot be doing both things at the exact same time. Has to be
Well, you
one
can in
thing.
a tug of war.
No,
Tug of
you
war, you
cannot.
can because
It's
you're pushing.
impossible.
No.
It's
You just
not
To do
have to
two
look
things
impossible
at
because
once is impossible.
you're pushing with your legs and you're pulling.
All right. Well, do
with your
you
arms.
no. Don't worry about the example. Do you agree that do you agree that it's impossible to be doing two separate things, opposing things at the exact same time in the exact same instance? It can't. Both cannot be true. One thing has to be true.
No. Yeah, I agree with you there.
Okay.
Okay, I agree with that. Opposing, no. But in the case of the tug of war, I'm going in unison, aren't I there? I'm pulling and pushing together in one direction.
What? That's dude. Look,
Of course I am. Well, of course
Yeah,
I'm.
brother.
I'm pulling the rope and I'm pushing myself back as well. Come on.
So are you saying that? Are you
Come
saying that
on.
whenever you are you saying that when you push with your legs, you're actually hurting your ability to pull the rope?
What I'm doing is I'm using my legs to move myself back, and I'm aiding that motion also by pulling and hanging onto the rope, and together we're moving to going back. I'm pulling and I'm pushing. Of course I am.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
so what I'm saying is
you exercise, you lot.
Right, let's
You
go
don't
back to the
exercise,
dumbbell.
that's the problem.
Let's go. I literally do though. So let's go back to the dumbbell. Okay. So whenever I put the dumbbell in my hand, it's resting on my palm, right? And then I'm gonna quote unquote pull it up. I'm gonna curl it up. What I'm actually doing is I'm pushing pressure from below me, right, up through my palm onto the dumbbell, and it's going up. So you can call it pulling, but you have to push pressure back towards you. Then whenever you let the dumbbell down, you're literally pushing pressure up towards you to control
No, I'm
the
not
distance.
pushing at all. No, that's wrong.
Jeez
That's
Louise.
absolutely wrong because let me give you that again, yeah? You're holding the bar, okay? Now you're not pushing anything. You're stopping the bar from dropping to the ground. You fire up the bicep. The biceps fire up with the forearms now. Now you're pulling up. The muscle is actually aiding that
Pulling up,
motion.
dude. You're
It's not
pushing it.
your hand. Look at the mechanics properly.
It's
Look
a
at the
push.
mechanics properly in that. Mechanical engineering.
All forces are a push. Is that what this conversation started?
Yes.
It's bullshit.
Yeah,
It's
basically.
absolute crap.
All
And then there's
forces
no
are
such
a
thing.
push. There is no pulling force unless you want gravity and you want your magic spinning
In the
space ball and
language.
you want things pulling inwards as a force. Then you can argue for it, but
Pushing outwards.
Wait,
the
let me
reality is
ask.
all forces are a push.
Push inwards, please.
Let me actually explain this as well. So their model doesn't claim that gravity is a pulling force. Okay, this is why. So they actually claim that it's basically a railroad track that guides things down. It's effectively more of a push. Okay, and now when people are now trying to replace gravity, like you have the electromagnetic push gravity theory. Okay, so it is well known in terms of physics that there is only a pushing force, and even that is somewhat of a misnomer, just like a repulsion. It's not actually repelling, it's that the pressure is mediating, and then the magnet's migrating away to a null pressure point. Okay, but there is no pulling force. That's just semantics, the way that we use the word. The dumbbell is
Yeah.
the perfect example.
It just, Jen, it just depends on like what you're referencing. It's just a semantic, like you're saying. It depends on what you're referencing. You'll call it a push because
Yeah,
it's
I'm
towards
referencing my
you, but
hand holding the
the
bar.
person who's but the person who's not who's on the other side, who's standing face to face with you, they'll say, well, it's pushing away from them. It's just dependent on what you're
Yeah, I
in
just
relation
think,
to
yeah,
what.
I'm looking at it physically, yeah. The bicep, if I didn't have the bicep muscle, I couldn't pull that bar up. So my hand could not push anything. It's not
Dude,
pushing.
I got
And
a
I've got
great
the
way to
bar
trap.
stationary. When I hold the barbell is stationary. Nothing's
I got a
happening.
yeah, I
You
got a great
fire
way to
up the
trap Jen in
muscle,
like
the
an
muscle is
endless
doing
loop.
the work. The workload is done by the bicep. That's why the bicep gets big and pumped up, not your hand. Get out of
Yeah, and
here
then
with
it's press.
shit.
Yeah, then your muscle grows and it's pushing against your skin. Right, it's pushing. It's not. I mean, what are you saying? Your muscles are pulling.
It's pushing
Yeah,
outwards, yeah,
yeah,
expanding,
pushing.
yes, because it's getting bigger. Definition, power is induced in there. Yeah, the hand is just there to lock around to stop it from dropping to the floor. That's all that's doing. That's all. The hand is not doing the work. It's hanging on. The
Next time
bicep's
you're
doing most of
lifting
that
weights, Jen,
work.
like look at the mirror, right? Like do it in the mirror, like people do at the gym, and then pretend that you are your own reflection in the mirror and argue with yourself back and forth, right? And you're just gonna be like, no, I'm pushing, no, I'm pushing, no, I'm pulling, right? It just depends on where you're
No,
standing, but it's
I'm
push.
not getting into that mad world of
I
delusional,
sound like you
not
are.
thinking coherently. No, I'm not. I already know what's going on. And the
Yeah.
theory that Whispered is putting up with this electromagnetic downward force, the thing is you have a leaf that's going down very slowly, but a little tiny pebble accelerates past. Okay, so, you know, you're going to have to prove that. That's an unproven theory you got there. Interesting, but it's not a fact. Don't be giving that as a
Yeah.
fact.
Well,
You're going to have to
I don't know,
prove
I
it.
don't know all the ins and outs of it, but I've argued with a Glober before that everything is push for sure, right? And then they say, well, then how are
No
you
one's
explaining this
pushing me down.
displacement, right? That, well, I mean, I say, well, I see this, I see,
Everything is push.
yeah, everything's push, but they'll say, well, what about this displacement in the air with leaves falling, etc. And I'll say, well, they'll say, look, everything's going up, right? Like just relative to, right? But the sun itself is pushing down, right? Like it's falling down. Like they say, well, then how's the sun stay up in the sky all the time? What it doesn't. It falls right down to the ground. I'm seeing the sun on the ground right now. It falls all the time. So that's
No, the
what's like
sun
pushing
doesn't
down.
fall. The sun's not falling
Yeah,
though,
it
is it?
does.
The sun's always in the
Yeah.
sky. It doesn't lower its altitude. It's never. It's
No, it's
up in
right
the
here
sky
on the
all the
ground.
time
It's
with
not
the
like
moon.
it's right here on my arm, on my back. Like it's in the sky, yeah, but it fell from the sky. Now it's shining its light down on me. Like it comes down from
Yeah,
up
but
there.
the
It
the
pushes down here.
physicality of that object that we call the sun and the physicality of the object we call the moon, they're up in the sky all the time. They don't come down to the ground. They don't come down to the ground, do they? Obviously, their power, their energy
I don't
does.
know.
That's all.
Right, yeah. So it's
Yeah.
pushing down. So the sun is pushing down. Yeah.
No, the sun is not pushing me down. No, that's not true at all. The sun is not
Oh.
pushing me down. That's not happening at
Everything
all.
is push. Right?
I don't
If
know
everything
about
is
that.
push.
I'm
That's
not
only
going to
if
go with
everything is
that. I'm
push.
not going to go around
It is.
teaching that to people.
It's very
Everything is push,
simple.
folks.
Jen,
Everything is
Jen,
push. Everybody,
Jen,
start pushing.
Jen, chill, man.
I'm
Chill.
chilled. I am chilled.
Okay.
I'm just shouting out. That's all.
So a good
Everything's
way to
push.
think
Everybody,
about
start pushing,
everything.
folks. We're now in the no pulling, no more pulling. Let's get rid of that word in the dictionary. Push
Hell yeah.
inwards. Push
No, Jen,
outwards.
when we're talking about a force, and so in order to apply the force, if you think of it
Yeah,
this way,
we're talking
if
about
you go
force.
if you
Yeah.
go up to dude, you have to shut up for just 2 seconds if you want to actually learn something. You're just talking over people. So, if you go up to a wall and you place your hand on the wall, can you pull that wall towards you?
If there are handles, and I have the
I'm
power
not
of the whole. Hang on, I'm answering
I'm
your
not asking.
question. Allow
So,
me to
Jen,
answer the
listen to me
question.
for a
If
second.
there are handles that I can hold on to, and I have the power of the Hulk, I'll pull that wall towards me.
Okay, so what you'll actually do is you'll put your hands underneath that handle, and your hands will be on the back side of the handle, and your hands will push the back of that handle towards you. Just because it's coming towards you doesn't mean that it's a pull. It's actually pushing the back of the handle. That's why I said just place your hand on the wall, The only force that you can apply is a pushing force against that wall. You can't have your hand in that same position and have some sort of pulling force that will displace that wall, unless you have a push that is going to grab from
Now,
another direction.
what I'm going to do is wrap
Very
my hand
simple.
around the handles that are vertically
Very easy
placed,
to comprehend.
not horizontally, vertically. Wrap my hands around now. So now my hands are
So now your
locked.
hands are wrapped around it, so you're pushing.
Yes,
Okay,
that's
so it's a
correct. They're
push.
locked around that bar, the two
So it's a
handles.
push.
And now I'm going to use the muscles in
So it's a
my
push.
body and my feet, of course, to now pull. So I'm pushing.
No, it's
I'm
still a
pushing
push.
on the ground with
Give
my
us an
feet,
example of a
but I'm
pulling
also pulling with my back muscles, my latissimus, my triceps, the forearms, and I'm now pulling with my chest muscles as well.
It's a
All the
push.
muscles of the upper body strength.
Or
I'm
pull.
now moving that backwards. I am pulling. I am not
You got you,
pushing.
Napalm. You're done. Napalm, just hang it up, dude. You're done.
Yeah,
You're
right.
cooked.
Because he's using muscle, so therefore it's a pull because it's coming towards him, but his hands are wrapped around the backside of it, which is pushing it towards him. Like, dude, you
I mean, I don't think pull.
just give it up.
I think a pull is a direction. Like I can pull something. You guys agree? You can pull something away from you. If you had a little toy car with a rope, that towards me, I could pull that away from me. You know, I don't think pull is a direction.
Now you got that wrong. Don't try and mess up. When you pull something
Ultimately,
towards
it's
you on a string, you
moving
pull it
forward.
towards you. You can't pull
Everything is
anything away from you unless you pull it to one side, but it's still a pull action. Pull it laterally,
I
left
could definitely,
or right.
I could 100% guaranteed pull something away from me.
Yes, you can. You can. Yeah, you can on a string.
Yeah,
Pulling,
so pull's
not
not a
pushing.
direction.
No, it is. It
What I'm
does.
saying
It
is
does.
pull's
It
not a
does.
direction.
Pull is an action. Pull is an action, and then you need to know in what direction are you headed? Towards, away, laterally, diagonally. Okay, still an action.
It's all ultimately
Yeah,
a
but it's
push.
not.
There's no force applied with a pull. We call something a
There
pull,
is.
even though actually the application of the force is with
Well,
a
we're gonna have to
push.
re-terminalize that.
That's correct. I mean, how did this not end as soon as I brought up the dumbbell?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't because
we're
you're
talking about
not
muscles.
you're
That's what
not
fired his
factoring in
ass
the
up, dude. Don't
muscles.
ever bring up
The
dumbbells
muscles are
again.
doing the pulling. The
He said
muscles are
you don't
doing
even.
the pulling.
He came for me
No.
personally. He's like, you don't even work out.
The
The muscles are
application
doing the
of the
pulling.
force,
That's what it is.
Jen, the application of the force to the object, the movement is caused by a push, not a pull. Just because the
It's a
muscles are
pull. It's not a push.
contracting
It's a pull.
doesn't
It's a
mean, dude,
contraction of the
why do you
muscles, and
continue
then the
to
whole
talk
body is
over people?
pulling
I'll just continue to
against
talk over you,
the
and we can
force
just have audio chaos, Jen. If
to
that's what you're
drop
going
down.
to
Let's
do, like,
say
I can
I'm going
completely
Yeah, all
against
right,
that force
moderation,
coming
moderation,
down.
moderation, moderation.
Pulling
Jen,
out.
you can't keep interrupting people, bro. They're letting you talk. Just like wait till they're done, then respond, please. Napalm was in the middle of talking.
Yeah, so just because your muscles contract doesn't mean that the force that's applied to the object is in the form of a pull, because where the force is applied, it's applied in a push, and it moves that object in the direction that that force is applied, which is a pushing direction. So can you give me in physics where you have a pull, where there is a force that is applied and the movement is in the opposite direction of the applied force?
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I'm never going to be accepting that at all as a thing. I know that I'm generating power through my muscles, and my muscles are the ones that's really doing most of that work. My hand is hanging on, but
Yeah,
it's the
but Jen,
muscles
you
that are
heard.
doing most of that work to pull towards me, whatever the
I understand.
object is.
Jen, you heard. You
I
It's a
heard me,
understand
measurable
what
right?
force.
Jen is
It's a
saying.
measurable force, and it's a pulling force.
I understand
Opposed
what
to a
Jen is.
pushing force.
Guys, could I just break in real quick? So if we go to the pull-up bar, the point of contact on the object, is there a pushing or is there a pulling?
Push.
What's going on
I
the
I
pull-up
didn't want to
bar?
go to the pool, but I
So
wanted to
it's
just
a
say to Jen
pushing.
real quick.
I'm not finished, bro. Please let me
Yeah, but
finish.
you
I
did cut me
understand.
off. Go ahead and finish. I did. You did cut me off. But go ahead.
No, he didn't.
Yeah,
Bro,
when I was
so
talking, he said, "Hold on, guys, I want to go." So I stopped.
okay. Okay, guys. So anyway, Jen, I get where you're coming from both sides being locked in a tug of war. and planting their feet in the ground and then using their biceps to kind of pull. I understand where you're coming from, but I think what they're trying to tell you is the point of contact on the object. What is happening? Is there a pushing or a pulling? We go to the dumbbells, but let's go to the pull-up bar. Have you ever done muscle ups? At the point of contact
Yeah,
on the
I
bar.
live on those. I live on them. I still do them now at 61. Yeah.
Awesome. So on the point of contact on the bar, are you pulling or are you pushing? The point of contact,
Yeah,
where your
I'm
hands are
definitely
on the
pulling
bar.
because I'm feeling it on my lats, my triceps, my chin. Sometimes I knock my chin on the way down. You know. So it's a pull. They're called pull-ups. What they
Jin, the
call
inside
We don't
of
care
your
what they're
fingers.
called.
Hold on. Think about the point of contact. Just Jin, think about the point of contact where your fingers are touching the bar. Like at that point, are you pressing down? Are your fingers pressing down on the bar to pull yourself up?
All they're doing is applying a circular pressure. We're squeezing. That's all we're doing. Squeezing to hang on. That's what's going on. I'm closing. I'm stopping my hands from opening. I'm squeezing the bar.
Here, let me tap
And then if I want to get up above the bar
Okay.
with my chin, I'm now going to fire up my latimus dorsi muscles and my tricep muscles and my pectorals and forearm to get it above that chin and then to release it under control. And to get it back up there and to release it under control. There's
Can
a
I
pull and a release going on.
can I get what I wanted in real quick? Just
Contraction
can I
and
finish it
release.
before?
You're still going.
Yeah,
go ahead.
can I just? Yeah, I just wanted to just because Jin likes the gym, right? So I just wanted to emphasize, the importance that they tell you on the gym that everything is like starts in your lower body, right? Like it's all about lower body. That will help create your upper strength. So just take that into context. So where is it really coming from, the force? Go ahead. Thanks.
Okay, if you talk about grabbing something, like gripping something, okay? Let's talk about we have an orange and we're going to grip it. We're going to squeeze it. When we squeeze the orange, we're going to put our hand, wrap it around the orange, and we're going to squeeze it. Okay? Is the side of our hand that's wrapped around the orange, is it pushing in on the orange? Yes or no?
Squeezing the orange, it's pressing, it's applying pressure all around. Squeezing, squashing, pressing, yes.
Okay. And so as I wrap around it, my thumb pushes in, and then the rest of my fingers push in the other way, and it pushes them towards each other. So when you said that you are grabbing just circular,
I'm not pushing anything.
and you're grabbing and gripping. That's all pushing. That's all pushing towards the central point of the bar. And as you are able to pull yourself up, quote unquote, you're actually pushing pressure down from the top, or you wouldn't have to wrap your hand around it.
Well, again, no action
that's
can
all
happen without the muscles firing up. And then the motion is applied. The hand is just holding the bar. That's all that's going on there. The muscles are doing the workload, pulling up. I'm using my muscles to pull. I'm not pushing up. That's a different thing. Push-ups are different from pull-ups. You're never going to sway me from that. I've been doing them for years.
Right, that's
No
fine
silly
then.
little
Let's just
fidget
step out.
spinners going on
Let's
here.
step out.
Don't try to confuse matter. Don't try to confuse matter. That's all I'm saying.
Let's move on.
You know what a Glover would say? You're never going to convince me the Earth's not a globe. I learned about it years ago.
It's not analogous.
Come
Not
on, bro.
analogous at all. Because there's the bar. The bar exists. I exist. My action exists. The globe does not exist at all.
The Earth exists. The Earth exists.
Not as a globe, it doesn't. Not as a globe, it doesn't.
Let's pull this conversation forward, okay?
On the pull-up bar,
I'm like BA team.
On the pull-up bar, the bars have a structure, like they have 2x4s if you do it in your backyard or whatever, but it's pushing on the ground, Jen. It's just a transfer of that weight to the ground. It's pushing on the ground, and then you're saying that you're doing a pull-up, but there's push force everywhere. It's the push force. There's no pull, but it's all right. Whatever you want to think about it.
Can I say one thing to Jen real quick? One sentence. Mic working?
Yeah, we can hear you, Dave.
All right. You're missing the whole point. You're saying it applied pressure. The whole point of this conversation is we're falsifying the magic idea of a giant ball pulling stuff in toward it. So whatever the pressure is being applied, that's the point, Jen. Don't you see? You're just doing a semantical argument. You got to see.
Yeah, they don't even say pull
Thank
anymore.
you,
They say
Dave
push
Hinkle.
through.
Thank you, Dave Hinkle. The man I haven't seen him for a long time. Long time no see, Dave. Long time.
That's the
It's
point
a
when we're not
push,
saying there's
but
no pulling
either
force. We're saying there's no magical gravity pulling balls around each other in a vacuum. Go ahead, go.
All right,
exactly.
let's push forward because I was trying to explain that even their paradigm has updated to say that gravity isn't a pulling force. They just teach children that for simplicity, just like we call it a pull-up because it's simpler. It makes sense unless you truly think about it. Same thing with what they tell people about gravity. If you ask the top-level physicists of any field, is gravity a pulling force? They will say no. In fact, it's not even a force. It's an emergent property of the bending and warping of space-time. It's like a railroad track that guides things down. If anything, it's pushing. All right, and that's because they have to say that. If you look at quantum, like look at electrostatics. Electrostatics, we say, oh, there's an electrostatic attractive force, right? So the negative and the positive attract each other. In reality, that doesn't happen at all. That's complete nonsense. There's no such thing. Like, in fact, there's just the electrostatic charging process or discharging process. They call the discharging negative, the charging positive. They quote unquote attract each other. But what they actually do
Yeah, let's
is they
drag ourselves
migrate.
from this situation.
All right, look, so they migrate towards each other, right? So think about it. If I have a vacuum chamber and then I open it up, what happens? You can say, oh, the vacuum sucks stuff in. It doesn't though, right? The pressure, the air pressure around it pushes into the vacuum chamber, right? It fills the available space. So the high pressure goes to low pressure, heat goes to cold. Charging, right? Charging being positive, it goes towards, or the discharging causes the charging to go towards it. Meaning there's a system with not enough charge. There's a system with too much charge. Just like the vacuum doesn't have much air, but the air pressure around it does. So it migrates towards each other to seek equilibrium, right? That's what electrostatic, a quote unquote attractive force actually is. It's actually just
So
pressure mediating, trying to find equilibrium.
So
Yeah, it's all
vacuums don't
reference.
suck. So
Yes,
vacuums don't suck. The area. Go ahead, no.
I've learned since I was a kid, Jeremy, that vacuums suck, and I'm never gonna let it go. So, like,
No, so in other words, vacuums don't suck. It's the area outside the vacuum pressing in on the
Correct.
vacuum.
Yeah. Yeah, same with electrostatics and magnetic attraction, quote unquote, right? It's a misnomer because actually it just, because of the pressure, the magnet moves towards the other magnet because there's less pressure between them two, right? Because it's circling around it, pushing all the pressure, mediating the pressure relative to that circular motion, diverging away from the center. So then both magnets are like, oh, all this pressure is pushing me in towards each other. So they migrate to the null pressure point between the two. It's an acceleration. But anyway.
yeah, and then
I think it's
I guess yeah, it is important really because then it allows you to dissect situations and and materials, etc. in the proper with the proper reference, knowing where the force should be is actually coming from. Yeah, it is important.
Applied.
Yeah, where it should be applied. Yeah.
Well, that's a different thing entirely. When you're talking
Not really,
about
though.
applied forces, and that's a different thing, a different mechanical engineering kind of thing. But when we're talking about working in the gym, and I'm doing a chin-up, I'm not doing a push-up, all right? There'll be a lot of people confused in my gym.
Are you applying forces when you do that? Are you applying a force whenever you pull up on a bar?
My muscles are pulling me up, so I'm squeezing the bar. So I am applying a force right there to hold myself on the bar. I'm not pushing. I'm applying a force so my hands don't slip off the bar. My muscles are doing the pulling. The muscles are doing the work of the pull up. I'm not pushing. I'm not pushing.
Okay, you don't have to just keep on repeating the same baseless assertion.
Well, I'm just making sure you get it in your head that when I'm doing this exercise, I am not pushing.
It's like someone just consistently screaming that the Earth's a ball. We know your conclusion.
No, it doesn't matter what you say. You've got a theory. You need to prove your theory. Prove your theory. Don't give me this shit.
I'm about to, but you have a problem with impulse control. So if I'm holding onto a bar and you can just hang there on the pull-up bar, right? My hands will eventually start to hurt. Okay, but if I start pulling up, quote unquote, my hands will hurt much faster, right? I'll get calluses. It'll become much faster where my hand will be like, okay, it hurts. Why? Because when I'm just hanging there and then when I'm quote unquote pulling up, doing the quote unquote pull up, right? I'm increasing the amount of pressure on my hand to go up. That's why my hands hurt faster than just hanging there, right? So that proves that there's an increase in pressure once you go up. You have to actually increase the pressure towards the bar on your hands to be able to go up. So you're actually pushing down on that bar from the top down. And what that does is as you push it, it causes your body to go up. And then your muscles can contract and expand, right? To actually because of resistance. That's all. That's why your muscles grow, is because of the resistance. So that's why your hand hurts faster when you're pulling up than just hanging there.
You pre-exhausted your hand. You pre-exhausted your hand is what you did there. You pre-exhausted your hand so the hand could no longer apply pressure to hang on. That's what you did there. So your hands are pre-exhausted. So hang on, I'm talking now, surely. Right. That's another mechanism for training. That's what we use. We use pre-exhausting muscles to train with as well. So that's all you're doing. You're not, when I do a pull-up,
pushing in a pull-up.
I'm still talking, by the way. I'm still talking, by the way. Don't mute me now. Right. When you squeeze the bar, okay, when your hands are not tied, or even when they are tired, you're squeezing. You're applying pressure to the bar. That's all you're doing. You're not pulling the bar anywhere. It's the muscles in your body that help you to put your chin up over the bar. Okay? That's it. Finished.
Okay, let's think about this. Say you have a pull-up bar.
Push
and
down on the top of the bar.
Exactly. So say you have a pull-up bar, and then you put both of your hands, you wrap them around, and you lift yourself up. I don't know what that's called, but you can lift yourself up. So the bar's going to be down by your waist, and you're holding yourself up with your hands on the bar, okay? And then you can go down, and then how do you go back up? You press down on the bar. And when you press down the bar, and you push it back down towards your waist, then you go back up. Pull-ups are the same thing.
No, that's still a pull-up. That's a pull-up into a press-up. Into a press, because you're now pressing down on the bar. When you release your muscles, you drop back down. And then when you hit the bottom, there'll be a little bit of inertia going back up, and then you'll use that with your muscles to get you back on top of the bar. That's what you're doing. And by the way, I want you to prove the theory that there's a magnetic force pushing me down. That's what I meant by prove your theory. Let's see this in action, where electric is pushing something down. That's what I meant.
We can't, because you can't
super
this,
easy.
dude. You can't even get
It's
to this.
super
You can't,
easy.
Jen, you can't. No, you can't even try. What's it?
Jen, the point of contact of your hand on the bar, even if your hand's not on the bar, it's just your wrist. Let's say you wrap your wrist on the top of the bar. The top of the bar, you're pressing down on the top of the bar to pull yourself up. Yeah, you're utilizing these muscles that you're speaking of. Yes, of course. But the point of contact on the bar, you'll be pushing down on the top of the bar so that your body goes up. This is what's happening. It's a pushing. It's not a pulling. And I think it's easily understood. It's easily understood by a muscle up, man. All the pressure is on the top of the bar. The force is on the top of the bar. You're pushing down.
Yeah, dips are the perfect example. Everyone knows what dips are because I forgot what they're called.
Yeah, I do dips all the time. You got pictures of me doing dips. Yeah.
Okay, then you understand that whenever you do a dip, what you're doing is you're actually bending your arms and then you're pushing up, correct? Okay.
Yeah, that's pushing. That's obvious. No problem
okay,
there.
so wait up. Let's listen. So that means if we push pressure down on the bar, it causes us to go up, correct?
Of course. Push up.
Okay, now so in a pull-up, if I put pressure down on the bar, it's going to cause me to go up. I mean, I don't know how to say it.
By pulling.
I think we can.
Yeah.
I think we can reduce it even further to something moving away from a central point versus towards a central point. I.e., implosive versus explosive.
Yeah, exactly. I can understand all that. My point is that when I'm doing a tug of war, two actions are going on. I'm pushing with my legs and I'm pulling with my upper body strength. Two actions are going on, pulling and pushing.
Oh my, Jane, you're getting lost, dude. They were just like I said earlier. Like I said earlier. No, one sec. All right, one sec. Listen, you get confused by language. You're confusing language with physics. Yes, you are.
I'm not getting confused by language.
You're lost in language.
I'm not lost in language at all, son. No, I'm not.
Let's
compare.
Well, that
Understand the mechanics.
well, your argument is consistently semantics. So
Let's compare push-ups to bench pressing. What's happening, Jen?
Bench press. Now I'm lying on my back. My arms are supporting the weight now, yeah? So now I'm going to relax my muscles, yeah, to bring it down under control to my chest. And now I'm going to exert the force back up. So now my pectoral and my forearm and my triceps and the shoulders, deltoids, they're all working to push that bar up, back up. I'm pushing up here.
Now when you push up,
not pulling.
now when you push up off the ground, your body is coming off of the ground, right? But Jen, again,
When I grab the bar in a reverse grip now, we got a reverse grip or overhand grip, even if you want. Overhand grip, reverse grip. You're pulling yourself up, pulling. When you do the overhand grip on the bar, you're using more of your deltoids and your back muscles. When you do the underhand grip, you're using more of your forearm and your latimus dorsi muscles. Okay. You got to understand the mechanics. You guys do not understand. You don't exercise. Clearly.
Well, to understand the mechanics, the point of contact on the object, Jen, the point of contact, if you want to get into the mechanics and how this actually works, the point of contact on the said object, it's a push, bro. Whether it be a pull-up bar, whether it be dumbbells, whether it be you doing push-ups, whether you be doing bench press, it's push. It's a push. The point of contact on the said object. It's a pushing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're lucky.
Two actions are going on there. Two actions are going on, and I've said that, haven't I?
No, you can't have two things at the same time.
Action
You
number
agree
one.
to that.
Action number two. Now my muscles are firing up to pull me over that bar. Okay.
You-
So there's two actions going on there. Squeezing.
let's talk about it really
and
simple.
pulling up. Two actions, not one.
So let's talk
action.
about it really simple. Are you saying that there are two contradictory forces, two contradictory motions happening at the same time? Because if you're saying that, then you're actually working against yourself, right? You're going directly against yourself when you tug of war. But what we actually know is what you're calling pulling the rope and pushing with your feet are moving in the same direction, right? That's
exactly
why you
what
do
I
both
said.
of them. Okay, so they can't be opposite.
That's what I've said about the tug of war. That we're pushing and pulling in the one direction. My feet are pushing back. I am pulling back in the same direction. My legs are pushing to aid the wind.
You'd be doing nothing though, Jen.
Okay.
Nothing would happen.
Yeah, you'd be contradictory, canceling each other out. Those are contradictions. Push and
How can
pull.
that be? No, what do you mean? I'm pulling and I'm pushing as well as I'm pulling. What are you talking about?
So a push is only defined by the action of the force coming towards the source of the force applied, but the source of the force application can be in a direction opposite of its push if you apply the force. So like you're saying with a pull up, you're applying the force from below, but the force is actually being applied above that bar.
There is no force. There are two forces at work here.
Hold on just a second, dude. The source is from below, meaning you are below the bar. You have your fingers above the bar. So technically the source is going to be below that bar, but the application of the force is still above the bar, pushing down on the bar to pull you up. So what we're talking about with the actual application of the force is always going to be in a push, even though the source of the force, even though the source of the force is opposite that. That's only
It's
how
never
you
going to be, and it's never going to be. It's never going to be until the day I die. I'm squeezing the bar. That's one force I'm applying there, squeezing the bar, and the other force is me firing up my muscles to get it up there. Okay.
There is no other force.
There's no need to squeeze the bar.
Hold on a second,
There's
Jen.
no
Hold on a
need.
second. Jen.
No
Hold on a
need.
second. Let me speak.
No
Let
need
me
to
speak.
squeeze the bar.
Let me speak. Hold on. So, Jen, if it was strictly a pull, you should be able to stand below the bar, put your hands underneath that bar, and fire up your muscles and pull yourself upwards. Can you do that without having your fingers on the top of the bar?
There's no need to squeeze the bar. No need to squeeze the bar. The point of contact is on top of the bar, Jen.
Correct.
Just take your wrist and hang it over the top of the bar, and do a pull up.
Yeah, I can't pull myself over the
what
bar,
is
but I
going
can
on there, right?
simulate that by clenching and releasing my muscles and still get an
Do you
exercise.
understand what he's saying? He's saying you can wrap your wrist.
I
You
understand
can
what
set
he's
your,
saying. I understand.
Listen, dude.
I
He's saying
understand
you can
100%.
just.
The
No,
point
you
is,
don't.
when I put my hands around the bar and I squeeze the bar now
No,
in order
Jim,
to go,
no.
when I'm,
Jim, stop talking, bro.
hang on.
No,
Let me finish.
no.
Let me
After you
finish now.
interrupted, let you finish. Okay,
I didn't
go ahead.
interrupt him. You asked me a
You
question.
literally did.
Do I
No, you
understand what
literally
he's
did.
saying? You said. Do I understand what he's saying? You said. I
No,
said
you
yes,
don't.
and then I was about to explain. Okay, thank you. Let me explain now. I
Go
grabbed
back
the
to
bar.
24/7.
Hang on. I grabbed the bar. I'm grabbing the bar and I'm hanging.
I
Now I'm just
squeezed the
hanging.
bar. Then my muscles
I'm
fire.
just
We've heard it
hanging now.
17 times,
Nothing's
Jen.
happening. I can't get above the bar. I can't get above the bar. I'm just hanging. I'm hanging.
You
You
can if you
understand?
fire up your
I'm
muscles.
hanging.
Just fire them
Can
up.
I
All right,
get
let's
my
calm
chin on the
down. Let's
bar?
calm down.
Can I get my chin on the bar? Let me squeeze a bit more. Let me push a bit more on the bar with my hands. Yeah,
Yo,
and push
calm
a bit
down,
more. Can I get there? No. Shut up.
All right, listen, Jen, you got to calm down, dude, because all you're doing is yelling and repeating yourself. So you didn't listen to what North just said. He said, "Look, you don't have to grip anything. You don't have to squeeze anything. Just lay your wrist on top of the bar. So you're not gripping anything. So if you repeat right now a 2-minute monologue screaming about how you're squeezing something, that's irrelevant. You don't have to squeeze anything. You can just lay your wrist on top of the bar. Okay. If you want to go up, you would then be pushing your wrist down on the bar, which would make you go up. That's without
Thank you.
gripping or squeezing anything. Do you get it?
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Actually, you're wrong, and you're being quite contrary, little Nancy, because you're not getting it right, are you? If I
That's what.
place
That's
my hand on the
exactly what
bar
I
and just
said,
place
bro.
my
Right,
hand on the
Susie.
bar, no action happens. If I squeeze the bar, no action happens. I'm still there. In order to get myself above that bar, I have to fire up the rest of the muscles of my body. Mr. Quite Contrary, Nancy, get out of here.
You still
that
didn't
much.
answer the point. Yeah, I'm going to repeat it again. See if you can actually address the point. So instead of squeezing the bar or gripping the bar, we're just going to lay our wrist on top of the bar. So we're not squeezing or gripping anything. Our wrists are just resting on the bar, okay? And then if we want to go up, what we're going to do is we're going to push our wrists down on the bar and it's going to pull us up, quote unquote. Do you understand?
And those
I'm
same muscles.
talking about chin ups here. I'm talking about
Oh
chin
my
ups.
God.
You know, pull ups. Pull ups is what I'm
That's
talking
what
about,
we're.
not
Bro,
dips, mind you.
Jim,
We're
the
talking
same
Pull
about
muscles
ups.
are
pull
gonna
up.
fire.
Well, then you got
Jim,
it
the
wrong.
same.
You can't.
Bro,
There's no way you
can I
can
say
place your
something
hand
to
on
you,
the
bro?
bar. You got to
Jim,
jump
can
up
I
anyway.
actually? Jim, can I have a conversation with you, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
The same muscles you're talking about getting fired up to as you're squeezing the bar to quote unquote pull yourself up. The pressure is on top of the bar pushing down. All those muscles you think are acting upon the top of that bar are not actually acting on the top of that bar. Muscles will fire to stabilize and do different things with your body as you're doing a pull up or a muscle up. But what is happening here, Jen, is that the point of contact is on top of the bar. We're not gripping the bar. We're not grabbing the bar with our palms. We're laying our palms over top of the bar where our wrist
Our wrist.
bends. Just lay the
Yeah.
wrist on top of the bar, and you are pushing down the point of contact where your body meets that bar. You are pushing down on the bar, and
No,
your
I'm
body
not.
is being lifted up. That's what's
Not
happening.
pushing down at all. It's a 360-degree applied pressure on that bar. All of it.
No,
It's not just
there's
one
no
point. There might
360 degrees.
be one
Your
point
hand
that's
is your
having a lot
wrist
of
is on top of
stress,
the bar.
right?
Your wrist
Because
is
when
on
you look at
top
it,
of the bar.
remember
Bro,
the pressure is being applied all the way around that bar.
no, it's not.
The most
No,
extreme
Jim.
pressure point would be where your knuckles, the backs of your knuckles, the palms of your hands, where you got your calluses, where your calluses form. That's where the most pressure is at. That's why you have
Okay.
calluses there, okay?
Jim,
But
you
you're still
cannot
applying pressure
understand.
all the
I'm
way
not
around
talking
that.
about
And
gripping a
let me
bar,
finish,
bro.
please. Let me finish. I'm nearly
I
there.
don't think
Let
This
you
me
is
should
apply
be
more
allowed to
insane.
finish,
conceptually.
bro. I don't
When
think
you
you should be
squeeze
allowed to finish. You're
that bar
misrepresenting
and you
everything that's
just
said
keep
to you, bro.
squeezing, you don't do a pull-up. You don't
Oh
do
my
a pull-up
God.
by squeezing. No action
Jen,
is
you're not
happening,
actually
nothing,
listening.
until the muscles work. Bloody
What's
hell, man.
wrong with you,
That's what
bro?
I'm trying
Bro,
to
what's
say.
wrong with you?
You can't
Leave your
even do a
hand,
pull
leave
up,
your
Gen
palm open,
CBR1.
Jen. Jen, leave your palm open. Do not close your palm and make a fist or squeeze a bar.
Well,
Do
there's
not do
no
that.
action.
Lay your palm
Then no
over the
action can
bar.
happen. No action can
Jen.
happen.
Oh my
Oh my
God.
God. Jen.
Dude, look, I just
Jen.
took a picture of it and everything. I took a picture. I laid my wrist over the steering wheel. Okay. If you did that on a pull-up bar, you could pull yourself up, quote unquote. So look at the picture. We're not grabbing anything. My hands are open. I'm just laying my wrist on the steering wheel. Okay. Same thing. If I
Yeah.
just lay my wrist, okay. If I do that with both my wrists on a pull-up bar, I just lay my wrist on there. I can pull myself up, quote unquote, by pushing my wrist down on the bar.
Yes.
Impossible.
What? You never been to a gym, bro. You have never been to it. What kind of gym you been
You're
to, bro?
talking out of your right. Look, we're talking about. What? Do you want to show me?
Are you
Let me.
kidding?
Okay, I haven't been. You've got pictures of me doing chin-ups. There are pictures of me
It just
doing
said
chin-ups on this
impossible,
server.
dude. Do you want? Hey, how about this? Do you want to have a friendly bet?
I'm
Let's
joking
have a
anyway. What
friendly
I'm
bet.
trying to say, is this. Yeah, look, when you put your wrist, because if you're standing under a bar, hang on. When you stand under a bar, how can you put your wrist on top of the bar? You can't. You can't.
Okay, so look,
Physically
I'll go to the gym
impossible.
today. I'll go to the gym
Physically
today and do it.
impossible.
I get a chair and I put it under the bar, and then I stand up on
Right,
it,
so
and
then
I
that's
put
what
my
you're gonna
wrist,
have to
I
do.
put
Yeah,
my
you're gonna have
wrist
to do
under the
that.
bar, and I've actually
Yeah, but
done
you're
it,
still
bro.
not gonna do a pull-up.
So I've been this
You're not
from the
gonna do a
time I was
pull-up.
like 12 years old. So yeah, I know it's possible. When you say it's impossible, why don't you just go look up some videos of guys doing this, man? For
No,
you to say
look.
it's impossible
What
for
I'm trying to
someone to
say to you
do
is
a
that you're not
pull-up,
doing a
and as
pull-up.
I'm speaking, you're
The
just speaking over
conventional pull-up,
me and coming
chin-ups,
off of, man.
chin-ups
Then
or
you,
pull-ups on the bar,
bro, you
right?
got
Pull-ups
problems,
or
bro.
chin-ups on the bar. You've got to wrap your hand around the bar, and when you wrap your hand around the bar and you're hanging there, all you're doing is hanging. You're not doing any pull-ups. You've got to fire up the
Let's move on.
muscles.
Just
Okay.
move on, guys.
I
Just move
challenge
on.
you. I challenge you to a pull-up contest, Jin CBR1. You can run, but you can't hide.
He just said it's impossible for someone to lay their wrist over the, just like Witsa did over the steering wheel, and actually do a pull-up. This guy just said it's impossible, right?
Look, if
Oh
I'm under a bar, if I'm under a bar, right, an Olympic, a bar above, gymnastic bar above my head,
Can you
I
jump?
want to do a chin up.
Can you
How are you
jump?
going to get your wrist? What?
Can you jump?
You've got no means of attaching yourself to that bar with just
Can you
your
jump,
wrist.
Jen? Jen, you
Here,
got calf muscles?
I
You
just
got
dropped a picture of a guy
Get
doing
out
it.
of here.
Jin,
You
I
got
literally just dropped
quadriceps?
a picture. I just dropped a picture of a guy literally doing it, dude. So there's a literal picture of a guy hanging on the gymnastic rings with his wrist.
Let's
And you
get
said it
this
was
straight.
impossible.
Let's get this straight.
Impossible.
Jim said it's impossible for him to do it. Then he tried to switch it to, the bar is way above him and he can't get there. He can jump
Well,
there.
that's
He can
what
put a chair there.
I've
He's
always
trying to switch up his
said.
whole
I've always
claim,
said that. I
bro.
don't understand. I've always been talking about the
Wrong,
bar. I've
bro.
always mentioned the bar.
Yeah, we
Look at
get
the
it. You
picture,
said it's
man. Just let it
impossible for
go,
someone
dude.
to do a pull-up, bro.
You guys got to remember, Jin CBR works out at children's playground equipment.
All the
being a
add-ons
knucklehead.
aside,
Not
dude, just
funny.
let it go. Sometimes you just gotta let it go. It's not a big deal, dude. Okay, there's a picture of the guy doing it. His wrists are resting on
I used the
the
word
bar.
bar. I didn't say hoop
So
or
it's in a
Olympic rings. I said bar.
oh
Maybe
my
reevaluate.
god,
Jen,
how would it be different?
Oh
Jen,
man.
Jen, maybe reevaluate the physics of what people are saying other than the semantics of it, and try to think of it differently than maybe you've thought of it before.
Doing
And
it in Britain, yeah. I mean,
and you
physically,
might
fit
have the
condition. Okay.
just continue with your incorrect information. It's fine.
You know, it's obviously we've reached a dead end. It's not you're not listening to what we're saying, so it's all good. You agree to disagree.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could just do that.
Well,
Just think about
you ask
next time, Jen, like how your back is at risk. You know what I mean? Like if you're just doing curls, like sitting on a bench, you
I'm
can hurt your
looking at
back
your
if you don't have
image.
a.
He's still going to need his muscles. I'm looking.
I was just saying,
Can I
just
ask
think
one
about
more
it, like when you're at the
question?
gym or whatever. Like,
why didn't
how are
you
your?
bring it back up, dude? Just let
I'm just
it
saying,
go. It's obvious. You have to let it go. We have to let
I
it go.
want to ask Jen one more
Yes,
question.
if someone said something about proving, okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
One more
my
question,
point still
Jen.
applies, yeah? That the
Jen.
point of contact was the wrist,
Oh!
okay?
Shut
But he
up,
still
Jen.
needs to fire up his
Jen.
muscles, pull up. He's got to.
Jen,
If he doesn't use his muscles, he can't do the pull-up, even
we've
with the
heard that
wrist.
100 times. Jen, listen. If you were in a fifth
He's
grade
all right.
class and you had a teacher talking about the gravitational pull of the sun to a student, would you correct them about that gravitational pull?
Yeah, there is no gravitation. That's what they used to say, a
Okay, that's
gravitational
all
pull, but that's
I'm
all
saying.
BS.
You're just playing semantics. Like I said before, I'll shut up.
Yeah, you're right, man. Yeah, I know they're playing
Let's just
semantics.
move on. Let's just move
Yeah,
on.
let's
No, you are.
let's pull on to the next one. Pull ourselves away from
Okay.
this.
So let's talk about, someone said something about proving that there's a magnetic force pushing down. Okay. I didn't actually say that. I of course say that there's an electric pressure being pressed down on it. But you can easily prove it, because what you can do is you can go out in the world and you can measure the downward electric current coming from the sky. It's 10 microamps per meter. You can actually run a generator off of it. It's called a corona motor. It's an electrostatic generator. You can tie a balloon to it, or a drone, or whatever, just a string attached that goes high in the air. And what will happen is the generator will generate more and more electricity the higher the string goes. It's because there's a downward current coming to the ground from the sky on the earth, right? So it's a real measurable thing. And also, this explains many things to do with bumblebee, right? Bumblebees actually gain quote unquote positive charge as they fly around. Okay. So since there's a downward bias coming through the air, it's actually going to quote unquote repel against that positively charged air that's going down, which causes it to go up. Which is why, even though the bumblebee is not aerodynamic, it's able to easily fly even within 60-mile-per-hour crosswind. This also explains how they have something called no contact pollen detachment, which is where the bee acquires positive charge. It charges up in the air, right? And then it flies over a flower. The flower's connected to the ground. So the flower is discharging into the ground. So it's what people call negative. So since it's acquiring quote unquote positive charge in the air, and the flower's negative because it's attached to the ground, so it's discharging and the bee is charging, then the pollen will actually levitate up to the bee and then stick to it. Okay, so all of this is direct evidence that we have a downward electric bias on the earth, and it has to be overcome. Well, like all of it, there's just a downward electric current on the earth. We can run generators with it.
Yeah. I understand that. I do understand that. But is that electric current the reason why I'm going down? Is it pushing me down when I don't feel it?
Well, no, it's many things. So that's super weak in the grand scheme of things. So that just sets the up and down. It creates a downward bias, but it's super weak. The reason that you're down is because you're way more dense in the air. So you have quote unquote weight. Gravitas actually means heavy. How heavy something is, weight, and you're more dense in the air. But density is intrinsically electrostatic, because density is the compactness of matter. So mass over volume, how much matter is in a certain size or area or volume. So then what's holding your matter together at a certain compactness is the cause of density. That's electrostatics. And then the medium, the air, is also electrostatically bonded, right? So then what happens is those two objects or two mediums, because even you are a medium, they interact with each other. Okay, and then that gives you the buoyant force. And in fact, there's electrostatic transference or induction. That's the actual mechanism to transfer this buoyancy back and forth. And that buoyant force is way stronger than this downward electric current. But
Yeah,
to
I
have the buoyant
understand
force,
that too. I agree with everything you've said so far. So far, 100% agreement.
and so to have the buoyant force in the first place, you actually have to have that preferred direction, right? That's actually how the buoyant force works. Yeah.
Right, yeah. Well, I understood that, and I understood that last year when you put that up, so no problem there. This push and pull business, though, you want to start with, you don't want to confuse people with that. That stuff's going to send people crazy. Okay, stop that. You're making yourself look silly.
Well,
but anyway,
yeah, we've already agreed to
That's
disagree.
That's a projection, but we've already moved past that.
Let me say something about the bee thing.
He just said, though.
If I may, let me say something about the bee thing, because there's been some update on that. So here goes. As far as the levitation, because they say that the bee is not aerodynamic and so on and so forth. Well, apparently, and this doesn't have to do anything with the pollen. That might still stick, as we say. But as far as the levitation goes, apparently a mistake was made, because when they did the original calculations, they only took the account of the wings flapping one way, causing motion, causing lift. But apparently the bee does it both ways. It has a way of flapping the wings that cause lift both ways. So when they recalculated that accounts for it being able to lift without
That
that.
is what they say.
Yeah.
Yes, that is what they say. That it's based on the movement of the wings. But that in no way explains how it goes through 60-mile-per-hour crosswind unaffected. So there has to be something else happening. Just because it can cause lift doesn't explain why it can fly through a 60-mile-per-hour crosswind unaffected. Right.
What about
What about
about that the new research? That's all.
So wait, let me say this. So it is connected to the wings in the sense that what the wings are doing is creating a vibrational resonance. Okay. And vibration is how you charge things up, which is why when you rub your sock on the carpet real fast, you'll get charged up. Because that vibration, that friction causes electrostatic charge to accumulate. So it's actually not entirely wrong that the wings play a role, but they have to say that's all there is, because if not, they have some, they have some gravity problems.
To further expound upon that, we're speaking specifically in regards to a bumblebee, which has a hollow thorax, and which is how it gets this resonant frequency of reverberation to create this electrostatic phenomenon.
Perfect. So my question to Witsit is, it's not exclusive just to the bumblebee, right? Because what about the sacred scarab beetle?
Yeah, there's also the Japanese bee as well.
Correct. Well, frankly, any matter in the world would levitate if it had the right amount of electrostatic charge relative to its medium. Any object in the world. The reason the beetle is so efficient and the bee is so efficient, the beetle has a specific geometry that allows that vibrational resonance to be efficient. It's super efficient because of its geometry of its wings. And then with the bee, since it has such an efficient movement of its wings, right? Because the bee's wings are insane. It creates these little vortexes. It creates such a high frequency vibration that accumulates the charge much faster and efficiently. The reason those two things stand out is because of the efficacy or the efficiency of the electrostatic charge being accumulated, right? But like you could take anything. Technically, you could levitate your car. Like all the ballers, like, oh yeah, if that was true, why don't you have flying cars? It's like, oh yeah, if space-time's true, why don't you bend and warp space-time and make the car fly, right? But in reality, you could make the car levitate, but it would take a ton of electrostatic charge. It would take an immense amount, right? So yeah, anyway, there you go. Like physics scales, right? This is how you know that this is a death blow to the globe model proponents, is that all they have after like 4 years is, why don't you make bigger things float? It's like, dude, put your helmet on before you go outside, because that's like saying, hey, look, we can prove that based on density things go up or down. And then a glober comes along and says, nuh-uh, not until you put the world's biggest boat in the water and prove that something that's 10 tons and 10 square miles actually floats, then that doesn't mean it's true. It only works when it's smaller. It's like, no, physics scales, my dude. That's how physics works, right? So they have nothing. They have no rebuttal. This is just a death blow to them. Yeah, I hope that made sense. I know it was a lot, but physics scales. Right? We can all agree we can establish the principle of density and buoyancy with a golf ball and a ping pong ball, and we don't have to use the world's biggest ball to prove it. We know that if the world's biggest ball had a buoyant relationship with its medium, it would also go up. We don't need to actually use the world's biggest ball to prove it. If that was the standard, we could never know anything about physics, because you could always just say, but oh, what if it was even bigger? What if it was even bigger? Right? The actual physical mechanism in a relationship stays the same regardless of size. It just has a proportionate relationship to magnitude. Dun, dun, dun.
Well, their physics doesn't scale. especially their pseudo physics, outer space physics, the fake outer space physics, doesn't scale, because what happens on the small scale is totally different than what happens on the large scale. Pour water on a ball on the small scale, it falls off, but larger scale, it does something totally different. It makes a whole globe, in their model seem completely stationary on every level, but it's actually spinning and rotating at that larger scale. So yeah, their physics is completely fractured when it comes to scaling.
Which is how you know that they're wrong, right? So like when they're like, "Oh, quantum is different than the local, which is different than the cosmological." No, that means you're wrong. Physics doesn't change based on arbitrary determinations of size or scale. Whatever is correct everywhere, right? That's how physics actually works. If it didn't work like that, we couldn't do any engineering. Right? It's just so preposterous. That's why they're looking for the grand unified theory or the theory of everything, because everyone knows that the correct answer is going to apply everywhere. That's where we have a huge advantage, right? Because most of us kind of agree with the fractal representation of like the torus field. So the dielectric and the magnetic and the torus field, and that scales all the way from the small to the big, right? It stays the same the whole way. So yeah, ours is viable, theirs is not, because of the scaling problem. And maybe that's why they think it's a good rebuttal to say, "Oh, well, levitate something bigger then." Because like the way that we were kind of indoctrinated is that you can break up scales and physics change. I don't know.
Magnetism is multiplicative rather than additive. That's something that we need to drive forward.
Yeah, that's a good point that you brought up, Gio, because they have such a fracture in what they claim as the physics when it comes to the galactic scale, right? Like they have no ability to apply what we understand in physics to their galactic scale models. It doesn't work.
Gio said something, I missed it.
Yeah, wasn't that Gio?
Yes.
And same when it comes to the quantum, right? They do the same thing where they're like, "Oh, well, in quantum it's totally different."
Yeah,
it's like a compartmentalization of physics in order to, quarantine off this other idea that they can then build a whole bunch of assumptions and build a model and then try to sell that model and push it. But it's like compartmentalizing physics. But in this case, it's like compartmentalizing real physics from what I would call pseudophysics. Physics that doesn't actually exist. It's just fabricated and compartmentalized on another scale to essentially to push an agenda at the end of the day.
Yep.
Well, they even kind of
sometimes I call it anomalous.
Like the average layperson doesn't comprehend it, because when they go into the realms of the astronomical scale and even the quantum scale, this is where they deal with their theoretical physicists, right? This is where they have their theoretical models, which is basically saying exactly that they are just making some sort of idea as to what's going on, but they have no actual physical tie back with experimentation that will prove that their idea or theory has any validity. There is no actual experimentation. So they even admit it because they put it in the realms of theoretical physics.
Their main problem is to unify the macro and the small, and that they cannot do. That's the whole thing about scalability. Good point. They have to this is their problem, and they'll never get around this. They have to somehow quantize gravity, and it's impossible. They know it. They know that's their problem, and they're never going to be able to solve it. So right there in a nutshell, it's over for them.
Until they throw their assumptions away.
Yeah. Like Gio said, they have to compartmentalize the small and the big, the micro and the macro. That's their problem. They'll never be able to do that, and they know it. They know it.
And funny enough, these are both the areas in which they say, well, you need to trust the experts because it's just too hard to comprehend, and there's just so many things going on. You just need to let the smart people deal with it, right? The average person can't comprehend the quantum or the galactic. It's just too difficult.
Exactly, brother. And then at the same time, they say if you can't explain it to a barmaid, you got nothing. So yeah. The micro and the macro, that's their problem. They'll never be able to bridge that gap. Never. And they know it. That's why they're trying all these mons and this and modified that, but it's never gonna work. It just, those things are not compatible. They say themselves, gravity does not work at the micro scale. It just doesn't work.
This guy can't be. Is this guy a politician or a comedian?
Yeah, I think I heard Dyson, you said something about they're basically saying that they're gonna have to get rid of this like modified Newtonian idea.
Yeah, I can post the video link of the guy talking about it if you'd like. It's a short video.
Doesn't a lot of that connect directly to what we're talking about with scaling? Because like they're models of gravity that they're trying to apply that fit on Earth to part of what we experience on Earth, and then trying to relegate those to outer space doesn't actually work, which is why they had to come in with relativity, and then even now it still doesn't work with the way the sky moves, and the way the sky works doesn't actually fit with their adapted scaling theories of how it works on that larger scale. So then they're in this conundrum. It's like when you tell a lie, it's like there's always some crack in the lie. It's like there's no way you could do a lie and get away with it for a while, and you can pull it off and maybe make a lot of money or fool a lot of people, but there's always like a crack in it. There's always some way that it's not going to actually work at the end of the day. And it seems like that's what they're dealing with, which is why they have to keep coming up with all of these modified theories, of course, relativity, but then now they're still unsure what to do. And it's like, a lot of these physicists are waiting for the next theory to replace relativity. But isn't that a lot of what it comes down to, is that the scaling, even in their model, doesn't work on these scales, which is why it's just like this irresolvable problem for them.
Correct.
That's exactly what it is, bro. Exactly that. The scalability between the micro and the macro. You hit the nail on the head.
And dude, it's a good analogy. Like when you lie, you have to keep lying. So it's like, okay, your girl, she said she's going to her grandma's house, right? And she actually goes to the club. Well, you look at her location, she's at the club. And you come back and you're like, hey, why didn't you answer the phone? I was trying to call you. And then she's like, oh, well, me and my grandma were baking cookies and we were just talking, catching up, looking at scrapbooks, and I didn't think about my phone. And you say, okay. And you're like, hey, but I just looked at your location and it says you're at the club. And then she says, oh yeah, well actually, I dropped my friend off at the club. I forgot my phone was in her purse, so it must have read my location was there, right? And then as you just keep on, well, the friend you said that you dropped off, I thought she was out of town this. Oh well, her trip actually got canceled and then she came back, right? You just have to keep on doing it. That's like the dark matter, the dark energy, the inflation theory. You know what I'm saying? It's just that you have to keep on adding to it, and it only survives as long as it can until additional evidence is found.
Yeah,
So I found that
that's very similar to NASA and their problem with the space vacuum, cosmic ray particles, radiation. Yeah, the vacuum of space. Same
I
problem
found
with
that
NASA.
video. If you don't mind,
Nice.
I'll share it real quick. It's only a few minutes long, but it's pretty damning.
The one with the square?
No, this is the one that's talking about how mainstream is on the verge of doing away with the current system and the current model because it's just not holding any weight any further. So
Where did you share it? I don't see it anywhere.
No, I'm gonna share my screen, and then I'll
Will you
post
also
it.
drop the link though? Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I'll do both.
I mean, ultimately, if physics worked the way that they claim it does on the larger scale, why would they have to keep modifying all these theories?
They wouldn't. They wouldn't need to. I mean, that's literally like what Witsit said. That's their ultimate search, is to find a theory of everything, which ties in the small scale with our living scale with the galactic scale, like the astronomical scale, whatever you want to call it. That is the ultimate in science, is what they're looking for.
Yeah, but I mean, like the way that they, in the ISS, the way they claim they free falling and satellites and probes that they're sending out to Pluto or Mars and Saturn, all this stuff. I mean, if that physics all is what they claim it is with all of what I just said there, then how would they not be able to already have a functioning system that works with the way the sky works and the way that the objects in the like they would
I'll
already
post the
have
link.
Yeah, post it because I couldn't really understand or hear it.
I know. Sorry. I don't think they were aware, but it's all good. There's the link there. You guys can check it out on your own time.
Yeah, thanks for that. I thought that was brilliant what I heard so far. So I want the link because I'm going to use it as a clobbering tool. Thank you. Yes.
Yep. It's there. Live stream text.
Yeah, it's only 4 or 5 minutes. I'm interested to hear, like, did he have a conclusion in there, or why they came to that conclusion, or reasoning behind what brought them to that conclusion?
Yeah, they get further in depth. I don't wanna spoil it for you.
Yeah, I mean, it would make sense. I mean, it makes sense too if you're taking a phenomenon like if celestial objects are much more close and local, at least compared to light years. Whether they're even physical or even are at any particular distance, but either way, somewhat of a more local phenomenon rather than light years. If you're going to turn it into light years and try to do that, and it's not the case, it would make sense that it would just never work. There would always be problems, and they'd always have to keep revising it and readjusting it and coming up with gravity lensing and different forms of refraction, and it would just be like this never-ending problem because they're trying to apply a scale and a type of physics that doesn't actually exist. But how long they'll be able to carry it on, or whether they'll be able to keep modifying it, or how they'll be able to keep controlling the narrative, I guess that's the question. And they'll
I
keep
thought
being
they called it astrophysics. I thought they made up their own physics a while ago.
theoretical astrophysics. Yeah, just keep theorizing.
And notice how they never drop the theory, right? They keep modifying. Keep that in mind. Always, they never say, oh, we're wrong. No, we just got to modify, tweak this a little, modify that. They never say they're wrong.
Well, I think
and it's
they
like
are
I
now.
wouldn't. Yeah, and I wouldn't even care as to like if they were said they're wrong or not. It's just that people, like our fellow man, somehow requires them to say it. Like they won't. I don't need you to say you're wrong. You can keep lying to me. I'm never going to believe you. Like on whatever subject, right? But some people, like our fellow man, requires that they say, "I lied to you."
It's all come to a crossroad, man. Science is at a crucial crossroad, man, and it's either going to be divided into two camps, and ultimately won, or everybody's going to capitulate.
It's even in their literature. They even say it brazenly. In order for you to come up with a new theory, you gotta include the old one in there. I mean, it's ludicrous.
I was wondering how long these green beans would last. They were going, and they just died like yesterday. This green bean vine.
Yeah, but SE, don't you think they kind of like the crisis? It's like they push that part of the narrative too, though. Oh, crisis in cosmology because we're cutting edge, and we've already, the way the message they seem to want to send is like, oh, we're cutting edge. We already discovered Earth's a globe, and we're exploring space. Now we just have to put the final pieces together. It kind of keeps people on the edge of their seats, making it seem like they're really discovering outer space, and so I think it does kind of play into their narrative as well to have some crisis that needs to be solved, and everybody needs to be paying attention and subscribing to the latest updates, and just keeping more attention on their whole sham, and keeping more of people hoping that they're going to get it right, or there's going to be more breakthroughs in the future. So even though it is also at the same time actually problematic that doesn't work, but it's sort of an overlap because it seems like it's also perhaps part of their narrative. It's sort of like the climate change thing. Is there climate changes? I mean, that's a whole discussion, but are they changing the climate? But then they're going to lump it all under the idea of climate change to then get people fueled up and, angry or whatever it is, voting, whatever they want, whatever reaction they want. So it seems like with the cosmology thing, and, there's maybe a reaction they want as well, is for people to keep subscribing to their latest theories and keep kind of begging for more.
Oh, yeah, good point. That's part of their plan. And they're quite brilliant, though. They turn it around. When you say, look, you got it all wrong, and they'll tell you, yeah, that's part of science. What are you, a science? Of course,
So
we're progress. Yeah.
That's what happens. That's what happens when you have no foundational bearing, man. You're like a leaf in the ocean, just getting moved around any which way, they decide to push you. And
it's philosophy. You can't. How can philosophy, be tested? It's just their philosophy on an outlook.
The way they're turning around on you is quite sophisticated, right? Make you look like you're the science denier. Well, of course, that's what science does. We always find mistakes. We're always progressing. Are you anti-science? It's like brilliant the way they do it, man. Yeah. Protect your enemy.
well, it's all consensus. Majority rules.
And that's what all science is about. Every scientist is dying to get that Nobel Peace Prize and knock the other guy down and this and that. Nothing could be further from the truth. Peer review program, right? I mean, but it's brilliant the way they do it. I gotta hand it to them.
Definitely gives the appearance of validity, right?
Yeah, and that you're against science.
And even when something against their consensus does go through or gets through peer review, the rest of the community can just call those people quacks and not allow for that information to get out to the general public, even though it is peer reviewed and you can find peer reviewed information on certain things that go against the norm. You can bring that up to the average normie, let's say somebody like Jay Ace, and all I have to do is say, well, that person's a quack because we know blah, 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 right?
Yeah, that's what he does with Dr. James Tour all the time. He completely discredits a guy that's probably one of the most declarated, researchers within that area. He does it all the time.
Yeah, Jason's a master at this, right? He even does something else that should be known. And like I said, I tip my hat to these guys, man. They're really good. So now You remember when I brought out the 5 Sigma and the baby galaxies and all that? So I show him the scientists actually saying it from their mouth to our ear, right? Now you'd figure there's no way around that, right? He found a brilliant way. He says, "Hey, SC, have you read the papers? Have you read the papers, what they say in the papers?" It's like brilliant, right? Even though you hear the scientist say it, somehow he thinks in the papers it's different and he tries to get away with it in that manner. It's quite amazing.
Well, he does that with a lot of things that, oh, they're just the mainstream news outlets are
Did we
just
lose
giving a
SC or is it
false.
just me?
Yeah. We're on to him, right? Jace, we're on to you, bro. I mean, but it's brilliant. I gotta give you kudos, man. Brilliant.
Yeah, you did. We did lose you for a second.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying I give him kudos. It's brilliant, but we're on to you, Jace. We're on to that game.
But he does have a point, though, right? Like, it always seems like the mainstream article or the headlines are kind of presenting things in such a way that's like falsely interpreted in comparison to like what the actual papers are saying. Like he's always pulling that cat out of the hat.
It's not in this case. It's not in this case. We're not talking about some crazy guy just talking, right? We're talking about people talking, like the 5 Sigma, for example. I mean, you can read the paper, you can listen to him say it. It ain't going to change it, right? Baby galaxy discoveries. You can hear them say it or you can read the paper. Nothing's going to change there. You see what I'm saying?
Galaxy do.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have to. It's a mental defect I have.
Residual programming.
There's always some alternate, interpretation going on, contrary to the papers.
And then the last ditch resort. Well, the calculations could be wrong. They could be off. Yeah, okay, they could be. But if they do it over and over again and get the same results, what does that mean? That's why these scientists, you'll never see them go on a show. It's always a scripted thing, They'll never be on a show like just answering, like asking questions like that. They'll never do it.
What are you talking about? That's just not true. There's debate shows called like IQ Squared, or not IQ Squared, Discourse Squared, I think, where they do that exact thing.
Where's that? Can I join?
It's on YouTube. You could just go check it out.
So let's get this straight. There's scientists on a show that you can ask them, like the audience. No, of only one show.
Hall.
Sorry?
It's a debate hall. Like, they host debates. Absolutely anyone can debate. They invite anyone on. They get random scientists. They do 1v1s, 2v2s. And at the end of it, they do a thing where people could come up and ask questions sometimes. And they also have a voting system where the audience votes for the winner. Like, they do this all the time.
You know, what's it called?
Please post it. Post the link to it.
I'm going to look for it. It's called like something squared. IQ Squared, Debate Squared. Let me see.
Profile scientists, like physicists and stuff like that, astrophysicists.
They had Lawrence Krauss on there, debating the existence of God, debating the age of the universe. There's also modern day debate. Oh, Intelligence Squared. That's the one.
Intelligence Squared.
Yeah, let me.
Well, I would love to go on there, and there's only one show that I'm aware of. It is called Professor MP, something like that. An amazing dude, and you can actually ask him questions on the YouTube while he's. And I did ask him a question, and he did answer me.
I could link you one. Damn, that's from 10 years ago. It's called Science Refutes God, Debate Full Intelligence Squared US. Let's post that. I'll just put it in general. There's also YouTube channels that host debates like Modern Day Debate. I'll give you a link to
We're
one.
aware of that.
I don't know if that's
I'll use
necessarily Effie's point, is that there's no debate channels. I think he was kind of saying that these people that put out these theories, right, that are put forth in like mainstream articles, most of them say like scientists say, and then right, you can maybe figure out who the scientist is from the article, and if you do, and you figure out and you can read the papers, generally those people that are putting out those papers aren't necessarily in an open forum where they're debating their ideas and theories, or at least elaborating them to the general public, I think is more what he was trying to say.
Yeah.
Dude, people get shot down all the time for misinterpreting stuff.
That's not what I'm saying. Never mind, dude.
Okay. I'm not sure what you're saying then, but if you're saying people are going up and misrepresenting some sort of research on television or whatever media outlet and getting away with it, that's not the case. They will get criticized heavily from every direction if they do such a thing by the intelligent communities around them. There's whole YouTube channels dedicated to debunking like fucking con artists and buffoons and things like that. So
Yeah, I think this whole debunking idea or concept is more of a cover up than it is an actual discourse.
What?
Because most people when they approach a topic these days, they want, if they're in disagreement with the topic, the first thing that they're going to research is blah 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 topic debunked, so that they can find somebody that they feel is some sort of authoritative source, letting them know that what they're about to dig into has already been thoroughly debunked.
No, that's called appeal to authority fallacy. They wouldn't present an argument on the merits of like some authority saying something. A good
I
argument
was
stands
talking
on its
about the
own
general,
two feet.
talking about somebody who's going in, the average person going to look into a topic, generally, if they're in a disagreement with the topic they're going to research, they typically start their research with so-and-so topic debunked. I understand that if they just look to that source and agree with it solely based on their impression of that source being an authority, that is an appeal to authority fallacy if they try to use that as some sort of evidence for a claim. I understand that. I was just merely stating that that's generally what people do when they go into research things, which is why, quote unquote, debunking websites or even people that call themselves skeptics, or the largest quote unquote skeptics within our society, literally are nothing more than people put in place to back up the consensus.
Put in place.
Either
Like, so
that or
people who
they found their
make
way to becoming a cheerleader for the consensus.
I just posted a thing of this guy, this professor, answering my direct question. So this is the closest you can get to these people that I found, and this guy's pretty damn good.
Yeah, if you guys actually want to talk to highly intelligent people that will engage with you and debate you and put it live on YouTube, I can invite you to a place where that happens. It's called the Study Archives, and this is the place you want to be. This is where all the smartest people are. So if you think you've got something to tell them that they don't know, they're going to want to hear it.
You post it? please?
Yeah. So one of them, I can invite you to. The other one, I don't have access to the invite because it's a special place, but I can invite you to the study archives for now.
Why is it a special place?
The owner decided to turn off invites because there was thousands and thousands of people joining and trying to get the server taken down because of some shit. But I
Yeah, it
could
makes
post this
sense.
one.
This is the vetting. Yeah.
So this one's called the Study Archives. It is a server that both has a library of research on lots of various topics that are free access, and it also has a lot of people, especially a few very select people, who are interested in debating anyone who could put forward a proposition that they disagree with.
Interesting.
Okay. That sounds like the internet. Wow. There's so many servers that have a library of research information and people willing to discuss topics. What makes these people the creme de la creme?
This is the server that has the highest number of debate wins. The guy who owns this server, named Dr. Avi,
I don't
has
care about
literally
debate
never
wins.
lost a debate.
Winning a debate does not necessarily mean that what you're debating for is truthful information, which is why I'm not a fan of debate realms.
Well, guess what? The guy in there has actually gotten multiple papers on nutrition taken down because of criticisms he put forward.
Just a
So
vegan
obviously,
place.
just like you, he's part of the skeptic community that is providing criticisms to what you might call the mainstream and successfully getting these things removed on merits of good arguments that he puts forward.
So is this a nutrition debate?
No, I'm giving an example. Well, no, that's one of the many things. They also talk about COVID in there. They talk about veganism. They talk about abortion ethics. They talk about various topics related to sex, vaccines, organic.
Holocaust. Dude, why can you guys just stop with these trigger words, please?
Age of the
simply for
universe.
debate.
They debate the age of the universe. They debate philosophical topics like the inefficacy objection. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there. They'll debate almost anything, and the guy who owns the server has a section called propositions, and they're just some example propositions, things that he takes to be the case that if you disagree with, you could debate him on. There's even things not listed there that you could debate him on. For example, he's a globe earther, so I'm sure like he'd be down to debate anyone here. You choose your best guy, send him over. It'll be on YouTube for everyone to see.
I'm checking out the server. Okay, has a. Like, I want to talk to the big wigs. You know what I'm saying? The professors, the astrophysicists, these guys.
Well,
This guy has a server that has almost 5,000 people on it, SE.
Yeah.
He's the final boss.
Yeah, so let me show you. All the people in here, with the exception of some, because there's thousands, so there's obviously going to be some randoms, are all very intelligent. This guy named Aputa, very smart. Ask Yourself is the owner of the other server I don't have the invite to. Very smart guy. He's formally educated in philosophy. And Vega here is also very accredited. The guy I'm looking for, Dr. Avi, though, he's not in the general chat. If you go to Avi Inbox, this guy right here, this is who you want to talk to if you want to be on YouTube and talk to the smartest guy. Talk to him, and I guarantee you, you will have the opponent you're looking for.
Have you invited him here? Have you invited him here? Have you invited any of those people in that server here?
I can if you like.
Yeah, why don't you do that? I mean, there's some intelligent people in this
The
server,
thing
right?
is, they're probably not going to do that, and the reason why is because they have bad experience with going to other servers and getting like muted and shit, and they're not going to deal with that. Like,
So,
you know,
so
Yeah, but
just
me
tell them
want to
that
talk to
people on
them.
this side of the server would feel the same way, right? So where are they going to get, right?
they don't mute people. There's a debate you can watch with them. That's 4 hours long with a guy named Steve Kirsch who interrupted constantly, and they didn't mute him, not once.
Well, it's gonna not gonna be good content then. Meaning, it's gonna be if it's just interruptions and chaos.
Well, no. It was a guy named Steve Kirsch that they were debating, meaning the person that came to them was the one interrupting, not them. So unless you guys are going to interrupt constantly, it won't be a problem. But, you know,
No, I appreciate the invite, man. I think it's really that's there's nothing wrong with what you're doing. I don't know why anybody would be like, but no, I appreciate you putting the invite out. Yeah.
I'm just trying to get you guys some exposure. Like, you want to be on the big stage. If you feel like you're getting hidden or something, that's not the case. There's tons of people out there who want to, like, you know, have these debates, put it on YouTube, things like that. Get it out there. So yeah.
So their YouTube channel is also called Study Archives, or they have a different YouTube channel?
No, there's 3 YouTube channels. One of them is called Avi. The other one is called Ask Yourself. And the third one is called Modern Day Debate.
Yeah, we know the third one. Avi, O-V-I?
A-V-I.
A-V-I. Gotcha.
Yeah, this is a big vegan community, right? I know Ask Yourself is a big vegan thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
Fallon's a big vegan too.
Malnourished.
I think Fallon, aren't you the guy who wanted to kill like half the bugs or something? Like 50% of bugs or something?
50% of bugs? I don't know what proportion of bugs would be predators, but I guess half of the predator population of bugs, supposedly, depending on
Yeah.
rights violations that would take place.
Yeah,
Bugs is a complex topic.
I'm not opposing. I mean, I think it's I don't agree with your tactic of killing predators, but I don't really have an argument for you. It's just obviously there's going to be repercussions. But yeah, I remember you're a pretty big vegan proponent.
Yeah. They also debate that topic if you're interested in that. I'm surprised you guys wouldn't be vegan. I talked to Nathan Thompson in that other server before it got taken down, unfortunately, because someone like reported it for like talking about anti-vax stuff or whatever stupid cringe. But I was talking to Nathan Thompson, and he's a hardcore vegan, and he's like one of the OG flat earthers, isn't he? So I'd be surprised if more.
Yeah, but just because people agree on one certain thing doesn't mean they agree on everything, right? So
No, I'm not saying that, but
I know Nathan Thompson, and there are people in the community, our community, if you want to call it that, for the FE community, that are vegan. There's people that are carnivores. There's people that are all across the board. So
I think he's making the point that you guys are all
I
truth
debated
seekers, right?
Nathan Thompson. When I debated Nathan Thompson, he rage quit. So I wouldn't be, holding him up to be someone intelligent or some kind of OG or something.
He rage quit on what?
they were having a debate, and he rage quit, is what he said.
Yeah, but what was the debate about? Was it about flat Earth versus globe Earth or something like that?
Knowing North, it was probably biblical, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it was, and it really doesn't matter what the debate was. It was whether or not he could hold his composure, and he couldn't. So I wouldn't look to someone like that or call him like a OG in the flat Earth community. I definitely wouldn't say that.
OG is original gangster, right? Like what he's like an original gangster.
Yeah.
I think he limps too.
More
I
like
think he has
an
a limp.
original prankster. More like an original prankster, an original plagiarist, an original many other things, but not an original gangster in no way, shape, or form. Would be Nathan Thompson.
Also, are you guys in the politics server?
Some of us are, yeah.
Because there's
We
a
won't name.
flat Earth
We don't
channel
name
in
names. We don't name names here. Okay, but like I know Napalm is in there. I've seen him there. Not that I'm in there, but we don't really name names here. We're pretty secretive.
What, the one that has like 20 million channels? That one?
Yeah.
Yeah, some of us are in there. Why?
There's
What's
a
up?
flat Earth channel in there, and there's a bunch of random people that you could come across to talk to in there. If you're looking for some
Why?
random
They're
stuff.
not. They're not random. They're
Why
the
are you
same
in
old.
here?
Same old.
But why are you acting like we have no source of people to talk to or something like that? Like, we talk to people all the time, and we have debates with intellectual people in the server all the time.
Well, I'm agnostic on that, but if you want to definitely debate someone intellectual, let me read this. Nathan Thompson lost a bit of his fan base and followers after he fell for a prank by another YouTuber. Sounds funny. But anyways, yeah, if you want to actually talk to someone who's actually competent, I would
Oh,
talk to
actually,
Avi Bitterman.
right, because we don't have those in here. Okay, cool, gotcha. So are you the arbiter of somebody who's actually intellectual? Would you place yourself in that category as well?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
He's on an even crazier level than me, but you know,
Oh, wow, that's
I'm
hard to
here too.
imagine, though.
Give us an example of one of these debates and how it went down, and what side you were on and how it made sense. If you could quickly, that would be nice.
Yeah,
Give us
so
an example.
let's take Avi versus Kent Hovind on the Age of the Universe, for example. The proposition was that the universe is greater than 6,000 years old. That's the position Avi was taking. Kent Hovind was taking the negation to that. Avi put forward a formal syllogism with premises and a conclusion. He was laser focused on the point the whole time, kept it on track in the right direction, provided like absolutely golden epistemic arguments to support the premises within his proposition. He was already aware of all the potential attacks that could come to any individual premise, and he had arguments ready for all those premises. Simply put, he just was right.
So his techniques were on. You're saying the technique was on point, but you're not getting to anything specific about the arguments, right? So I want some specifics on the arguments themselves that they were presenting.
Oh, it's an
And
hour
how
long. You want me to
that
explain how he supported his proposition?
and
Wrap it
how
up in
that
a nutshell.
and
Yeah.
how that convinced you that he was more intelligent than the other fellow.
Yeah, he essentially, it's not about being more intelligent than another person. It's about proving the proposition. But anyways, yeah, what he basically said is that we can use parallax trigonometry with some recent technologically developed devices we have that are extremely fucking accurate, that can measure angles down to the billionth of a degree. And we can use that to measure the distance of an object from Earth. And it is the case that there are certain objects that are more than a certain amount of light years away. And given that the speed of light is what it is, the amount of time it would take for the light to get to us is longer than the 6,000 years. Much longer, in fact, such that in the proposition, his first premise is that light would have to travel at an average speed of over 15 times c, over 15 times the speed of light, to get to us within 6,000 years, basically.
And you don't
And
think
that's
any
just
of those,
fucking beyond impossible.
you don't think any of those points have been addressed in this server? How many times have you been here? How many times?
If you think you can address
How
whatever
many
that means,
times?
the point,
How
then
many
go talk to him
times
about it.
how many times have you been here?
A few. Why?
You've never heard those points discussed at all, right? Is that what you're saying?
What points?
Everything you just said.
Just tell me instead of beating around the bush. What are you talking about?
Look, bro,
You just said.
I'm not going to get
Parallax, the
into
speed of light, the nature of light, all that stuff.
get into measuring light years away. I'm not going to get into all the details of that. I'm just asking you simply, have you never heard those points addressed in this server? Or do you think that that's the case, that they never have been addressed in this server with people who are highly intelligent and highly intellectual?
I haven't heard people in here talk about the speed of light.
Stick around.
But I don't know
Just stick
why you
around.
would. It doesn't seem really like the wheelhouse of this type of place.
Well, stick around, bro.
Wow. Sounds like you just have a lot of assumptions about what goes on.
No, I just said I haven't witnessed XYZ. I think what you need to do is just go over there. If you think there's something to address, go talk to this guy. And
have him come over.
You can. If they're not going to come over here, you have to go over there. But if you could win a debate with him, I will legitimately PayPal you $1,000.
Dude, that's nuts. That's I could care less about winning a debate because, like I explained to you,
I'd take 1,000.
Just because
Yeah, but you have
people
to.
can
There's
win
no
a
risk. He's basically just saying, I'm not even willing to go over there for the chance to win $1,000.
Is this the correct channel, the one I posted? Is this the Avi you're talking about? Just want to be sure.
Yeah, that's Avi's channel.
Okay, cool.
Does Avi love you
Israel
as much
policy.
as you love him, or is it like a one-way speed of relationship, one-way relationship there?
And what was Kent Hovind's response when the gentleman told him he could look back in time? And he had all of these, technological advances that he could do this and it was possible.
He had
What was Kent
multiple
Hovind-
responses. One of them was that the speed of light has been shown to change over time and things like that. And then Avi opened up Wolfram Alpha, did the calculations and said, even if we follow the direction of this graph that you're saying light changes at this amount over time, it still would not be enough speed change to account for the distance, even if you account for all the time in the universe.
How was the distance established to these stars?
So the parallax trigonometry allows us to get at least 89,000 light years of distance.
No, it doesn't.
90,000 light years.
What is?
Go through that formula, man. Go through it with us, please.
Yeah.
You want me to explain the measurement of angles and really skinny triangles, basically?
Break down the trigonometry that was used.
Yeah, so if you have one length being the base of the triangle and two angles, you can get the last angle and the other two lengths. You don't need the last angle. All you need is the other two lengths. And already with those two lengths, if you just took like one of those other sides of the triangle, you'd have an approximation of the distance. But what you're actually supposed to do is have a straight line between them. But, if the triangle is so incredibly skinny, you're talking about like a 1% difference, so it wouldn't even matter. But yeah, that's how that works.
Yeah, so where was the establishment of any distance within that triangle? Which distance was the established distance?
Again, so the furthest measurement they were able to make was about 89,000 light years away.
No. I'm talking an actual empirical measurement. Which side of this triangle was empirically measured and confirmed?
Yeah, like what bases are big from? Yeah.
The base what?
We know the 89 million trillion light year one can't be confirmed. So where was the actual?
It's 89,000 light years.
Whatever,
and it is confirmed.
Oh, it's confirmed. So who laid a line there?
Laid a line? Who said you have to lay a line?
How was it confirmed that distance was confirmed? Direct measurement.
It's confirmed the same way you could confirm the distance to the Empire State Building from 10 miles away using parallax trigonometry. You don't need to lay a line to it.
So go ahead and explain how it was confirmed.
Yeah, so if you have two people standing 20 feet apart from each other and they're both looking at an object that's a mile away, and they measure the angles to each other,
the specific one you were talking about, how was that confirmed?
I'm explaining how it works.
So two people were only
And if you have
standing
those
that
two
distance apart? Who are these two people?
Listen. So if you have two people that are standing 20 feet apart and they're both looking at an object that's a mile away, right? And they know the
How do you know it's a
angles
mile? How do you
of
know the height of
themselves
the
to each
people?
other, and they know the distance of themselves to each other, which is 20 feet, and they're looking at the object, they can actually determine how far away it is without knowing that it's a mile away. They can do
So on
some
that
math
89,
based
on
on
that
their angles to each other.
89,000, you said that the 89,000 whatever was the confirmed distance. So who were the two people that were standing
The
that
minimum
distance
distance.
apart, and how did they measure that distance and
It
confirm it?
wasn't two people. It was two cameras at Lagrange point.
At
Two
Lagrange,
cam. What?
do you know what that means? Do you know what Lagrange point means?
Yeah.
And where are these
It's
two
a
set
special
cameras?
spot. It's a special orbit where you actually can save a lot of fuel because you're between a certain part of the sun and the earth, such that the gravity works out, that there's minimum input needed.
Yeah, translation, gravity cancels itself out at that point. And there's 5 of those points. We're aware, but which two cameras were there? How do you, can you elaborate on it?
It's the Gaia mission. So if you look up the Gaia mission, there are two satellites that they have up there that are measuring these distances, and those satellites also have connection with each other via radio connection.
How would you and I, so if we wanted to confirm the distance to this one camera, like you and I wanted to do this, how would we confirm that that camera is in the position that it's claimed to be? How would you and I go about doing that? So that we can understand exactly and know for sure that our measurement from that camera to another one is going to be correct. How would you and I confirm its distance?
You mean the angle?
Did I say angle or did I say distance?
Well, you said position, so I was not sure what you meant.
Yeah.
But anyway, you mean like how far away those two cameras are apart, forming the base of the triangle?
So wait, this measurement came from two cameras that were neither of which are even claimed to be on the Earth?
No, they're in Lagrange point.
Okay, so how can... All right. So none of this... We can't falsify this, is what you're saying. We just have to trust that this information is correct.
Falsify this. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call.
Yeah, you got to understand that there's no way to confirm what you're saying, right? Lagrange point, million mile away. That's all
It's
that's like,
unfalsifiable.
bro. There's no way to confirm that.
He doesn't want to hear you. I bet you he just doesn't want to hear it.
You
It's
just got to believe.
unfalsifiable.
Let's be fair to him.
Well, my camera that I have that's 6,500 miles from the surface of the Earth, and the other camera that I have that's 4,200 miles from the Earth gives you a different figure. It says that it's 10,000 light years away. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, but he bet you $1,000 giving those assumptions that you can't prove him wrong. You have to give him all those assumptions first.
You have to. That's the whole thing. Is you have to allow for all the assumptions, and if we just assume that all those assumptions are correct, then we can't prove them wrong. But it's like, whoa. I don't want to go off of your assumptions and assume that they're correct in order for you to disprove. Yeah, I don't know. That's the way all these debates go. So hey, you back, buddy? Fallen? You back?
There we go. Sorry, I had a phone call.
Yeah.
Anyways,
so how would you and
the
I
satellites
confirm
are in
the
Lagrange
distance
point.
to these cameras?
It's the diameter of the Earth, essentially, plus another 0.5%, which is a nitpick. It doesn't add much to the triangle.
How would we confirm where these cameras are? You and me. Let's go do this. I want to do this with you. We are going to empirically prove that this camera is in the position that it is claimed to be, the said distance from Earth that is claimed to be. How are you and I going to prove this? Because we want to make sure that in order to have correct information, we want to get confirmation without any type of assumptions. So we're going to prove where these cameras are. How are we going to do
You
this?
think the people behind the Gaia mission are lying or something?
Did I say anything about anybody lying? I just want to prove that these cameras are where
Well,
they
they'd
claim
have
that
to
they
be
are.
lying if it's not there. And
So you
so would
can't prove
countless
it.
other agencies.
But so it's your incredulity is what you're arguing from.
What? No, I'm just bringing up, like, because
No, it's
it
an,
is claimed by the people behind the Gaia mission that those satellites are there at Lagrange point, and there's constant communication with them. You can actually go to their facilities and look at what they're seeing. And there's countless agencies that are working with them, countless employees they have. And those people would all have to be like lying and keeping some kind of secret. So good luck with that one.
so your argument is from incredulity, because just because you can't see that it's the way that it is, right? So let's prove it.
I don't think
Your
that's
answer
what that
to
is.
let's prove where these things are is, oh, so people are lying. So basically, I have to trust somebody else. We can't actually prove it. So is that your argument? Is trust me, you can't
No,
prove it.
that's not what I
Trust me.
just said. I just said that if you want to say that it's not there, keep in mind that these
Did I say
agencies
that?
are all telling you that it is up there. Well,
I
it's
just want
what would be
confirmation.
required. It's what would be required to negate what I'm saying, right? So you would essentially be saying, could that be what's happening, right? There's no way for them not to be lying if it's
Part of having
there.
an answer in science is through verifiability is repeatability
Falsification.
and ease of repeatability. So if it requires, you know, us having to believe in some sort of a certain group or entity in
They
order
didn't say it
to
was a requirement. It's an overdetermination, not a requirement, not a necessary factor.
okay,
We just
so
we just want to confirm it before we go with the numbers, because the numbers are what's in question. We just want to confirm what these things are where they are, right? What's wrong with wanting to confirm
I didn't
a
say there was
claim?
anything wrong with that, but I'm just saying that for you to deny the existence of these things would
Did I
require
deny
you
the
to say,
existence?
huh?
Where did I say that these things don't exist? Now you're putting words in my mouth.
Well, you just said that we need to confirm they exist, which means you're
No,
unconvinced of their existence.
no. Now you're telling another fib. I said I want you and I to confirm these things are where they claim to be. That's all I said. I didn't say that they didn't exist. All I said was, let's confirm that they are where they claim to be. What's wrong with
Oh,
that?
so you think they misplaced them such that the angle is somehow going to be wrong?
Did I say that?
Well, I'm trying to just go with what you're saying, because if they misplace them or something, then that's the only thing that could happen. If they exist yet they're in the wrong place, what other option is there? Explain to me.
Well, we first need to confirm, in order to do this trigonometric measurement that you want to
function.
do, we need to have verified at least one distance. Which distance has been verified? You claim it's between two satellite cameras that are X distance apart. Okay. Well, if that's the claimed known distance, that's the one that I want to confirm. That's not difficult, right? We should be able to confirm that one.
Of them apart, right? So just so you know, whatever distance they are apart, if they're on the furthest points away from each other possible, which is where they are, that actually gives you the lowest amount of distance. So if they're anywhere else around the Earth, it actually would put them closer because they wouldn't be on opposite sides anymore. And that would actually increase the parallax distance. No matter where you put them on Earth, or even around Earth, no matter how far away you can try to get them away from Earth, it would not put the parallax calculation outside of the necessary amount, which would put us over the 6,000 year age, just so you know. Where they actually are is the best place for them to be for you to try to make an argument about 15C. Just putting that
So I
out
just
there.
want to confirm where they are, but we can't do that, I guess, right? We just have to trust you.
I just told you that all the places they could be, no matter where they are, at their farthest points right now, unless you think they're further out, right? At their furthest points, that's the one that works best for your point. So unless you're just denying the existence of them, which would be completely different.
I hope
don't
the other
think this
guy's
guy
better. Well,
gets
he
it.
did say the other guy's better. He did say the other guy's way better than him. But
Yeah. Well, I hope the other
You
guy's
know
way
what
better
you're
than him.
saying is what you just said is where they are, blah 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 blah. What we're trying to determine is where they actually are, because that known distance, that known distance that has to be there in order to make the calculation. All the rest of it is assumption from that point, but we need to know something to begin with. So all we're trying to determine is that we know what we know, and from that, then we can make all your trigonometry calculations and come to the end of the point. But until we know that thing, so that's all we're trying to confirm is that initial, do we know it? But you're just kind of sounding like a fanboy, because it's like we've told you your mother is ugly, and then you're just triggering off on all these obfuscations and oh, don't you believe this? Are you saying this? Just stick to the point and answer the point that's raised, and then we can move on to the next stage of the discussion.
I did answer.
So,
I told
what
you
was
that
your
the
answer when I
satellites
said,
are at Lagrange point.
how can we
But
confirm?
the question was answered, Flat Earth Evangelist. Are you done complaining?
No, just answer, how do we verify it? Simple as that.
How do you verify it? You've got many options. You could go see the satellite for yourself. You can ask people who launched the satellite up there. You can look back at recordings of the mission. You can go to their facilities. Like, what do you want to do?
No, but the question was, you and me, if you and me wanted to verify it, not go and look at a computer screen in an office somewhere or watch some videotape, all of that involves us just trusting that what's been told to us is true, because it's just some pixels on a screen.
If you and me want to verify that getting pushed out of a plane results in death, do you and me have to jump out of a plane without parachutes? Or can we just
Once
watch a
again,
video?
you're not answering the question. You're obfuscating. You're just trying to answer the question.
No, I'm not. I'm pointing out that your epistemic standards are not consistent, because there's other things you'd absolutely accept video footage for, but for this, you seem to not, because you have a bias.
So what he's saying is you have to trust him, because unless you're willing to jump out of a plane to prove that you die jumping out of a plane without a parachute, then you have no leg to stand on, so you just have to trust him.
What?
Like if I jump off the kitchen table, I know I'll hit the floor. So my own brain tells me, and I know if I jump off the roof of my house, I hurt my foot. So I know that if I jump out of an aeroplane, it's going to have a bad outcome. I know that. I don't need to do it to prove it. Whereas your example of satellites, hang on a minute, your example of satellites at Lagrange points, I have no reason to just believe. I can't work that out from my own experiential history of life. So
Wait, why wouldn't you be able to? There would be so many more assumptions required for it not to be there than to be there. It's called Occam's razor.
Incorrect.
You don't know what Occam's razor is?
Yeah, the simplest answer is basically going to be the correct one. The one with the least amount of assumptions. So within, we understand what Occam's razor is. So where can you give us an example of something that he was giving the example of he jumping off the table, then he's jumping off a roof, and he can apply that if it continues to scale that up, it's going to be a greater impact on his body, therefore probably resulting in death at the height of a plane, right? So he's saying he understands that through his own worldly experiences. So when it comes to something like an object being in a Lagrange point, okay, I throw a baseball up, it comes back down in an arcing pattern, but I never get to a point where one continues to go around the earth and then comes back into my hand, and I certainly don't get to a point in where I throw a baseball and it somehow gets into a
we don't get
magical
to that
point.
point. There's many objects that orbit Earth that we view all the time. Certain comets, other small objects, satellites, the moon. What do you mean? Even meteorites that hit Earth can actually eject matter so high into the sky that it orbits Earth for quite some time.
It doesn't orbit Earth in the way that you think that does.
Oh, maybe he can prove
You don't know the way I think it does. That's the funny thing.
Well, you think an orbit is around a spherical object, right?
Uh-huh.
Orbiting Earth is an orbit is a circular motion around a spherical object in your mind when it comes to the Earth and satellites. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So if I send something high in the air over a flat surface and it makes a circle, that's still considered an orbit as well. You understand that, correct?
Sorry, repeat that. If you send something high in the air and what?
Yeah. You can orbit a flat surface. You understand that?
Depends on how you define orbit, but why?
Yeah, as long as it's a circular path around a central point, you would orbit around that central point. So you can have things in the sky that are orbiting around a specific point that are just up in the air above a flat surface. So the thing that we have contention with is the distance to these objects and how those things are established. You just want to take it based off of assumptions.
Parallax trigonometry.
Right. So let's start with parallax trigonometry to something like, I don't know. What would you like to do parallax trigonometry to in the sky that you and I can confirm its distance based on a known distance that we can actually lay a measure to, which would be the distance between you and I?
A star. Any star of your choice. Draw two lines to it from two different points, know the distance between the two measuring points, and you can triangulate its position. People have been doing it for thousands of years.
Right. So when we do that, we have to take certain things into account. So if we're standing at different distances on the surface of the Earth, do you take into account the curvature of the Earth for one side of your equation there?
The curvature has nothing to do with it.
So the curvature of the Earth has nothing to do with the distance between the
Earth
two
can
observers
just
when
as
you're doing
easily-
your parallax? Are you taking the
Earth-
chord line? Are you
the
taking the
Earth
chord
can-
line distance?
No. So the Earth can just as easily not exist if you want to do this calculation. You could do a triangle with all straight lines, right? Just imagine the Earth poofed away and all that remains is those two satellites there. Just draw straight lines between them and straight lines to the object you're looking at.
So the
Does not
straight
have
lines
anything
between
to
them,
do with the Earth
we need to
itself.
confirm, we need to confirm a distance between at least two objects. We need to have at least one known distance. How are we establishing that one known distance?
Between the two objects? Well, again, it's just the diameter of the Earth. Plus
So it's an
0.5%.
So
What do you mean an assumption that we know the diameter
then
of the
how
Earth?
how did we establish the diameter of the Earth? Let's start there.
Well, let's see. There's countless cruise liners, airplanes, and other navigation systems that rely on it. People have charted the Earth as a map for ages now. They've calculated distance to pretty sufficient accuracy. There was the Eratosthenes experiment that calculated the curvature of the Earth down to about a 5% accuracy, which is pretty damn good. Seems like there's just too many methods that are effective at establishing the curvature of the Earth. Why?
Yeah, well, even something like Eratosthenes, that he runs into the problem that you do, where it's just, let's take these assumptions, and if we make these specific assumptions, then we come out with what we're looking for, right? And what would you say one of his biggest assumptions would be in the Eratosthenes experiment?
Nothing. There were no assumptions needed to be made.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. How can we establish that light interacts with the surface of the Earth parallel at all points on the Earth? How would we establish that so that we don't have that as an assumption?
By looking at the distances of the shadows. If it's actually parallel, you'll notice something about the shadows, which is a certain length increase. You'll also notice something about the shadows expanding or not. Shadows will actually expand noticeably if the light source is close enough. You could do this with your phone light at home. You could just turn off all the lights in your room, turn on your phone light. If you put your hand right in front, it gets really big really quickly. And the further away you get, the smaller a change there is compared to the size of your actual hand.
Correct. Yep.
And
So
only a
how are
parallel
we
light will
establishing the
make it
parallel?
not change because it's really, really far away.
Okay, so really, really far away doesn't give us an actual distance, right? So how can we establish that all light interacting with us here on Earth is coming parallel from the point in the sky in which we see it? How can we establish that, you and I?
Yeah, just get 3 objects, look at their shadows and the direction they're going.
So how does this establish that it's parallel?
Because there's only one possible direction that the shadows will be taking if it's parallel.
Yeah, they're coming from the source of the light. We know where that is. We can point towards it, right? So if we're taking 3 different or 2 different, whatever you want to talk about, and there's different shadows, how is different shadows proving parallel?
How does it not? That's on you.
Well, if I have a different shadow, like if I take a flashlight and I have 2 objects that are far away from one another underneath the flashlight, they're going to have different shadows, but the light is not hitting the ground parallel in all places when I'm taking that measurement. You understand that, right?
That won't work if you have 3 objects.
Works on a small scale.
No,
Certainly does.
basically, so what you're saying is that if it's really close, you'll get 2 different shadow lengths or something like that?
I'm
Is
saying,
that what you were saying with the flashlight?
how do we establish the parallel light rays or light hitting here parallel from the sun? How do we establish that empirically?
Yeah, you could just get an object. Like, here's another way. I already told you how, but here's another way. You can get an object that has perfect angles and sizes, put holes in it, and throw some dust in front of it and look at the rays of light. If that light is all going in a straight line, the light's parallel. There's another way you can know this. If you get a piece of paper and you cut a square hole in it and you hold it in front of the wall and you see the shadow it casts and the small point it makes through the paper, you'll notice that the shape that comes through the paper, even if you cut a square or a triangle, comes out as a circle because the sun is a circle. And that can only happen if the light source is really, really, really far away.
But what is really, really, really far away? Like 1,000 miles is really far away to me.
No, that wouldn't be far enough for how big the sun is.
All right. So, so now we're claiming to know how big the sun is. We haven't even figured out the distance, but now we know the size. How do we know the size? How do we determine that? Because we knew the distance,
I could tell you
but then
how
we knew
we
the
could get
distance
there.
because we knew the size.
I could tell you how we could get there. So it's actually somewhat similar to parallax
'cause
trigonometry. But
well,
if you look at
you have to make the assumption of parallel light rays, but we haven't even established how we can do that because you say really, really far away. Okay, so
No, he said there was no assumptions.
Yeah, something 5,000 miles away, a light source 5,000 miles away. Would that
it's
give
not
me the
5,000
appearance?
miles. The
I'm not
maximum
saying that it
distance.
is. I'm just saying let's do 5,000 miles to start off with and see what we get. So if I cut a hole in a piece of paper that's a square and I have a flashlight 5,000 miles away, is it going to give me a square shadow?
Would depend how big the flashlight is. If the flashlight's that small, it will actually not only not give you a square shadow, but it won't even fill out. I mean, if the light is super, super duper bright, right?
Super duper.
Then you should get the shape of whatever the flashlight's head is.
Okay, so let's say it's circular. Let's say my flashlight has a diameter of 4,000 miles. It's 5,000 miles away, and I shine it on a piece of paper right down here on Earth that has a square hole in it. Would I get a different shadow than I would from the sun?
How big is the flashlight? Is it the size of a flashlight I could hold in my hand?
I already told you. You're not listening. The diameter of the flashlight is 4,000 miles. It's 5,000 miles away.
So, it's 4,000 miles wide?
Yep.
I mean, it's no different than how the first pseudo laser was created by Dennis Gabber when he took a mercury arc lamp and basically had a pinhole aperture, which caused the light coherency. Like, I don't understand why you guys are creating this.
Somehow it proves parallel light rays from the sun, Dicelo. You just don't understand.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what's not being understood, but I could help you out. So let me
I'm
go
glad
to
you're
this.
here to help.
Let me pull this up for you.
Let's go ahead and let's work on an experiment where you and I can prove the parallel light rays with no assumptions.
Yeah, so I'm just going to show you the Eratosthenes experiment. So tell me if you're in my share screen.
No. I know what the Eratosthenes experiment is.
No, you're going to need to join the share screen so I can help you out here.
I don't need your help, bud.
So you're basically refusing to
No,
engage
I
with.
joined it for you. I've seen it demonstrated as well, like about 1,000 times. But I'm here joining to help him out.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You can go with them. No thanks. I don't need to do this for the
No, I'm just gonna watch
10,000th
for you.
time where
Yeah.
where people.
All right, so here's the idea.
Baseless assumptions, and then they claim that this is how it works.
There's no assumptions. Here's the idea. In fact, I'll even give you an assumption. Let's assume the Earth is flat, right? If the Earth is flat and we place poles at different points in the Earth and measure their shadows and use trigonometry to determine the height of the sun, what you find is that at all these different points, you get different heights of the sun. And that's because the shadows are not following the parabolic angle that they should be. And this is an issue.
No, it's not.
For flat Earth, because it creates a paradox. Is the sun at multiple heights at the same time during the same time of day?
It works out perfectly, because what you don't understand is that the only time that you don't have any type of refraction between you and that object is when it's directly above your zenith. The further it gets towards the horizon, the more atmosphere is seeing through. The atmospheric density gradient is more dense towards the surface. Thus, you have a refraction index that is ever increasing as you get towards the horizon. So as your angles get further down, you're going to experience more refraction, and that comes that's not factored into your equation there. But that's the reason why you can't just triangulate the sun from 2, 3, 4 different locations, because as you get further away and that sun gets further down, you're dealing with refraction.
Cool. So the answer is refraction, right? Refraction.
Well, it's refraction and the fact that it gets lower towards the horizon due to perspective, and each individual observer is experiencing the world through an azimuthal grid of vision, in which we experience everything from a single observer point. So when you try to go, so let me ask you a question then. Let's take Eratosthenes and let's triangulate the sun with parallel light rays. How can we do that?
I could show you down here. There you go. There's the equation.
You can't triangulate a star if you make the assumption that the stars, their light hits the Earth parallel. You can't triangulate the sun based on an assumption that the light rays hit parallel.
Well, technically, it's not that the light is hitting literally parallel. It's just that it's so far away that it's like 1/1,000,000,000 of a percent from parallel, right?
But see, that's the problem, is it's an assumption of parallel light rays. But if you have parallel
That's not
rays,
an assumption.
how can you ever triangulate something that never meets because it's parallel?
Wait, how can you ever triangulate something that never meets, you said?
Correct. How can I use two lines to go towards a single point if those two lines never meet?
They do.
Oh, they do? Can you show me that? So do they meet or are they parallel?
We calculate the distance from the sun. We use parallax trigonometry to calculate the distance to the sun. But anyways,
based on assumptions. Yeah, we get it. You make up assumptions.
No, parallax trigonometry doesn't require any assumptions, especially when calculating the distance to the sun. All you need to do is stand like 1,000 feet away from someone, get a camera that could darken and aim directly at the center of the sun, which is not hard to do. There's actually videos that could teach you how to do that. And with parallax trigonometry, you can actually determine the distance of the sun away from you. But anyways, that aside, let's focus on determining the height of the sun on a flat Earth. So it is the case that these shadows are different lengths. The only thing I heard that makes sense, which I'm ready to respond to, is refraction. But the other thing made literally no sense. Something about perspective, whatever that is.
Oh, you don't think we visually see the world in some sort of perspective? Viewpoint?
These are shadows. I don't know what you mean by visually see the world. Like, if you're claiming that the shadow lengths are being changed by whatever the hell you mean by azimuthal projection, I don't know what the hell that means. I don't think anyone knows
No,
what that means.
if you're strictly using a shadow length, that's based on light, right?
So then I don't know why you brought up something about perspective or whatever, because
Okay,
that
then
has nothing to do.
disregard it. Then disregard that. Just deal with the shadows.
You mean the refraction thing you said? All right, cool. So it's actually funny because there is refraction, but not only is the refraction amount very small, we're talking about a 0.6 degree change, but it's actually not even in the direction you need it to go. It's in the opposite direction. And I can show you that.
Hold on. So how did you establish that it's that small?
Because we know that that refraction's there, and we calculate where an object should be and where it apparently is, depending on how far away you are from it.
Cool. So can you give me the baseline measurements for this refraction?
Sure. You want me to like go to a video explaining it or something like that?
No. Your claim is that it's a very small refraction, which, yeah, very small refractions can cause things to be much different over long distances, right? So just the claim of it being very small has nothing to do.
Not only that,
with,
but it's actually in the direction against where you'd need it to go. So the refraction would actually be turning the light down towards Earth, not away from it. So it wouldn't be making the shadows longer the further away you get. It would be making them shorter. But it seems to be
that's
doing
not
the
the way it
opposite.
works.
It is.
No, because in reality, that's not what we see.
It actually is. Have you ever heard of a horizontal eclipse?
Yeah, that's your claim. The impossible eclipse is impossible because it doesn't work in your claims that both the sun and the moon are refracted above the horizon.
No, so
right?
the horizontal eclipse works off of a 0.6 degree change and light going down towards Earth, not up and away from it. So it would need to be towards Earth. That's the problem. And so if the light is going towards Earth, yes. And so if the light is going down towards Earth, that actually is not good for you, because that would mean that these shadows are even longer than they're supposed to be times fucking 2, because accounting for refraction, they'd actually be going even further in spite of the refraction. So the refraction has to go in the right direction. And if it's going down towards Earth, that's not good for you. That's bad for you. That makes
That's what, yeah, Eratosthenes
shadow
measured
length.
that too, I think. He didn't assume when he measured it, Eratosthenes.
Oh, this is not Eratosthenes. This is a more complicated version of Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes was this, right? They only had 2 points. They had the well at Syene directly under the sun at a certain time of day, and the pole at Alexandria, right? This is a modern day experiment with
what
7
refraction did they take into account?
What'd you say?
What refraction did they take into account in that measurement?
It's not taken into account here. And I'm saying if you take it into account, it actually makes this worse, because the direction of refraction would be actually shortening the shadows at distance, which means that these shadows are even longer than they're supposed to be, in spite of the refraction, if you took that into account. So it's actually better for your point not to take the refraction into account. That's the problem.
No, it's not.
So the light moving down towards Earth benefits you?
Certainly. So when you're saying that it's off and it doesn't work on a flat surface, where is it off by? What percentage is it off by? And does that increase as it gets towards the surface?
It can be between anywhere from 0 to 100%, and it would not benefit your point if it's going in that direction.
So
it
you're
needs
not
to
going
go
to
in
answer
the
my
opposite
question. So
direction.
when you say it doesn't work, what is
Did you
it
hear what
off
I said? I said it could be anywhere from 1% to 100% downwards. But if it's in that direction, if it's curving down towards Earth, that's not going to
not what I'm
benefit.
asking.
You need it to curve away from
not what I'm
Earth. It needs to go in a negative percentile direction.
It's not what I'm asking. When you say, if we try to plot these out, which this is the funny part about Eratosthenes, is you guys want to claim this doesn't work on a flat Earth because we can't triangulate the sun. Okay, cool. So how can you triangulate the sun with the Eratosthenes on a curved Earth?
Who said we can't triangulate the sun? The whole point of this is that you can triangulate the sun, but it's at multiple heights at the same time is the problem. We keep getting different measurements when we do it at different places.
So then why do you think that works on your model?
Because on a round Earth, if you're in the share screen, the actual shadows not only would work on a curved surface, but they match the curvature of the Earth perfectly. Like the shadow length.
So this comes back to the assumption of the light hitting the Earth with parallel rays. So how do you triangulate the sun in that without taking the assumption of the curvature of the Earth? That's my question.
Wait. Hold
You're
on.
not triangulating the sun.
We're not talking about. Wait.
How do you get the distance?
We're not talking about a round Earth right now. We're talking about on a flat Earth. Does it work? And the answer is no. On a round Earth, the claimed distance of the sun. No, it does. The claimed distance of the sun is 93 million miles away, and at 93 million miles.
Because of the assumption of parallel light rays. That's what I'm saying. So if we're assuming parallel light rays, how do parallel rays meet at a specific point? You say that they don't. So then we can't take into account parallel light rays.
No,
right?
Actual parallel light rays don't. But so these aren't actual parallel light rays. They're just extremely fucking close to parallel.
Okay, so what is the deviation from parallel?
Like a fucking billionth of a degree.
Okay. How
It's like
are we
almost being
establishing that?
pregnant, Napalm, or almost being divorced.
Do you see what I'm saying,
Anyways.
Dyslo? Is they want to when they flip it to a flat Earth, they want to say, well, we can't triangulate the sun using this method. But then they say, well, if we use the curvature of the Earth and we assume parallel light rays, then we can triangulate the sun. But then they don't.
No, I didn't say no. I didn't say
that. I'm talking to Dyslo right now. What I'm saying is they don't want to try to triangulate the sun with their side of the equation because they're assuming parallel rays, and parallel rays don't actually triangulate a specific object. So they want to have their cake and eat it too. So when they come to this doesn't work on the FE side, is they're saying
I'm
we
going to
can't
respond
triangulate
now because I'm being strawmanned. Congratulations. I didn't say we're triangulating the distance to the sun on a globe Earth. I said we're doing it on a flat Earth.
Which is my point. Which is my fucking point. Why are you only trying to triangulate the sun in the FE side and you're not trying to do that in the globe Earth side?
Because I'm trying to show that it doesn't work on a flat Earth.
Yes, you're trying to confirm your bias by not holding yourself to the same standard.
No, the proposition is not
if the method we're using is to pinpoint a specific object, why is your method not able to do it in your model?
Because it's too far away to do that. And I'm not claiming that it's supposed to be able to triangulate the sun on a globe Earth. I'm saying that you should be able to do it on a flat Earth. But when you do it, you get different measurements, which creates a paradox. Wait, don't interrupt. I let you talk for a while and strawman me. Now it's my turn to explain why you strawmanned me. My claim has nothing to do with being able to triangulate the sun or not. My claim has to do with the fact that when you triangulate the sun on a flat Earth, what happens is you find that you get multiple heights of the sun. That's all my claim is. I didn't even talk about how you measure the distance.
Nobody made the claim, hey, we're triangulating the sun on the flat Earth and it's this distance. Did anybody make that claim?
No.
Then why did you argue with me about it for so long?
Because you're trying to take your method and apply that towards something else and say it doesn't work. And we're not claiming that we're using that method to do that. Your whole entire
I didn't say it doesn't work.
No. Has been a straw man of
work.
what should be done. That's
I
the
didn't say
problem.
it doesn't work. Nope, I did not say it doesn't work. You're not tracking. What I said is you can triangulate it, but it creates a paradox, which means that the Earth must not be flat.
But you measured
That's
it
what
from
I
a
said.
flat Earth with a flat baseline. You said maybe going through the Earth, pull the Earth away, poof, it's gone. You measured it with a flat Earth. What were you doing?
No, that was wait. That wasn't about measuring distance to the sun. That was about parallax trigonometry to the stars. We're not doing parallax trigonometry right now. We're doing regular trigonometry, just triangulating the position of the sun with shadows. We're talking about something completely different now.
Yeah, the distance
Why?
between 2 points. That's where you got
How's
stuck.
it going to be? Yeah, how's it going to be any different than parallax trigonometry? What's the difference? We're taking an
Yeah,
angle
so
measurement to an object based on a specific baseline. Okay, just because it's a shadow, or whether you use some type of device to measure an angle from the baseline. When you're getting a shadow, you're getting a shadow on a baseline. So, what's the difference?
I'll tell you what the difference is with parallax trigonometry. There's an additional calculation you need to do to get the distance of the center of the base to the opposite point of the triangle. With this, you don't do that. That's the only difference. But anyways, back to what I was saying. Yeah, I didn't say anything about trying to triangulate the sun with parallel light rays. No one claimed that that's what you do. But you know that they're parallel if it's so far away that it doesn't create shadows that you can use to triangulate it, which actually falls perfectly in line with the Earth being a globe. And on top of that,
No,
the shadows that I
don't know
showed in
it's
my
parallel.
share screen, hold on, I'm not done. It's funny because the shadows I showed in my share screen with parallel light rays, which is what you'd get from a sun that's 93 million miles away, would actually fall perfectly in line with the exact curvature of the Earth. So it's almost just strange how it's just a coincidence that the exact claimed distance of the sun and the length of the shadows we get over distance falls perfectly in line if you shined parallel light rays onto an Earth that curves at that rate.
Yeah, it's called affirming the consequent, and that's how the model was built. We understand that.
Affirming wait, we built the model to just work. So, wait. So the claimed distance of the Earth matches the shadows we see? Is that what you're saying?
If you make incorrect assumptions about the light rays, because we understand that light isn't always just straight from the object. We have things called, refraction, diffraction, many different deviations of light that we experience here on Earth. And then if we take all of that out and we just make the assumption that light rays are coming perfectly parallel and straight from the source in every single scenario, then sure, you can get exactly what you are claiming is the case, which is the assumption that there's no deviation in light and that the surface is curving. Or you can get what we have in reality, which is the surface being flat and we have deviations in light.
Yeah, except we already have been over this. If the light is going downward towards the Earth, that doesn't benefit your point. That works against it because the shadows are supposed to be
No.
shorter, but they're longer.
Let's take the assumption. So let's do let's just do what the globe Earth did, and we'll do it on the flatter side. And we'll just take the assumption, since we know the Earth is flat, and now we're getting these measurements of these angles, what does the refraction need to be, and which direction does it need to go in order to get us the results that we're getting?
It needs to be moving upward at a significant rate.
Boom, that's what it's doing then.
So who says it's
Figure it
not
out.
doing that?
What? Who said what?
So let's do that. Let's figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
And then what's the problem?
So the problem is two things. One, the refraction we observe doesn't go in that direction. And two, if it did go in that direction, the world would look very, very weird.
Says who? Says who it doesn't go in that direction. So do you know what sinking refraction is?
Yeah.
So do you think that's caused by upward bending light?
No, it's by downward bending light.
Okay. So then what does looming? Is that upward bending light or downward bending light?
Looning? I've not heard of that one. I could look it up.
Looming refraction.
I'll look it up. Looming
Isn't that what you
refraction.
just said? And you said
Looming refraction.
There's steeping, there's looming, there's
Looming and
sinking.
similar refraction phenomena, Wikipedia. Let's look it up. While mirages are the best known atmospheric refraction phenomena, looming and similar refraction phenomena do not produce mirages. Mirages show an extra image or image of the image objects, while looming, towering, stooping, and sinking do not. No inverted image is present in those phenomena either. Depending on atmospheric conditions, the objects can appear to be lowered, stretched, stopped. Phenomena can occur together, changing the appearance of different parts of objects in different ways. Sometimes these phenomena can occur together in a true mirage. Looming, sinking, towering, and stooping. Sinking is the opposite of looming. Looming is the most noticeable and most often observed of these refraction phenomena. Oh, so this is when you could see further than you're supposed to, right?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, that actually means that the light has to be moving downward.
Okay, so what is sinking? It moves downward, and looming it moves downward.
No,
And your claim
the
is,
opposite that he just.
and your claim is that the light would have to be bending downward in order for the sun to give us what we experience. Okay, cool. Light bends downward.
No, it just curves through the atmosphere. But anyways, I could draw it out if you want to explain what's going on. Like
which
on
one
my
was the
notes
most common
afterwards.
one? I don't have that Wikipedia. Which one did you say was the most common, Fallen?
Most common? Most common with what? When looking over like a hotbed of water, when looking
said
through
looming.
the Earth's oxygen-rich atmosphere.
You just read something that none of those words came up in what you just read. So why would you say those words back?
Well, wait, because there's refraction. He just said, what's the most common type of refraction? I said, it depends where you're looking. If you look through a glass cup, you're going to get a special kind of refraction.
But you just read it.
With a glass cup.
Never mind. Yeah, I heard you say the most common one when you were reading it out
It was
loud. I just
looming.
wasn't sure which one it was.
Yeah.
Was it? Oh.
He read looming. Yeah.
You want me to read the top of the article? While mirages are the best known atmospheric refraction phenomena, looming and similar refraction phenomena do not produce mirages. Mirages show an extra image, yada yada. No inverted image is present in those phenomena. Is that what you want me to read?
It's pretty loose. Is it separating refraction from mirages or not? Because I believe them to be separate things, and it sort of at first mixed them, then it separated them. That sentence is weird.
Yeah, let Napalm and then finish this off real quick.
Let Napalm what?
No, I mean we can be done. I don't think he's going to understand necessarily what I'm saying, and he's just going to try to continue to go back to.
I think you should
we can't
join my share
triangulate
screen so I
the
can
sun
show you
in your
something.
specific model, and then we don't try to triangulate it on ours, but then we just claim that everything's coming parallel. So it's they want us to triangulate and get a distance, but then they don't want to do that themselves, and they want to make blatantly incorrect assumptions about what light is doing. So I don't think we'll come to a head, but you guys can go ahead. I've actually got shit going on, so I can't talk much longer.
So yeah, he hasn't provided a solution to the multi-sun height problem, it seems. And here's what actual refraction looks like. The refraction is curving towards the Earth. You could see it's curving downward and downward in respect to the curve to the observer. And that seems to fall perfectly in line with what we see on Earth. And it falls perfectly in line with the globe Earth model, just coincidentally, but it doesn't work on a flat Earth model for some reason. And I think that should be noted and considered very seriously.
The insanity is that you show diagrams of light and you forget, first of all, that diagram shows an elevated position for eye height, which it's not. And in fact, with all that great distance you're showing, which is thousands of miles away from the Earth, in fact,
well,
the Earth is in the way of these shots.
Either way,
And
Dan.
your
The
claim
funny
of
thing is,
refraction needs to be substantiated by both numbers and demonstration.
right. So Dan, the funny thing is, like, I got him to fall into the trap where now he's showing how refraction works coming from the sun in his model, but doesn't take that refraction into account when they claim that all the light rays are coming in parallel. So he's already lost
What?
the debate.
Wait. What are you
He's already lost the
talking about?
debate.
This is,
So light rays are not
dude. What?
parallel; they're refracting. Is that your claim? So is it parallel or non-parallel light rays?
They could still be parallel while refracting.
Oh, scattered light
You
is
want me to
now
draw out how that
parallel.
works for you?
Is that like being pregnant while not being pregnant again?
What? You want me to draw it out for you or
Well,
something on my notes?
refractive being a change in angle, you're claiming is parallel. So changing an angle actually means it's parallel. It's not. It's a contradiction.
No, if all the light rays change angle together, they can still be parallel. And by the way, like, technically speaking, none of the light that's hitting Earth is actually parallel. Like, there's no such thing as a perfectly parallel light, like, mathematically speaking.
Yeah,
But if it's
because light,
close
first
enough,
of all, light doesn't even travel in rays to begin with, but that's a whole nother can of worms to open up with. So, yeah, but you want to have straight light rays that are hitting parallel and all this cool conjecture. But yeah, whatever.
the funny thing is, I've already been over with you with this. Like, I don't know how you're not understanding. Like, let
It's
me
not that I
explain this
don't
to you.
understand. The
No,
fact
you
that
don't.
you are
I'll tell
now
you why you
bringing up
don't. I've already
refraction to prove
explained.
your parallel light rays is quite
You
hilarious.
saying
You've
you
lost.
saying
The room
that
knows you
no,
lost.
I've already explained this to you. You need help to understand that what you
Bring
need is
your other
not
debate guy that actually knows how to do this kind of stuff.
what you need is not to show that the light is not parallel. Actually, the light could be not parallel, and it would make this problem even worse. That I hope you're looking at right now. If you're
Well,
not
I'm
looking,
glad.
you just don't understand it.
I'm glad we could teach you what looming refraction is today. You're welcome for that.
It's popular too. Like everybody likes looming refraction. It's the most popular one. It's really hip.
So, anyways, yeah, what you have to show is not that the light is not parallel. You could have light that's very not parallel or whatever by your definition. That would actually make this multiple sun height problem worse, significantly worse. It would make the sun heights even more drastically different from each other, which would mean that what you need is not parallel
I don't
light
think he
rays
gets it,
or
bro. Because
non-parallel light rays. You need the light to move in a certain direction.
So you're showing a graph. So is that from a third party observer and you're showing two observers that are getting different heights of the sun and then you have a third party and you're saying why don't
No.
these match up?
No, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in total. Actually, you have
Okay,
13,
cool.
but we only need
Cool.
6 for the purpose of this one.
So in that graph, you're observing the graph from a godlike perspective that would change how you would view that sun to begin with between all of them.
Nope,
You're
these are
taking
just shadow measurements. This is such a pathetic attempt.
wait. If you went to each one of those individual observers, they're experiencing the light in the way that they are experiencing it. Right? So they're seeing it at a different height because they might be experiencing a type of refraction or a bending of the light coming from the source. So they could visually see that object in an apparent location, meaning a location where it isn't exactly residing, but an apparent refracted location. So if you pull yourself away from all of these observers and step back, you are no longer able to view every single one of them has their own way that they're observing that object. You can't just pull away from that and say, well, all of these points don't meet, therefore it doesn't work, because each
That's not
individual
what I
observer
said.
has different conditions in which they're viewing that object that can't be viewed from a third party perspective
They're not
viewing
viewing
all of
objects,
the
we're looking at
observers.
shadows. They're not viewing objects, we're looking at shadows. It's very simple.
Shadows are formed by light, right?
Exactly. So why are you saying
Light,
they viewed? They're
we're
not
talking
observing the
about a
sun.
deviation of light, and
Mhm.
having that deviation of light showing an object in a location that it's not actually residing, but in an apparent location. And a deviation from light doesn't mean that, Like if I shine a light into my pool and it refracts and it hits at a different location and I get some sort of shadow down there, doesn't mean that I can go to that location and look at that shadow and draw a line, and that line's going to come out of the water and hit my flashlight. It
You need
won't.
more than that.
It
No,
never will.
No, listen. You need more than that, because the shadow going into the pool would have to move in one direction and not the other. It can't just be, oh, refraction, though. It needs to be a very specific kind of refraction. You understand?
Yeah.
And so can you show me that the angle change from refraction would actually be sufficient such that it would create these shadow lengths to this degree? Good luck. And that it would be in this direction, because it typically goes in the opposite direction. In fact, when observing something that's above you, it's always going to go down in that direction. The only way you could even get the other direction from the atmosphere is if you're over like a hot bed of water or something like that, which you're not in this case. So good luck.
What are you
Burden of
talking
proof
about?
is on you. What am I talking about?
And
Did you
that's
not
how we
catch it?
know about Lagrange points. Oh, so
Right. So does anybody have any measurement for the burden of proof that they have now to show that refraction is going in that direction? Good luck.
Well, we know that the Earth is flat, so that's the way we experience it.
I'm
I asked
asking you
you
for the
I asked
refraction.
you, dude. I asked you for the burden of proof of parallel light rays. I said, let's go ahead and do this. You can't
Wait, I'm not
substantiate
making
that.
I'm not making a claim about parallel light. We're talking about the flat Earth right
You
now.
did it.
you said we measured the Earth. We measured we went all the way down to first order measurements, and you said we measured
No,
the
that was
Earth
during
without
a
any
different
assumptions.
discussion
Without any
about Lagrange
assumptions, we did
point.
not. And then you assume parallel sun rays, and then you assume the Earth to be curving. You assume the distant, infinitely distant sun. You assumed the size. You assumed a lot of stuff when you said we weren't going to assume it. You promised
No,
me.
that's when we were talking about Lagrange point. We're talking about the flat Earth right now and whether or not you get multiple sun heights on a flat Earth. So now the question I'm asking
It's not
is,
multiple heights, it's
can
apparent
you
locations.
can you satisfy the burden of proof for the refraction? Not only there being refraction, but the refraction being specifically in a direction and magnitude that would produce these exact shadows. Good luck.
Yeah, it's exactly what we experience in reality. There's no issue there at all.
What do you mean
Go
it's
out,
what we
go out and
experience in
measure it.
reality? Show me the experience.
Go out and measure it, dude. Go outside. It's
No,
right there.
you're the one making the claim. The burden of proof is on you. You're claiming there's refraction and that the
Yeah.
refraction is causing the light to move upward all the time, always at exactly this amount. Do it. Show me how that works.
What do you mean move upward? What are you talking about?
Are you in my share screen?
No. What
Oh
show
my
me where
God,
the light needs
buddy.
to move
If you're
up.
not in my share screen, how are you even following? This is unreal.
I know. He just his intellect just blew you away. He wasn't even in the share, and he's
Yeah,
still
it's unreal
did what he
because
did.
this is about the
no.
10,000th
When I
time we've
say
had this
how are you,
argument from incredulity. Yeah,
this
we
is
get it.
this is bad. If you're not even in the share screen, you're not understanding. Like, no wonder it's like you're not. Oh my God. Okay, look.
I don't need to be
put
in your
my share
share screen to understand the same. You share the same shit that everybody shares. I guarantee it. You have the same assumptions and the same incorrect.
I'm drawing with the notes app here. You need to take a look, okay? Tell me when you're looking so I can help you out.
I don't need to be in your notes app to understand what you're saying.
Well, then
You
you're
just
just
erased
not
it. Why
willing
does
to
he got to watch you
engage.
make mistakes?
You're
I just
scared.
watched you draw a circle and then erase it. Just get it right first, and then I'll tell him what it is.
You're a silly goose. Anyways, so here are our polls, right? Let's do like one.
He drew the sun. He drew the
three.
sun too close the first time. I know. He backed it up.
I'm actually going to put the sun over here.
Third time's a charm.
Let's put it over here.
Oh yeah,
right?
let's move it around. Let's put it here.
And we could draw straight lines to these. Let me actually get it a little more straight. No, let's do it like from there to there.
It's napalm. It's actually not a bad watch. It's kind of funny.
I'm
Let's
just
like
waiting
that.
for these parallel light rays
Right, so
to
this is-
meet at a specific.
No,
So wait. Tell me when you're looking. Tell me when you're looking. Tell me when you're looking.
There's an octopus that's grabbing some kind of little brown things.
It's the
No,
sun.
Octopus.
I'm already done
instead of,
because
like,
you invoked refraction and parallel light rays in the same.
No,
that
you did.
refraction is parallel
You
light
did.
rays.
You did.
No,
You
that was
invoked
you. You
refraction.
already lost.
No, no, I didn't. You
I'm
did.
just
You
gonna
said
go on mute.
refraction is the reason.
No,
No,
no
you said
tanks.
refraction. You
No
said
tanks.
refraction.
No tanks.
And all I
You can
responded
tell
was,
them
if
how
you're going to
refracted
invoke,
light
nope.
rays don't
Dude,
maintain
even ask your
parallel.
buddies. They know you're the one that said refraction. Oh my God, this is embarrassing, dude. Like, just, it's okay.
And
I
then
know it
you
hurts.
claimed it. Then you claimed it. You said, look at the refraction on the globe, and this shows why we can have a sun and a moon
No,
both
no.
above
All
the
I,
horizon. And
no. I'll
Oh, and
tell
you
you
must
what I
have never
said. Are
heard
you
of the
going to stop
horizontal
interrupting?
eclipse, right? Because the horizontal eclipse
Oh my
proves
God.
that parallel sunlight is refracted on a globe. That's what that was. Yeah.
Are we gonna not interrupt? So what I said was that if you're gonna invoke refraction, refraction specifically has to go in a direction that benefits you. If it goes in the wrong direction, then it's gonna actually work against your point. So you need to have a specific form of refraction. And what I pointed out is that when looking at certain things like eclipses, if you're saying that there's refraction in that, for example, it's not going in the direction that you want. It's actually going in the opposite direction. Now, if you're looking in my share screen, I'll show you the problem. Tell me when you're looking.
Well, I mean, you assume that flat earthers assume that the stellar eclipse is caused by refraction over the
Well,
curve or
hold
something.
on. Has he not ever heard of dark polarity? Dark polarity explains that away with the refraction problem.
Just tell me when Napalm is in the share screen so I could get out the crayons and help him out here.
The crayons won't help unless you draw the sun much larger. Okay? The spread that you're showing there is at best corpuscular rays. That's not the way the rays would come at the Earth based on the size difference. They'd be relatively parallel.
We're not worried about scale. What we're worried about is which direction the light refracts right now, because he's talking about refraction. I'll just cut to the chase on what we're doing. So basically what I'm going to do is have the sun, and then we have our pole. Let's color it blue, let's say, and then the light's coming from it. We're wondering if the light is going to go like this because it's curving, or if it's going to go like this and create a longer shadow. Longer or shorter? Which one are we going to get? That's the question here. Right? I'm showing him that what he needs specifically is a shadow. Let me draw this up here. What he needs is for the shadow to, let me actually put the sun a little bit lower. Let's put it here because it'll be easier to connect the line. So if the line's going straight, you get a shadow like that, right? And that would be something like this right here. See that? All right. Now, if the light ray is curving downward, it actually makes the shadow shorter now. If you have a shorter shadow, that works against your point, because if at distance the shadows are experiencing a shortening from refraction, that's bad because the shadows are long in spite of that. What you need specifically is that the refraction every single time needs to do this. It needs to curve such that the shadow is getting longer by a noticeable amount, a very noticeable amount. Make sense?
That's assuming that sun is in that actual position that you see it at that moment. The shadow needs to then extend.
It's also assuming that that's the only class of refraction that's affecting that light at that time.
Well, no, I said of all the different refractions, if the light is curving up or down with the shadow. Also, it doesn't matter where the sun is, right? I could draw the sun like up here. I could make it like a little dot. You see that dot? And then I could draw the pole here. No matter where it is, the shadow gets longer if it's curving up and it gets shorter if it's curving down. You agree with that, do you not? Like if it's curving upward, this is upward. You see this direction? Like, here, let me draw that arrow a little bit better. You see that direction? That is an upward refraction. You need it to go upward if this claim is going to work out. If it goes downward, it doesn't work. If it's going like this, the shadow is shorter. And we need the shadow to have a reason to be longer, not shorter. You get it? So it needs to be an upward refraction. It can't work with a downward refraction. And people say, well, we see all sorts of atmospheric conditions when looking over water. Sometimes it's higher, sometimes it's lower. Well, the funny thing is with this experiment, no matter what day you do it, you always get the same shadows. It never changes. It's always the lengths. Like the lengths don't change in accordance with each other. So that means that the refraction is the same every time with this, which means there's only one true refraction here if there is a refraction. You see the problem? Does that make sense? So what needs to be shown is that there is always an upward refraction over distance. If someone can show me that, then I can move on to the next step of what it would take to explain why it still couldn't work. But given right now what's being said, just saying refraction by itself is not enough.
Are you talking to someone else?
Huh? Wait, were you talking
No,
the whole time?
Napalm had to go. We heard you. Yeah, but you were on it for a while.
Oh, well, the thing I'm just pointing out is if he can actually show that the refraction is happening in the upward direction and that is always the direction it moves, then I could grant that point and move forward. But he hasn't done that. All he said is there is some sort of refraction. It's like, okay, even if I grant that to be true, that doesn't get him to his destination. You know what I mean? So he hasn't done quite enough there. Like, you don't accept it when globers, you're talking about objects that you think you could see that you're not supposed to see, and they just say refraction. Like, you're not just going to accept it if they just say refraction. They need to show you what direction the refraction is going in and why you'd expect it to be that much under certain conditions, right?
Bro, listen.
I don't always
Listen,
get to that point.
He tried, bro. He tried explaining it to you, and I think he doesn't have the energy, and I don't either. I honestly could care less. I'm not trying to convert you, but he tried explaining to you that the angle of incidence, right, the light, the refraction that you see is observer exclusive, right? And earlier you said that lights come in parallel, and that at most they refract a billionth of a degree. You can you can go on YouTube. You said that. Did you not say that?
Something like a billionth of a degree. Why?
But that's not the case here. Clearly, it's more than a billionth of a degree. And the angle of incidence is observer dependent. Literally, you could have a crepuscular ray be 45 degrees, 70 degrees. And then you that same ray, you move 180 degrees, and all of a sudden it's 70 degrees.
No,
Because
those rays are not changing their actual angle.
Yes, they are.
That's not
Yes,
what
they are.
crepuscular ray is.
They're observer exclusive. They're observer exclusive.
No, dude, we're talking about shadows.
That's why.
Crepuscular rays.
Hold on, you're not listening, bro. That's why that graph that you showed with the different dowels or the pegs at different distances, that doesn't work, bro. Because the angles of the angle of incident are observer dependent, and you're looking at all these angles from a third person perspective,
buddy,
and you're trying to claim
wait.
that they're.
I'm going to ask you a simple question. I'm going to ask you a simple question.
I'm not going to entertain this. I'm just telling you straight up because I'm backing up Napalm, and you don't listen, and you keep double speaking.
So you
1
want
second you're
to
saying
make
that
an
it's a billion.
argument, but
1 second you're
I have
saying it's a
arguments
billionth
that-
of a degree angle. It's a billionth of a degree angle. The next second you say, "Oh well, there is refraction," and then you talk about the center of the earth, and that you didn't. There's no curvature involved with the trigonometry, right?
Nope. You're not tracking. So let me explain to you what happens. All I was doing is providing a critique of the Earth being flat, because when you triangulate the position of the sun on a flat Earth, it just doesn't work out. The shadows we see are impossible to produce without a round surface, because only a round surface can produce the acceleratingly lengthened shadows, exponentially increasing shadow length.
Let me finish. Don't clip me off, right? 1
You've
second,
been
you're
what's
saying,
going on.
Yeah,
hold on.
Fallen, dude. We don't want to have to mute anyone, so let's just really let each other go one at a time. That way, no one has to be muted. Everyone can have their time. And the thing is, when people are over talking, it makes it hard for everyone else to listen as well. So, especially if it's a more convo like this, if it's like people just joking, laughing, it's a little different. But yeah, so just really try to let each other go one at a time. So yeah, go ahead.
1 second, you're saying that the curvature is not taken into consideration when you do parallax trigonometry, right? But clearly they have to take the curvature into consideration. You're saying that they don't. And then the next second, you're saying that it's only a billionth of a degree at best, the angle of incidence, when clearly it's not. That graph that you showed, it's a lot more than a billionth of a degree in angle. So you're literally just double speaking and I don't know, you're just making things up on the go, bro. I don't know what you're doing, bro. You're not fooling anybody here.
He's saying, I heard that the sun is flat, like the light is flat, and then the Earth is curved, and you can't prove that the Earth is curved. I mean, the Earth is flat and the sun is curved. That's all I'm hearing. Got
Yeah, so I'm
parallel
going to
flat
respond to
sun.
that other guy. He just was not tracking what I was saying at all. The parallax trigonometry that we're doing with the satellites has nothing to do with measuring light that's hitting the Earth. We're just like looking at 2 points and forming a triangle with those 2 satellites. When I'm talking about shadows on the Earth, that is literally going to be relative to the Earth because you're talking about shadows that are hitting the Earth, and the angle of that shadow is going to be dependent on the curve of the Earth. I don't know what you're not understanding. This is very simple stuff, and I explained
Curve
it
of the Earth,
very clearly,
as
right?
long as the light is
But
flat. Yeah, the sun.
So
Parallel sun.
Fallen.
I like how when I just started talking, I already
hold
get cut off, and he was talking for like an hour. Go ahead. What?
I just want to clarify real quick, Gio, please. Clearly, the light, the rays are. We don't have to talk about that when it comes to the trigonometry, the parallax trigonometry. Clearly, I'm not talking about that. But for parallax trigonometry, you do have to take into consideration the curvature of the Earth, and that's just one claim that you said that I'm addressing and setting the record straight. I'm not talking about that. We're not talking about the triangulation of the sun when it comes to the parallax trigonometry. You're just saying that you're honestly just muddying the waters to try to make I don't know, on your defense. All you're doing is muddying the waters. Nobody's claiming that we're using the angle of incidence of the sun to triangulate the stars, dude. Nobody's saying that, dude. Clearly, we're not using angle of incidence of light rays to triangulate the stars, bro. I never said that. Napalm never said that. So why are you saying that? To muddy the waters to somehow confuse everybody in the audience, dude. Stop doing that.
Dude, where are you? You're not tracking at all. Like, what's your claim? Just make the claim very simply. Put a proposition forward. Simple. Do it.
Well, if he's not going to jump in, I mean, because I maybe I didn't hear what happened at the beginning of some of what you guys are talking about as well. But, well, I'll say this just in terms of getting to the truth of the matter of it all. If you have like a sundial, there's many different types of sundials, but there's many types of sundials that have like a horizontal plate. It's like a flat planar plate. So it's of planar nature, and usually they're circular, but there's multiple types. And then you have what's called the gnomon, which is the little rod, and then you can angle the gnomon to Polaris and get the actual elevation. And once you have the elevation to Polaris and you create the gnomon at the angle so it's pointing to Polaris essentially, then you create a dial, which is a planar surface in which the shadow will move all the way around that dial. So the dial is a planar surface, and then the shadow moves. And it does have, like you're talking about, there's certain spherical geometry to the way the shadow does move, which is why I do think there's a spherical geometry to partly the way the sky works, which is how they were able to invert the sky into the globe model, is because there is, but that even that spherical geometry, it's because it's like it has an elliptical and there's the whole, like that is how the actual shadow is sweeping across the planar disk of the sundial. So it all does work in terms of that geometry. In terms of a sun above a planar surface with the gnomon pointing at Polaris, it will create the entire shape and that whole geometry structure of an azimuth. It's essentially an azimuth. It's an azimuthal grid, which is a circular range, and then the shadow moves in the azimuth. It moves through the azimuthal degrees as it makes an entire rotation, and then that is all dependent on what position it's at on Earth and which latitude. So you can then essentially get your latitude and longitude from it. But it all works with planar geometry with verticals and horizontals.
Yeah, I mean, Napalm was just making the clear point to you that we know, right, that you're measuring a baseline, a flat Earth, and then you're calculating a globe, and that's what's happening. Yeah, you're
No,
basing
I didn't
your
say we
truth, your
calculate a
truth
globe.
axiom, not just you, like everybody, right? They're basing their truth axiom on, well, the radius of the globe is definitely this, so that we have to bend these things and make this work around our assumed radius that we've never measured. I mean, we all know, but we use
No,
horizontal baselines and triangles.
no. So what we're doing is going out, making observations of shadows, and we try to form a model based on our observations. If we try to form a flat Earth model, it doesn't work because on a flat Earth, on a flat surface, with these shadows being projected on a flat surface, it just doesn't work. But if
It
we
don't
add
work
a
on a
curve
globe.
to the surface, it does work on the globe. If we add a curve to the surface, though, the shadows not only would work on a curve because the shadows fall perfectly in line with the way shadows grow exponentially longer over a curve when having light hit from the same light source. But on top of that, it actually matches the predicted curve of the Earth almost perfectly within like a 5%
Yeah, that's
error
the
range.
origin of your predicted globe. Yeah.
The
Yeah, I
origin
mean,
of my
you're just
predicted globe.
affirming the
So,
consequence that of how you got the measurement. You
wait,
know
so
that.
making an observation and showing it works on a certain model is called affirming the consequence?
Yeah, so you measured a flat Earth, a flat line, a triangle, right?
And it
And
doesn't
then you
work on
said,
a
I
flat
can't
Earth.
figure out. I don't know what's going on with this little refraction here, but if we just bend it right here, somewhere off in the distance, we'll just say it curved, and we get a radius. Yeah. It's affirming this globe with flat baseline measurements and azimuth angles. You can only do off a flat baseline.
Well, can you join my share
Just
screen? Because
calculating a
here's
globe.
the thing. It wouldn't just have to curve at some point. It would have to continuously curve, right? So here's the problem. Let me draw the sun right here, right? So the light going straight down on this pole, as you could see, forms no shadow. And then the light going on this pole and this pole, if it's going in straight lines, it forms slightly longer and longer shadows, right?
Yeah.
However, let me add actually another pole to try to demonstrate, or actually, let me put the sun to the side. I'll be even better and show what I mean. So if I have the sun here, let me put it higher even. What needs to happen for the light, if it's just curving at some point, right? What needs to happen is it needs to continuously curve. The light coming, let me draw it up here first. I wish I had more space. It'd be better if I did this on my computer. So if the light coming down is like this, then it would work. If, however, you're saying the light like is hitting some object and because of that it is just all taking some specific direction, that doesn't work because the shadows are growing exponentially longer. So there needs to be, whoops, why does it keep doing that? There needs to be a continuous curve. The light needs to go down like this, right above, but then it needs to sweep out a little bit and then more and then exponentially more over distance. You see what I mean? And that's just not what's happening.
Why not?
For two reasons. The first one is this is not the direction that the light is sweeping out in. It's actually sweeping downwards, more like this.
Which way is the sun moving in that picture? Like, does it matter?
It doesn't matter because we're just like taking snapshots of shadows of these poles all at the same time. But there's also other interesting experiments you could do based on time of day, but I don't think we have time to talk about those today.
Yeah, this is. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go watch some football at a friend's house. But you have a gradient, a horizontal gradient, right, that refracts the light. You have the movement of the sun in the sky. It's not, obviously, I don't know how far away it is, but are you getting in its actual position according to that shadow? There's a lot of things that come into it, right? So, but you're at this little problem, right? At the end, after measuring everything off of flat Earth, and not just you, everybody. There's no other way to measure an angle, right? But and then fixing it with the calculation of a globe at the end. That's just what's happening. But but maybe next time I'll check out your pictures. I'm gonna go.
And no thanks.
Anytime.
Thanks, you like the Eagles?
What's that?
I said, do you like the Eagles?
The Eagles. Oh, the Philadelphia Eagles. Yeah, they're pretty good. Aren't they America's team?
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
All right, go ahead.
You like the Cowboys?
No, I like the Eagles.
They used to be America's team, but I think the Eagles are now the new America's team. I don't know. I don't know how those East Coasters think, but all right, later, Kershaw.
Yeah, see. There's not sneeze.
Why don't you draw it once with the sun being gigantic, so you don't have this angle that you keep producing rays off of a radius that isn't there?
Because I don't have enough room on my screen. If I draw it gigantic like this, then the poles would be nanoscopic fucking dots like this, or even smaller, really, and it'd be hard to draw like that.
Just use them as a wall.
Why does it matter?
Because the light isn't moving off the sun in the directions that you're just depicting.
Wait, so if you have a light source, right? So say this is the sun, right?
Please
You're
make it
saying that
big. Please
it's
make
not
it
moving.
big. Please make it big, like it is.
How big do you want it? How big do you want it?
I want to see just a sliver of it at the top of the screen, like the bottom of a lemon. Just a sliver.
Oh, you want me to like draw like
I want you to represent it the way
like
it
this
is.
or something?
It's fucking huge. Yeah, it's fucking huge.
Okay.
So in order to reach your surface and your three things, the diversity of light isn't there. The spread that you're showing isn't there.
Well, it looks like a little half a degree circle, the actual sun, it seems, and then but it does seem to emit like it seems to be.
So is what
from
you're
my
saying?
understanding of it, it seems to emit a massive toroidally shaped field light emission.
So wait, the dude that was talking before, are you saying something along the lines of if it's massive or something like this, like if it's sufficiently big enough that you're going to get light rays coming from every part of it or something like that? Is that what you're saying? Something like this?
More opposite, really, is that the entire width of the Earth won't create angles. You're not going to, the difference in size, you're not going to get those angles because only the ones pointed at the Earth are going to get there.
On a flat Earth or a round Earth?
Either way.
What? Wait. So on a round Earth, here's how you get the different shadows, right? Obviously not to scale, but this is just to demonstrate how it works. If you have the sun, right, and the light rays are coming in like this. Let me actually draw that Earth more around real quick. Let's do it like this.
Make it pear shaped. Make it accurate so it's pear shaped.
Let's do some poles, right? And you could see these poles. Let me reduce the size of this eraser.
The impossible. Unbelieve the impossible.
So when the light comes in and hits, you could see that the shadows you get are just different, right? Depending on the angle of the poles on the round Earth to the sun. That's how it works on the globe. But if we do this on a flat Earth, the idea is that if the light was parallel, well, then you wouldn't get any different shadows. So it must be that the sun is really close. So I said, okay, you should be able to triangulate the height of the sun using the flat Earth because you have the sun, you have your two poles, and you could form a triangle getting to the sun. And what was essentially being said by the napalm guy is that maybe that's not the actual position of the sun because the light is curving, right? And you're just seeing the apparent position of the sun. It's curving like this. It's like, well, okay, that means that the shadow would be predicting the sun to be somewhere right here, right? Problem is, that would actually be worse for him. Or, well, I want to draw it all the way. The line would have to be up here and then connect with this, and the sun would be like up there out of our viewing height in this portrait here. But the problem is that would put the sun even higher at this shorter distance, which would make the difference in the sun height even more drastic. We calculated
okay,
to be
so hold
anything
on, Matt. You're kind of monologuing. I know you're kind of presenting as well, but to be fair, you are kind of going on because you're also doing like, you're not necessarily presenting, you're also kind of debating style, which is why it's more somewhat monologue. But anyways, dude, Napalm is actually, I think he's deafened, so maybe he's taking a break or he's not listening at the moment. He's not on the panel, so whatever is related to him, maybe we should just not discuss because he would have to be here to actually carry on with that. What I would say though with this is if you have an object above a planar surface, it is going to appear to rise and set within your local field of view. And all of those elevation angles work with flat baselines and a right-sided triangle.
What?
Which is why plane surveying is even a thing, and why and even beyond that, how humans have functioned with celestial navigation and with building things since the dawn of time. Before
we're talking about shadows.
this very recent modern day globe idea. Oh yeah, we're talking about the shadows. Yeah, but so what I'm saying is that if the light source is closer and more local, and it emits its light radially, it's a radial emission of light, meaning from all directions radially, then it is going to create those corpuscular rays and those angles because it is more like a heat lamp of sorts that's emitting radially in the environment. And we could see that actual radial spread, as it were. And so that spread is how the light is hitting the surface, all from angles coming from the sun, which is how sundials work and how it all works over planar geometry.
Dude, corpuscular rays are not caused by the sun being super close. Like, that would indicate that the sun is literally in the clouds or something. Corpuscular rays are just something you see because of the direction that they appear to be going, but in reality, they're all going in a straight line, but some of them are just closer to you.
No, we know this because you can go to those spots where corpuscular ray. You can actually see from a car, a moving car, seeing corpuscular rays. I saw that the other day. I was in Hawaii, looking at corpuscular rays, just like those pictures we see. And as the car drives, those corpuscular rays are constantly moving. There's dynamic. If you were to go to every one of those spots that are illuminated on a lake or the ocean, where those little areas are illuminated between the clouds, and you see the corpuscular rays look like a big triangle, like whoever posted that picture. They would, if you look at these people and you all pointed to the sun, let's say it was straight above you in one spot, they all would be pointing straight above you. And if you went from one spot to the next,
there are different types of corpuscular rays. Some of them do have are angling through clouds, but others do not have clouds involved. So it's not only a thing with clouds. So there's like two things occurring in my understanding of it, where the actual radial light from the sun itself, because when you have no clouds and you'll get the corpuscular effect, that is the direct angles that the light is actually radially emitting in that sense. However, hold on, dude, please don't interrupt, man. Just let me finish.
I want to save your voice because
So that is just the way the actual light is refracting through the particulates and things in the actual environment, where you're able to see those actual pathways and variations of it. But then there's a secondary scenario where you could have that in addition to having clouds which have holes in them. Then you can get a very dramatic effect where it's like these like shotguns of light, basically, that are like shooting through the clouds and lighting up like a spotlight on the water below. So that's like corpuscular rays in addition to having clouds, which then having certain openings in clouds that are only letting some of those through, and it makes the effect even that much more dramatic.
Well, again, I'll reiterate, no, because they're the same exact effect. Without clouds, there's still particulate in the air that is actually either refracting or diffracting or just reflecting the light. But it's still, those paths are still identical. The same angles occur from the viewer's perspective outward from the sun. That's not a locating type of piece of or set of information. They all, if you move to wherever that pattern ends up on the ground and point to the sun, it'll point directly to the sun. In other words, if the sun's up in the air and you see them all going in all different directions, and you can say, "Oh God, I saw one going in a direction that's over there," and you go there. As you go there, the sun will follow you, and if the rays are still there, they will have just shifted. But that spot where you saw the light traveling to is not that angle anymore. It's still directly above your head.
I
So
actually agree
that's
with Zanuck.
incorrect. It's a simple understanding of corpuscular how they work will be the answer to what you're looking for, and it is in no way, shape, or form a way to either triangulate or locate positionally where the sun is based on those angles. That's what we're saying.
Can I just say one thing? There's something I've been dying to say, which is that these crepuscular rays will not produce shadows that are on all different angles, like around the rays or anything like that.
Exactly.
That's not something that happens. And we're talking about shadows here. It's all I've been talking about. And I have yet to see anyone provide like a rebuttal to it.
You're wrong, bro. You're wrong. But I agree with Zanuck that you can't triangulate the sun. It's just the rays will point to an apparent location. It's an apparent GP of the sun. It's not the actual GP of the sun. It's impossible to triangulate the sun using crepuscular rays. I've been trying to say this. Crepuscular rays are observer exclusive. The angle of incidence will change as the person or people move around that ray. You'll notice it's like a rainbow. You try to walk around a rainbow, and the rainbow starts moving around. These rays do the same exact thing, right?
Well, but they still light up that same, like on that last image I just posted, they still light up that same patch of ocean or of water for everybody. You know, that's even if if you were on a mountaintop over on the left and someone else on a mountaintop over on the right, you would still both be seeing those exact spots lit up by that exact angle of light that's coming right from what appears to be a massive glowing light source.
You would think so, right? But hold on. You would think so, but when you actually try this in the real world, people have done this. Like FE Core did this. You don't see that, bro.
They don't. There's no angle change.
The angle of incidence changes. That's why Napalm was trying to say it's observer dependent. It's observer exclusive. These angles. It's not going to point to the actual apparent location of the sun. But what I will say is that hold on. The further that you, I know you don't believe it, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. The further that you go away from the actual position of the sun, right? The angle of incidence will increase. That's why these shadows are elongated, right?
Dude, these shadows, if you put poles under these crepuscular rays or whatever, you don't get a different shadow. You don't.
Check it out. Check out on that last one. Real quick, check out on that last one I just posted. I know Zanuck just posted some, but look at the one I posted before that. Check out how the sun, you can see how the shadow on the right is almost vertical, whereas the shadows on the left are dramatically angling out. That fits with the GP, meaning that there's going to be a GP of the sun, like whenever it's high noon, you know, you're going to, well, it depends on if you're under the tropics and all that, or what position you are, you know, between the equator. But I'm just saying there's going to be you're going to be close to that GP to where it is almost a 90-degree angle. And actually one of those light rays is essentially 90 degrees actually in that. So it's like 90. And then obviously it goes up from there until they're spreading out. That works. That's precisely showing close and local sun making the 90. And then it's splaying out like that radially in relation to that relatively close and local light source that is then emitting. And then that's exactly why the light dissipates over the day, because it's getting further away over that planar surface. The angles are getting more and more lower and lower as the sun appears to set, and then it's going to get cooler and colder, and then we feel that heat lamp effect move away from us.
That is true, and I just want to add that the gradient density is going to affect, right, the angle of incidence. So the farther you are away from the position of the sun, the longer the shadows are going to get. It doesn't mean that we're on a ball.
Look, the sun would then have a large.
When you put poles under those,
hold on. The sun would then change its angular size, which we do not see. So that's a bunch of nonsense.
Dude, that's a separate thing entirely. Actually, that's not even necessarily related. We're talking about the light in the actual environment that we see, not necessarily the source of it.
Yeah, we're trying to ask the question: what direction is the light actually going? At what degree? What angle? And it turns out when you place poles and you look at the shadows, no matter what you do, you're not going to get them to go where it seems like those crepuscular rays are going to your eyes. And that's because what you're viewing is not light moving at different angles. What you're viewing is just some light being closer and further.
Can you see that one that I just posted in the chat? Or it's actually it's pinned by the bot right now. You see it there? Okay, so can you see? So you see how the shadows, like over where it looks like the source of the sun is, are like 90 degrees. They're vertical. The light coming through the clouds, see how it's vertical? And then you see how the angles spread out over, see how they radially spread out from the sun? So from the right of the picture, they're like vertical, and then to the left, they're angling as it's going out radially. Do you see that?
What about it?
And do you see how that shows the geometry of the light source having to be close and local, because it's literally like a hotspot over the where it's vertical. That means geometrically it's positioned, right above that location, and then everything going out from it goes radially. So that is not the effect of what it would be if it was 93 million miles away with parallel light rays. They would all be coming in parallel if they were parallel, and this is showing that that's not the case.
Not true, especially because when you put the poles in the ground and measure the shadows, they do not indicate that. The shadows do not measure a sun that's that close. If the sun was literally right there where you think it is, dude, it would be so fucking close. That's like at the height of a fucking plane. But that's not
all of the. I mean, the triangulations that have been done throughout, that we have, recorded history of, and also people that have even done it now. I mean, there's a range that people get. I think it depends on various different components, but even if we just use a very broad range of that 3,000 to 4,000 miles, is many of the when it's been attempted to be done. Because I mean, you can do it, but there's problems with getting anything definitive on it. But you can just do a calculation off of that. And it ends up being, ironically, some of the best calculations I've seen of it, ironically, are right at just about what they tell us the radius of the globe Earth is. Now, they made it oblate, and so it's an adjustable radius or whatever, but right at that 4,000 mile mark is a very interesting marker. I think that they use that. They pulled that from something that is real in the environment. They didn't, so that's why the radius of the Earth works, quote unquote, in certain ways, and has been able to kind of continue the deception, because there is an actual overlap in how that functions, but it just has to do with how it's being applied and whether it's being applied to a correct model or an incorrect model ultimately. So, I mean, do you have any way to rebut that that's not how the angles of the light would be happening if the sun was 93 million miles away? They should all be parallel. Because remember, that was the picture you drew a minute ago where you showed all the parallel ones?
They are parallel.
It's just showing that they're not, because this is being looked at from the side. Like, you're not looking at it down the pipeline. You're looking at it from the side. Like, this is someone taking from a higher altitude and looking at all of these lights coming from a side view.
Let me wash my hands. Give me a second.
Gio, the only problem is if you try to imagine those points on the ground. Usually you can see those points on the ground very clearly. Those points on the ground have like very specific locations. They're fairly close to each other. It looks like well within, 30 miles, maybe less. Certainly not more than 100 miles. But what we currently understand is that if you're within 70 miles of one another, you're not going to, the angle of the sun, elevation angle of the sun for the two people are not going to be outside of 1 degree difference. So that looks like that's a incredibly big difference. Looks like at least 45-degree difference, which at those ranges just hasn't been seen. Like, people in those two locations wouldn't see a 45-degree different elevation angle of the sun.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, so to respond to the guy that was saying, how could you get light beams that seem to be looking like that traveling through dusty air that then projects light onto your eyes? How could you get them to look like they're going in that direction? Well, why wouldn't you expect it to look like that with a sun that's 93 million miles away is the actual question. And on top of that, if you look at those rays and where they're landing, I want you to put poles at each one of those spots and measure the shadows and notice that the shadows are not different. They're all about the same, because that distance is not nearly significant enough to get a shadow difference, despite the fact that it looks like that light is going in different directions.
And if it is the
Yeah,
case
I
that
don't
that light,
disagree with that, but that has to do with the positioning difference. Because yeah, I mean, it depending on how you're actually. Yeah, I mean, what you just said right there. Part of that I agree with, but the other thing, dude, did you see? Just to respond real quick, let's try to go one point at a time. I'll try not to monologue as well. So do you see the one that's posted before that? It has the two comparisons. If the light rays were coming, if we were on a huge globe and the sun was 93 million miles away and the sun was massive and we're, the size of the globe, all of that. And if the light rays, quote unquote, were coming parallel, the way that is needed for the Eratosthenes explanation and for actually all of the things that link to shadows with the globe explanation, it would look like the one on the bottom there. It would actually show parallel incoming because remember, just a globe, massive sun, all of that's coming. That's exactly, and that's how it's usually drawn in a lot of these images and everything. Then they have contradictions because then they bring in the whole with the eclipses and the penumbra and the umbra. So then they get into a whole problem there as well. But anyway, so yeah, I think, and also Coach, the elevation angle is something different than this as well. I agree with that. But I'm not saying that this is an elevation angle. This is the radial light emission from the position of the sun upon the earth. And as it moves, just like you can see like a shadow moving, it's making those angles as it moves.
Yeah, but those shadows is how we is one way to measure the elevation angle. But yeah, you guys go.
Well, I think Fallen, he was. I think he's not on the panel, so maybe he had to go or he got a call or something. But yeah, because there. I mean, the last thing I said. I mean, there's really no rebuttal to that. I mean, it really should look like the one on the bottom if it was 93 million miles away and it was all hitting parallel. And the picture the one that's that last one that's posted there, like that should never be possible if it was 93 million miles away. It would never have all that local effect.
You can substantiate that it's just a visual effect is by the fact that by considering those angles to truly be described, a representative of the angles that the light's coming in, the elevation angle is what you'd measure by that. Because, like I said, that's how you measure them is by, you can take a shadow, you can use a sextant, whatever, but they would be consistent with one another. So that would be representative of the elevation angle. And you just don't see that great of a difference over that short of a distance,
I do agree with Gio that clearly the sun is local. I mean, the crepuscular rays show that, bro. If you deny that, then you just deny reality. But you can't triangulate. You can't use the Pythagorean theorem to triangulate the actual position of the sun using crepuscular rays, simply because we know that there's refraction and there's other things involved where you're not going to get an accurate GP of the sun. That's all I'm saying. But it is local, no doubt.
Well, yeah, I mean, something like those, like a quote unquote light ray, which it's really just sort of like a focus of light that is able to be seen within like the layers of the environment. And if you have, I would say, for triangulating the sun, you would want to just do direct elevation angles to the sun. I would say, because are you just saying you can't like by it from a distance try to measure angles? Yeah, I would, in a sense, I would agree with that. That's not like necessarily would be very accurate if that's what you're saying. To try to measure, like you mean like in pixels or something, to try to do it with pixels.
No, just the Pythagorean theorem. The a squared b squared equals c squared. You can't do it with the angles because we know, like in Apom was saying, it's like shining a light through a swimming pool. If you trace back that angle, it's not going to give you the actual GP of the sun because of the atmosphere. We know that there's things affecting not only the shadows but the light itself.
Pythagorean theorem doesn't deal with angles.
It's a triangulation, bro. If you get two, you know what I mean? If you get two angles, you figure out the third angle of the triangle, bro.
Yeah, but that's not related to Pythagorean theorem. I'm saying.
All right, well, tell me why isn't it?
Pythagorean theorem is the equation to find the hypotenuse of the right triangle, but there's no angles involved.
Yeah, well, on a flat Earth there is. Maybe not on your model, but in our model there is.
Nope. In our model, we don't use triangles at all. We could just do linear, angle with distance. In your model, you have to use trigonometry to figure out what the angles and the distance relationship. The Pythagorean theorem is not involved.
Yeah, but I mean, if you take elevation angles to the sun, you can do a crude triangulation on it. And that's what I'm saying. A lot of the times when they've been done, like there was like that, 3,500 mile one that was done. There was like the Robotham. There was like several different claimed ones throughout that we have kind of current recorded.
Yeah, Zedic astronomy. They've done it.
Yeah. And then there's also when they've gotten like even closer to that 3959 radius of the Earth number, like the 4,000. That one is very interesting because if you link that to how the sun actually sets in the environment, that is very interesting as well. Because like if it is 24,901 miles, well, then the radius of a 24,901 circle is 4,000 miles. So that would be like the radius to the center. Now, what the center even is a whole other question because, like, is it even a physical center? But does it still have some kind of physical locale for us? Because, like, Polaris does seem to triangulate in that fashion. Because Polaris also, there's another 4,000 mile, which is, that 3959 with the height of Polaris as well, which connects to the entire grid system and the whole latitude and longitude system coming out. So that's why they had to use that number for their globe radius. Too bad for them because the amount of curvature that should be on that should be easily observable and measurable, and it's completely absent. So they've really shot themselves in the foot with it. But I guess they got about 150-year deception pulled off with the globe, and they really tightened the strings after World War II. They got quite a run out of it. But yeah, I mean, the model that they had to make the globe a certain size doesn't work with the sky. That's why they have all those problems with like relativity within physics, and all of the astrophysics doesn't work with the sky. The size of it doesn't work with the actual observations we have on Earth in terms of what curvature should be. It's just completely absent. So it's like they had to make it a 4,000 mile radius. It would have been better for them if they could have made it like a 50,000 mile radius, because then it would be much harder to decipher curvature, but the fact that it has to be 4,000 miles is just, it's just like a hole in their deception to where the truth just shines through.
Is that right?
Literally shines through in the directly observable planar surface of Earth that anyone can go see in a wide range of conditions and see the foundational planar geometry and the lack of any consistent effect of any sphericity. All right, Coach, you have to rebut all of that. You have to do a rebuttal monologue now.
I know. I'm prepared to.
Prepared. Get the whiteboard out and share your screen. Do a presentation mode. Get your reading glasses on.
Well,
get to the
actually,
bottom of it.
you have to give me 25 seconds.
No, that's cool. I'm gonna kind of be back and forth from my mic as well. So yeah, we could just anyone.
Don't be too far back, because I will hold on.
You could have your whole house set up with like microphones in every room, and then you could like install them to like clappers, which would turn the mic on and off. So you could just like mute and unmute yourself by just clapping around different rooms in your house. I just thought of that.
That's what you need.
I just thought of that. And then linking it with the clapper is kind of funny. But obviously you could also do it with a little remote control or whatever else. Yeah. Or you could just have like
making a Bluetooth. Yeah, go ahead.
There's a lot of ways to do it. Yeah, you could have different things. Yeah.
I was about making a Bluetooth clicker that because I know people who are on their phones and stuff. It'd be interesting if you had like a Bluetooth clicker that will, coordinate to your push to talk, so you can be away from your, computer or phone or whatever. Or it could be in your pocket. You don't got to pull it out.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of the Bluetooth in terms of like the radiation and just the whole energy field that it creates. I really try to have virtually none of that in my life. So,
I'm a big fan of Bluetooth.
I try to have nothing wireless other than, I do have my cell phone obviously, but I still put that in airplane mode as much as I can. But I try to always never use those things as much as possible. I use GPS obviously when I'm driving and stuff though. And well, there could be a way to do it wired. Like you could have like in all the rooms of your house, you could have a little computer screen, like a little panel by the door. And then that panel could all be hardwired instead of wireless. It could all be hardwired into like a whole network where you could then have like the rooms of your house like mic'd up with like really good quality mics. And then you could you could either maybe you could tap it on your phone or whatever as well, or you could just tap on that little screen in the room, like your push to talk or your mute and unmute or whatever it may be. So you could technically like just walk in. Let's say you're gonna walk into the kitchen, and then you just go to the panel. You're like, boom, you unmute it, and then maybe while you're doing stuff, if it had really good like noise cancellation, then maybe like because these things are pretty good these days. It'll only pick your voice up. That so like yeah, could it even be to that point where it cuts out any other kind of? But anyways, yeah. But that would be one way to do it. That could all be wired, where you could still have kind of some kind of a system that moves with you and that just like mics you in the environment. You wouldn't have to like wear any headsets or have any Bluetooth or any of that stuff. You could just be chilling.
Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to do this math real quick, and it's actually not. Just give me a second.
I think I don't know, Seafoam. I see you're texting in the chat. I don't know if you're at your mic, but see what I just posted right here. This shows the radial effect and the vertical, horizontal, with all the radial lines of sight horizontally and of the light from its GP. And ironically, those lines intersect to create a curve. I'm not saying the light path is curved currently. I'm not necessarily talking about that. I'm just talking about the actual geometry of what that creates. Because essentially, it's like a quarter of a toroidal field. So it's one part of a vortex. The vortex being the position of the light between the ground and your eye creates that actual effect. Actually creates that, because the way that that's made is you have here, hold on. Since there I'm just gonna do something real quick. Hold on.
I have my rebuttal ready, by the way.
Well, I just have to. I know there's a bunch of stuff being posted, so I'm just gonna we can post other people's stuff too if they want to have it stuck. Because if there's a bunch of stuff, just to make sure, so the one I'm talking about, and then I'm gonna open it on the live stream too. Okay, it's showing big on the live stream too. All right, so I just real quick, I just wanted to just kind of present this, and then yeah, if anyone wants to respond. So basically, what this is like if you have if you have a vertical and a horizontal, down at the bottom, you have what's like basically a protractor, and then over on the right you have a protractor, which essentially is like a hemispherical, dome shaped kind of, like a little radial dome, basically, that creates an angle, degrees within a 360 degree. So creates angles and then degrees within a 360 degree. But this is obviously just showing half of that, the way like a protractor is half of a circle. So, and then from the top, you have lines coming down, coming out radially from that source at the top and spreading out across the surface of the ground and creating those angles. And then over on the right, like where maybe the viewer would be in this kind of idea, then you would have all of those angles from the horizon going up radially, meaning you raise your eyes up, as you're looking up further, you have that. So the way that whole matrix maps out, as it were, when you just keep drawing those lines, is what I'm showing here, which is an actual, like a parabolic curve that, like I was saying before, is connected to the way toroidal fields work. It's like a quarter, it's like a portion of a vortex, of a vortice. But that portion of a vortice happens simply with the horizontal, the vertical, with like a planar horizontal, an actual a vertical that's vertical, and then these radial geometries coming out from those two points. So that shows how there is actually a spherical geometry to the actual horizontal and vertical matrix, but it's how that's actually applied. Is it within it or is it without it, in a sense? Or the way they kind of they've inverted it with the globe model to say that the globe is where the curvature is and the light is all coming in parallel, they say. So that's where they've inverted it. And that's the explanation for Eratosthenes and all of these things. It's just they've used that on multiple fronts, that kind of inversion.
Are you ready for my rebuttal?
Shout out to Gleam, by the way, because yeah, Gleam. I'll post the video I have of his too, which he shows it animated. Yeah, I'll post it right now. Shout out to Gleam.
Gleam's a good man. But are you ready for my rebuttal or what, dude? Mic check.
There it is. I just posted the Gleam video. It's good. It shows it animated. So he shows the screenshot that I posted. He shows that, but he shows it actually animated. So it shows the lines going going out and then going up, and then it shows the actual parabolic curve that it makes. Now, I'm not saying that the light is making that kind of big banana-shaped curve to our eyes. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is I'm just stating the actual geometry that's involved. And I do think it is correlated to how we see in some ways, but I'm not in this moment making the link that there's that type of curve between what we're seeing in that direct form. But the actual geometry of it all matches out within a spherical system, within the hemispherical system, with a planar, like the way a toroidal field works with like a dielectric inertial plane, which is the ground of the field. And then you have all these different portions of vortices going out from the center.
Hey, can you hear me, Gio?
Yeah, bro.
Was my mic working before or not? Because if it was,
No, it was for a little, but then maybe it went out or something because I haven't heard you for a second. I think my connection's good, unless anyone else could hear you. Okay, now we can't hear you. So
I gave you my rebuttal. I must have been pressing the wrong button.
There you just came back. Yeah, you're pushing the wrong button.
Happens a lot to me. Okay, now
Push
anyway,
the I don't know, if you're on implode, maybe push explode. If you're on explode, push implode. Either way, just push the other button.
Why would I be on explode or implode? What is that? Listen, man, enough funny games. I have my rebuttal. Okay, hold on.
I'm just starting to troll you because you're not responding, so I don't know. But go for it. Yeah, go.
Okay, give me just half a second now because I have to do something. Hold on. Girlfriend just got back home, so I got limited. If she hears me making a rebuttal, I'm gonna get in big trouble. So hold on.
Well, let me say this too about it. See, here's the thing, and the 1 degree per 69 miles as well, because still on that image, if you were to go from the right, imagine a guy standing there, all of those lines that are coming out, the line that is the horizon would be like obviously the horizon for him. And then if he were to look 10 feet above the horizon, there's a line there. If he were to look 20 feet above the horizon, there's a line there. Now, maybe you got to go through 100-foot increments or 1,000-foot, whatever it may be. But like as you're moving your eyes up, there's increased angle. There's increased angle from the ground, and then they're just radially going up. Well, the thing is that when we see a star drop in declination in the sky by moving a distance away from it, meaning when that declination angle lowers a degree, if we were to move 69 miles, what's happening from this mapping here, from this guy's perspective, all of those lines that are radially going out from him, going up, up, up. Well, because that's a first person observation, the 1 degree per 69 miles, meaning that's somebody standing looking at it. They're looking at it down the pipeline, which means that it is going to be actually lower in their sky. So just like these lines, so I'm not saying anything's physically lowering in altitude, but it visually is due to perspective. So like the whole way that we see has this like toroidal field matrix vortex to it. It has that pattern to it, and all of those lines are connected within that part of that vortices, because those lines are those are basically the altitude of the star, which appears to be lowering in our perspective, which means that even though it's not actually lowering in altitude, it appears to be. So that's why all those lines coming up from the horizontal are doing that. And then the lines from the top are in this representation, like the GP would be directly under it of, let's say, the sun or the star or whatever it may be. And then every angle from that between the GP and the celestial object it's like fanning out across the horizontal. So they're fanning vertical lines going across that horizontal. And those are the actual GP positions on the Earth. So this curve is essentially part of how they've inverted the entire cosmology of humanity into this globe model idea. It's all just based on how we see, and other factors as well, but that's like the core part of it.
Well, I'm ready for my rebuttal now. Hold on. Didn't have a lot of time, so just don't make fun of the quality, okay? Went ahead and made this picture. Okay.
Hold on, let me
Uh,
stop the stick thing. Hold on, so that yours can be. You want me to stick yours? You want me to stick it?
No, it's fine.
No, hold on. Let me see. Let me see. I'll here. I'm gonna see if I can just swap it over with the one command.
Take your time.
Did it do it?
I myself. Yeah, it did. Yeah. Cool. Okay. That's pretty cool. So anyhows, this is to scale, by the way. Okay. What I've done is I've drawn, a circle which has a radius 3959. Okay. And there's a height and elevation, which you can't see the top of it, that also goes to 3959. Okay. So it just so happens if you go 1 degree away from on the Earth, on the globe Earth, as well. If you go 1 degree away from that original spot where the GP is, say it's the equator, and you go 1 degree north, you take elevation angle of the sun, it'll be 89 degrees in the sky. Okay, and if you're assuming that you're on a flat plane and that's an elevation angle, you'll see that because you're so close to the original place, that the actual distance that you'll get it's basically a similar angle. It's a similar what do you call that? A complementary angle. Um, I think that's what it's called. And no, not complimentary. What's that called? Doesn't matter what it's called. Um, all we have to know is it's the same angle. It's a similar angle. It's on the opposite side of that thing. So you would imagine it would be the exact same as the radius, or at least fairly close, because the only difference between that line and the radius is the difference between that horizontal line at the top and the curve of the Earth. And it turns out that's only about half a mile. So because of that, it's really going to be about the same size. Coincidence. So it's not really a coincidence. It's that's just what you would get if you want 1 degree away from the GP of the sun and measured the elevation angle, assuming that was uh, an indication of the actual elevation height of the sun. However, it doesn't do that when you go further. Obviously, if you can go much further, like 80 degrees, 90 degrees, and now it's gonna. If you do the same thing, the sun's gonna seem like it's 4,000, 5,000 miles in the sky, uh, which is obviously not consistent with the first measurement. So it just turns out that the fact that you get inconsistent measurements of trying to do this to determine the height of the sun tells you that actually this isn't that the elevation angle of the sun isn't indicative of its elevation height. It's indicative of something else. And obviously, we claim it's the curve of the Earth. So there's that. But anyways, it's not a coincidence or something they put in. As the radius of the Earth. You would imagine that it would be basically the same number as the radius when the angles are that close. Does that make sense?
Hey, Gio, is Kosho ever going to come back? That keeps us waiting forever.
Come on, Snacks.
Yeah, I don't know. I heard someone hot micing, but I can't.
My
I can't
God.
make out who it is.
Listen, dude.
Kosho, if you could, dude, I have to admit, I also was multitasking, and I did kind of like I had to focus on something. Okay, could you maybe? I also was looking at some other things, but I did
I'll
hear
just
what
tell it to
you
you
had
in 5
said there.
seconds.
The way you
There's
said that
elevator
was
pitch.
perfect, though. That the elevation angle, the change of that is the way you said that. You were like, well, we explained that as the curve of the Earth. Dude, that's beautifully said, and that is correct. That is that is where it exactly because even the way you said it, it was perfect. Because no offense to you, but you didn't really sound very confident. You're like, well, that's what we call the curve of the Earth. So, anyways, it just kind of that was the vibe it had. So it was just kind of perfect because the energy of it was like, yeah, it's sort of this isn't the truth, but it's what we call the truth.
All right,
It was
well, no, what I'm saying.
it was all in the tone of your voice.
Okay. Well, the point is
to my ears, as it were. Okay, just to me, subjective.
The point is that line, the horizontal line, that would represent being on a flat plane. Okay, and obviously the curve is what it would be on a curve. So if we imagine someplace like, I don't know, 45 degrees north, which would be halfway along that arc on the right on the
Yeah.
curve, and it would be the same distance on the plane. When you measure the elevation angle from that distance, you're gonna get a number that actually corresponds to like the length, like the like it's gonna be basically you would expect it to be the length of the radius. Um, Actually, no, you would expect it to be the hypotenuse right there of that right triangle, right, instead of the actual height of the sun, and that's why you don't get consistent numbers. You know what I mean? And that's it.
Hold up. All right. I'm gonna. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna make that the one you made on the live stream. Make it so everyone can see it on the live stream as well. And then I kind of want this thing to repost it again because he posted a funny thing too. But there we go. All right. So Kosho, let me just go to one simple level on this, dude. All right. If we take this exact thing, okay, let's go through two scenarios real quick. The first one, which would you like to start with? You tell me. Dealer's choice.
Yeah. I don't know what you're presenting. I don't know.
Okay, I'm saying between like a globe or a planar surface type Earth. Which one do you want me to explain first?
The planar one, yeah.
Okay, because this shows both of them, and I have it shown on the live stream too. So I'm just saying I'm just gonna go like present this for just 20 seconds, and then I want to hear your thoughts. Okay, within a planar type matrix of geometry, as it were, you would have the person would be standing, go to the middle line and go all the way to the bottom. To the middle line, go all the way to the bottom. Right there, put a little person, little dude there. So that dude is now chilling. And this is be like a side view. And the circular dome around him is his limit of vision of how far he can see. The square lines going up around the dome perhaps would be the actual celestial objects that are moving above us. If they're moving in a flat planar way above us, or even if it's a massive dome, like even if the Earth itself or on this whole realm is a massive dome, well, it would have to be so huge that the actual angle would actually be quite significant, meaning it would basically be like the stars are on a flat plane above us. Like that's how, in any local region, it would look like that anyways. So whether the stars are on like a flat planar disk or whatever, or whether they do have a very slight curve to them, either way, this image, the square part going up around this little hemispherical dome would be representative of whatever is actually above us in the sky, like the actual pathways of the stuff in the sky going over us, coming in closer and going over us. But because we see in this sphere, it's going to map to us on an azimuth with an azimuthal foundation looking all up around you in this exact fashion. Now, and then the line, I guess, in the middle would just sort of be, that would be like if you were looking directly up or whatever. Like, I guess that would just be shooting through the top of your world or whatever will kind of be that. It also looks like an eyeball. Like there's a whole bunch of, anyways, but then the globe idea is, taking that whole sphere of how we see, saying that we're on a sphere, which is about that same size, inverting that geometry, and then they have to incorporate this planar lines coming off of it as their parallel light rays and their 93 million mile away sun to accommodate for all of the switching around of the geometries.
Well, I understand that that's your claim or whatever, but I'm just explaining it for why that's. I guess this doesn't negate what you're saying, but it just kind of does show the alternative, which is the alternative being that if it's a globe, you would expect, to get that sort of angle at that close range. But when you say that like it was, they put that number in there so that they could hijack it and stuff. That number only works in one location. Like that, it's not 3959 at any other location except for extremely close, like within 1 degree elevation angle difference of the sun. Otherwise, it starts to, shoot up pretty high. Like if you go 80 degrees north, it's extremely different.
Well, yeah, because it's moving away from you. Yeah.
What do you mean?
It's moving away from you, so the angles are going to be changing as it moves away. I mean, dude, they explain the sky as essentially quote unquote parallel, which invokes a planar type geometry, instead of the Earth having a planar geometry that we're on, and then we're surrounded by essentially a hemispherical field of view. And those geometries have just been inverted. And I'm not saying that the distance we can see is exactly 3959. I'm not even necessarily like saying that's precisely it, but I'm just showing how like the geometries do seem to line up with that. Like even with like the 24,901 mile circumference that they claim, which I mean, I think it's possible that could be fudged a little bit, but I don't think that could be fudged a huge amount. I mean, 24,901, so let's just round it up to 25,000 is what they claim. I mean, could it really be 20? Could it really be 30 on the low and high end? I don't honestly, I think that'd be difficult because like the distance of the Tropic of Cancer is pretty well known in terms of just the whole the northern region of the Earth, because it's where all the flights are, and it's really the South where they fudge a lot of it. But
What I'm gonna let this. I want to talk a little bit about.
I'm just saying the radius. Well, just sorry, real quick. But of that 24,901 mile circumference, like I was saying before, the radius to the North Pole will be about 4,000 miles, like 3959, right at that radius. And the other wild thing about that is that at the equator is when you would be about 4,000 miles, and that's when Polaris disappears, meaning you no longer can see it. So if we just take it on like the very simple like wording of it, like there's a time when you can see Polaris, it's in the range of what you can see, and then there's literally a point at the equator when you start going further south that you can no longer see Polaris. It is out of your range of what you can see. So in that sense, it does fit the logic of one of them is within your range of what you can see, the other one is not. And it's right at that 4,000 mile point, which is another interesting way that this geometry is laid out in that sense.
Well, actually, that's another thing I wanted to talk about before I get into my side thing. But if you look, when you're looking at the sun on the globe Earth, if you're looking at the sun on the horizon, how much atmosphere you're looking through, assuming the atmosphere straight up is 100 miles high, or whatever, something like that. The amount of atmosphere that you're looking through straight ahead on the horizon is also roughly 3959. It's a little bit more than that, but it's just because that's the way that that's the way that this stuff works on spheres. Like on a sphere, you would imagine that would be consistent with the radius, just like the angle and the other thing. But I don't want to change the topics too much. But I'm about to hit you guys with the bombshell I just came up with the other day, dude. Crazy stuff about star trails. If there's no okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. Jeremy used to have a test that he wanted to do called concentric circles. Where you measure the subsolar point of the sun on the equinox and the solstice, and compared the distances of the latitudes. So the latitude of the Tropic of Capricorn, the latitude of the equator, and the latitude of the Tropic of Cancer. If those truly are three circles, one outside of the other, where the equator is the biggest one of the three and the tropics are the same size, surely that's impossible on any kind of plane, a flat plane or any kind of plane whatsoever. That's a three-dimensional shape. That's the only way you can have three circles inside of one another, but the middle circle is the biggest. Right? So, and the reason Jeremy gave up on it was because he thought it was impossible to test, and it's not. It's actually would be really easy to test. But I had another idea, a simpler way of testing it. using star trails. So comparing the sizes of the star trails, you can actually identify the sizes of the latitudes. And I'm just in the middle of working on it now. When that's done, dude, this whole thing will be over. You have to change this server name to Earth Woke Up.
Earth awoke, already awoke. Well,
So
dude,
you're
this
s-
is an era of immense deception, man. I mean, it is a bizarre one.
So
This
I'm
whole
just
run
going
out.
to ask him. So you can verify the circumference of the tropics to be symmetrical
Well, I'm going to attempt to do
using
that.
star trails. All right, I'm interested to see that.
That's right. I mean, think about this. There's simple logic. First of all, there's one fact that should be known, and that's that every star, especially during a given day, so every star will traverse above only one latitude. So, take Vega. Vega is basically a declination to 39th parallel. That means for the entire day, the GP is going to make a circle that is going to stay consistent to that parallel. So that means that to that latitude. So that means that the entire picture of stars in the sky is really actually you can use that to discern the size of the circles on the ground, right? So I don't know if you have any criticisms about that, but I'm happy to hear them because I don't want people to be. I don't want to do all this and then people disbelieve the results.
I'm still not following you. So how exactly are you verifying the circumference using stars? I'm just wondering. By what exactly? What metric? The angular velocity?
Kosho, you're muted.
Fucking hell! I pressed the wrong button again.
Oh, Kosho,
Okay.
dude.
Okay,
That
listen,
was
listen,
you
listen,
just
listen.
gave us the key to the realm, and it's lost forever now.
Listen. The each star is over a single latitude. Okay, so if you have a picture of star trails and you have Polaris in the center, and you have arcing paths around it, circles all around Polaris. If you were to complete all those circles and make full circles, and then take the angular size of the diameter of those circles and compare them to one another, um, you like I said, those are all representative of the sizes of latitudes because those are all directly